So for this week's story, it's another older one. The original title of the story is The Beat of Love, but I'm changing it to The Rockstar's Fake Romance. I probably wrote this one in 2018, I think. Um, anyway, I feel like the new title makes the story much more self explanatory, but this one is basically about a musician with a bad reputation who enters into a fake relationship with a not as famous actor. The musician is super popular, but he manages to always find himself in trouble with the media. On the other hand, the actor, he is as sweet as can be, but he's just not famous enough. So the managers get together, convince them to date each other for publicity, and the rest is history, as they say. Naturally, it includes opposites attract and a multicultural interracial couple. And to avoid any other spoilers, I'm going to let you guys get into it. I hope you enjoy.
The Rockstar's Fake Romance. Fake It Till You Make It. L. Lauren. Chapter 1. Wolf divided his studio into 3 parts: the North Studio, the South Studio, and the apartment. The North Studio was the larger studio and was located on the 2nd floor. It was designed for live band recordings and groups renting studio space. The South Studio was where he set up his personal office. It was also on the 2nd floor. His computer and beat-making equipment lived there, along with microphones, a black couch, and an ugly rug. "You want to hear what I've been working on?" Wolf rumbled, flicking on the light to the South Studio and leading his best friend, Zoe King, inside. "Sure. Just the beat, or you have some words to go with it?" "No words yet. I was thinking about a collaboration with you. I do the sounds and you do the words. Something a little different." He sank into his rolling office chair, propping his feet on his desk, while Zoe draped herself over the couch. "What kind of feel?" "Smoky sexy. Like you want to light up and get it on at the same time." "All right. I can dig it." Chuckling, Zoe raked her fingers through her short platinum blonde hair and hung her delicate hands over the arm of the couch. Wolf booted up his computer, and after a series of key pressing and switch flicking, the monitoring system, complete with several individual speakers and 2 pairs of larger speakers on either corner of his desk, the system played his newest song. His full lips mimicked the tune, moving over silent sounds as his head bobbed back and forth, long hair rippling with his movement, each twitch sending waves down to the tips of each strand. When the song started, he couldn't resist making preliminary changes, adjusting the layers of the instruments, making some tones softer while bringing out others. However, as the song continued, he abandoned his obsessive editing and enjoyed the sound, closing his eyes and drumming his fingers on the desk. "Love it," Zoe nodded. "Are you trying to make an album out of this idea?" "Sure." Wolf turned the music off and poked around his computer, opening an internet browser and idly checking his social media accounts. "Do you have a topic in mind?" "Kind of. I've been thinking about relationships a lot." "You mean your lack of one?" "I guess. I mean the dynamic. The feelings you get when you're with another person. Meeting, being together, ending it. The whole process of emotions people go through, and how the other person never leaves your world. It doesn't have to be a romantic thing. It doesn't have to be, but it could be, Mr. Chronically Single. I'm married to my career." Wolf smirked, pressing his lips to a plain black ring on his finger. "Funny. So, what are your plans for the weekend? Still don't want to hit up the party with me?" "No's coming over in a little while. He said he has to talk to me about something or another. Then I have bands with scheduled studio time tomorrow. Easy work, I'm only engineering what they want. It'll probably be terrible." "Noah? Can I stay?" "He's cute. He's my producer manager. He's off limits unless you want to complicate things more than necessary." "Nope. I want to see him with his shirt off though." Zoe's thin lips spread into a grin. "Right. Not going to happen." "So party?" "The yacht party thing?" "No, not my scene." Not mine either, but you have to be seen around to keep your name out there and stay relevant. Yeah, thanks. I hate going to those parties and pretending to be into fancy drinks and their lame mainstream music. Collaborating with pop stars isn't my idea of a good time. Yes, but if you do a few collaborations, it can stir up more excitement for new projects and ongoing work. I know. And you could possibly get laid. Zoe picked at her nails, staring down the bridge of her nose, before cutting her silver eyes to Wolf with a mischievous glint. Right, because I'm interested in fucking social climbers. Easy pickings. Think on the bright side. Zoe stretched. Play the track again, let's work. Shaking his head, Wolf restarted the tune, playing it through on a loop as Zoe hummed along. She created lyrics piece by piece, cooing and popping words in here and there. While they hung out, she developed a smooth chorus. She swayed her hips to the tune and her added lyrics until her voice rasped and she called for a break, gulping room temperature water down her throat. Wolf golf clapped. Brava, he teased. Next time I'll write down my thoughts while I make the beat. You can use them as a jumping-off point if nothing else. Zoe bowed. Thank you. Musical genius right here. She pointed at herself, spun on her heels, and tramped out of the studio down to the first-floor apartment. Spinning on the staircase rail, she made her way through the living room into the kitchen. Wolf followed her, sitting on the counter as they split leftover pepperoni pizza and clear lemon-lime soda. So, what's been going on with you? Nothing much. I'm still laying low with the chick I'm dating. She doesn't want to be in the spotlight, and it's okay. I don't want to be public with the relationship either. Oh, Zoe snapped her fingers, I'm doing a duet with a country music singer. I was contacted by his manager. And this small LGBTQ company wants me to model for them. They like promoting gay celebrities, of course. Lesbian. I'll punch you, Zoe warned. Lesbian. Wolf repeated before hopping off the counter and racing out of the kitchen, tossing his pizza crust into the box on the way. Zoe threw her pizza down, catapulting herself from her seated position, and chased him. She tackled him into the couch, knee to his chest and grabbing his wrists. He fought against her with a grin painted on his face, kicking his legs and twisting his body. He flailed until he was pinned. What did you call me? Les. Wolf struggled against her, yanking at his arms. Zoe growled. Her grip tightened on his slender wrists. A gay female, Wolf panted, arching under her before they both erupted in laughter. You're an ass. Zoe flopped down backwards, and the word lesbian is for dudes fetishizing the idea of women being together. Plus, I'm more or less bisexual, but I'm very rarely interested in men. Ha, Wolf grunted. A knock at the door blocked them from starting an in-depth conversation, and Wolf scrambled to his feet. He glided to the door, hair effortlessly falling back in place, draping over his broad shoulders and pooling in the center of his back. Relaxed eyebrows and parted lips changed to a hardened expression and neutral frown as he opened the door. Noah. Wolf, hey. Just got back from the meeting I told you about. Noah let himself in, stepping past Wolf's slender form into the living room. Hey, Zoe. Hi. Zoe waved. I'm going to go up to the studio. Yeah. Wolf waved Zoe off as she ascended the stairs and turned his attention back to Noah. What meeting? I met with Miguel Costa's manager today. I thought I told you. No, Wolf's voice crunched like gravel under a shoe. I suppose you forgot. Well, doing damage control over the last guy you punched has kept me busy. You've got to stop punching people. It's seriously no way to solve problems, dude. Noah slapped Wolf's shoulder. Right. What happened during the meeting? Wolf chose his words carefully, placing them in order in his mind before opening his lips to speak, allowing silences to unravel during their conversation. It was an economy of words. A tight one. Well, as you know, he's starring in a new movie coming out this winter. Didn't know. Don't care. Noah restarted his explanation. He's starring in a new movie coming out in about 10 months. Action flick. He's not a big-name guy, so his manager was trying to think of ways to shoot him into the spotlight. This involves me how? Wolf folded his arms across his lean chest. You're going to date him. No. Yes. I told her you would. It's good for him, and he'll clean up your image a little bit. Smooth out some of those rough edges. No. Look. No. No, seriously. You pay me to help your career. I'm helping your career. It's an 8-month gig. He's cute, he's sweet. Your next album is supposedly about relationships. Everyone will eat it up. Wolf sucked in a breath, held it, then exhaled in a growl. Fine. Excellent. You meet him tonight. Change clothes. No. I'm going in this. Black shirt, black jeans, black hair. Exciting. You look like a gothic rave kid. Well, Wolf's eyes widened. Change the shirt, keep the skinny jeans. No heavy eye makeup and no dead bodies. You hired me to manage. I'm managing. Go get ready. I've got a driver coming for you in a few hours to take you straight there. Look up Miguel Costa, so you don't stand there like an idiot when he approaches you. Whatever, Wolf snorted. Anything else? You're going to put on the makeup, aren't you? Yeah. Nope, nothing else. Please be there and please be nice. Who knows, you might actually like him. Probably not. True, what was I thinking? You have a friend besides Zoe. Crazy, Noah chuckled. I'll be at the party. If you're not there, I'll come by to drag you there myself. After his warning, he clapped Wolf on the shoulder again and exited his place, closing the door behind him and leaving Wolf to his own devices. Wolf paced the living room before taking the stairs 2 at a time up to the second floor, peeking in the north studio and stepping inside the south studio. Zoe's sultry voice played over his beat, and she hugged the microphone. Pale hands latched onto the stand, she rose one shoulder as she danced to the beat, accenting her sensuous words with a confident sway of her hips. When she saw Wolf, a smile lit up her face and she loped over to him. How'd the talk go? Her thumbs hooked in her worn jeans. I'm dating Miguel Costa. Wait, what? The action movie star? He's not your type. I mean, I assume he's not your type. Noah set it up with his manager. Cross-promotion, basically. Interesting. Is he your type? Not particularly. Do you actually have a type? Not particularly, Wolf repeated himself, hands wiggling into his pockets. And, I'm going to the party tonight. Ha. What are you wearing? This. And makeup. At least change to a different shirt. You look like you're smuggling in the drugs. Okay. He said a car will be around in a few hours to pick us up. Do you know anything about Miguel Costa? Of course. He plays in a lot of action movies, Spanish and Portuguese usually. He's big in Brazil. The movie he's working on now, Forever Furious, is his first big-time movie. What else? He's openly gay and is an LGBTQ public figure. He does a lot of charity work and donates a lot of his earnings to LGBTQ youth organizations. Figures. Anything dirty about him? Actually, no, not really. Then why did his manager want me to be his fake boyfriend? Well, the pickings are slim when it comes to openly LGBTQ people, and you're more famous than him. And who doesn't like a bad boy? It would be the ultimate fantasy. I'm not a bad boy. You punched paparazzi last week. A few weeks before, you broke someone's camera. Then there was the time someone called you an American Indian. Zoe shrugged. Well, he was in my face. The camera was in my face. And I'm not an American Indian. I'm native. The world knows. Anyway, people like a bad boy who's good to his partner. Like if you went with him to volunteer somewhere, people would eat it up. Or, if they were able to think your songs were about Miguel. Yeah. Okay, fine. Let's get ready. Sure thing. Can I ask a straight people question and you not get angry? Zoe bit her bottom lip, searching the room as her eyes worked their way back to Wolf. He studied her, brooding. My preference is being on top. Yep. I was wondering. Zoe's cheeks bloomed with color and she glanced at the floor, studying the wood laminate planks. You're picturing it. We're friends, please stop. This is already awkward enough without you being weird. Shit. What does he look like? Brazilian. Bronze. Buff. He's two of you, maybe 1.5. If you're a soccer player type, he looks like he belongs on a football team somewhere. Huh? Wolf stared at the wall for a few lingering seconds before shivering. Come on. Help me pick out a shirt. Wolf turned the light off in the studio, and they both went from the second floor back down to the first and into his bedroom. Zoe reclined on the bed as they went through his closet. The nope pile grew faster than the maybe pile, and when they'd gone through all of his non-black shirts, he set to trying the potentials on. The final consensus was a burgundy button-down tailored to his body, sides curving over sharp hip bones and tails swooping lower. He rolled the sleeves up and rotated his arms while looking in the mirror. You look good. It's constricting, he grumbled, and I look straight-laced. No, you don't. You look like a bad boy in a button-down. Zoe rolled her eyes as Wolf continued critiquing the outfit in the mirror. He tugged his skinny black jeans down lower, exposing a sliver of rich brown skin over a sliver of fitted briefs. They spent the rest of the time applying makeup. Zoe applied a full face of makeup, complete with a contoured nose, highlights, fake lashes and eyeshadow, while Wolf kept it simple, sticking to a little eyeliner and a swipe of mascara. Do you mind if I cut this shirt up? It would make a really cute crop top. Zoe held up a faded band t-shirt, placing it over her boyish chest. It's fine. Go for it. Or should I cut it on the back for a peek of skin? The second would look better, Wolf concluded, kissing Zoe's cheek. She cut stripes in his shirt, he added jewelry to his outfit, and they raided his refrigerator again before the driver pulled up to his property. The driver rang his phone and within minutes, Zoe was pushing Wolf into the limousine. Wolf collapsed into the vehicle, scooting across the seat and glaring at his friend. They rode in silence for the first half of the trip, Wolf staring outside and Zoe text messaging on her phone, legs crossed and oversized shoes dangling waiting her feet. Hey dork. Are you getting nervous about meeting Miguel? No, Wolf replied automatically. A little. Fake dating is weird. You've never done it before, so how would you even know? Fake dating seems like it's going to be weird. Better. Yep. Zoe bounced in her seat. I'm so excited you're coming though. The paparazzi will be all over you. I can see headlines now, reclusive song producer steps outside. Except better since I'm not a journalist. You're excited for the headlines? Honey, people worship you. You could kick a rock and everyone would be all over it. Plus, I like when you come out with me. It happens so rarely because you're the ultimate introvert. People ask about you all the time. And what do you say? I say you're home working or hanging out and it's not your scene. I don't see why everyone likes being on 3-story boats hovering over water. Plus, you see the same people all the time, why keep coming? Socialization. Connections. Friends. Getting out of the house. Yeah, okay. Wolf twisted the plain ring on his finger with his thumb, sighing as the limousine slowed in front of the huge yacht. A mix of people littered the area, some famous people, some hoping to see famous people, some still climbing the ladder. Wolf ducked his head as he stepped out and strode around to the other side, opening the door for Zoe as paparazzi snapped picture after picture. She linked arms with him, leaning in. I thought you'd forgotten how to do this, Zoe chuckled, a quirky grin playing on her face. Impossible. He stood statuesque beside her while she chatted with the people hovering at the entrance, answering questions about her ensemble and rumors of who she was dating. She denied dating Wolf for the 67th time and rubbed the bridge of her freckled nose when they asked for a name. Zoe weaseled away from the crowd, guiding Wolf onto the yacht before letting him go. Her arm uncoiled, and she squeezed the rolled-up sleeves of Wolf's shirt. "Stay out of trouble, call me if you need anything, and for God's sake make friends," Zoe begged. She kissed his cheek and flounced into the crowd, her home-altered shirt billowing behind her. Left alone, Wolf peered around, sidestepping when laughing couples passed him and muttering as he moved deeper into the yacht. He circled the lower level, grabbing a deep red drink from a serving platter. Downing it like a shot, he thumbed the empty flute in his slender fingers. "Hey Wolf, right?" A man wearing an oversized leather jacket strolled up to the long-haired man, slipping his hands in his tight blue jean pockets and pushing his shoulders to his ears. "Yeah. I'm Jerry from A Dozen Hummingbirds. We've got studio time with you tomorrow?" Jerry extended his hand to Wolf, firm pectorals moving under his thin shirt. Wolf shook his hand. "Drummer, right?" "Yep. I can't wait to be in the studio tomorrow. We've been saving up for time for a while now, really trying to work out the best song to record. But seriously, don't want to talk about work until tomorrow." In a neutral gesture, Jerry held his hands up and chuckled. His bushy eyebrows relaxed on his oval face. "I'm shocked to even see you here." Wolf tipped his head. "Not really my scene, but I came with Zoe." "Ah, right. Zoe. If these parties aren't your scene, what do you like doing in your free time?" Wolf locked eyes with Jerry. "Don't have a lot of free time," he admitted. The hairs on his neck bristled. "Sure, and I imagine you like what you do enough to where it doesn't matter." "I guess." Wolf's lips twitched and his temperature crawled up. "I tend to sit around and practice my craft, but I really wish I had time for snowboarding or some other extreme adrenaline sport, you know." Wolf's brain shut down, Jerry's voice registering as a distant background noise. Jerry listed all the extreme sports he wanted to try, including but not limited to skiing, water skiing, skydiving, and deep-sea diving. Wolf gulped air over a reply before clearing his throat and ducking his head. "I'm looking for someone. So, I'll see you tomorrow," Wolf managed, voice particularly gruff as he looked over Jerry's head and around the room. "No problem, man. I'll see ya. Stay safe tonight." "You too." Wolf pursed his lips in a smirk as Jerry continued on his way. His dark eyes scanned the faces of the people present, most people meeting his gaze with clear recognition and faint smiles. With a wince, he moved to the second floor, strolling by people and finding his place behind the DJ stand. Chapter 2. Dude. You can't eat whatever you want all day and keep looking like you do. Logan Clark sighed, commandeering a bowl of cheesy avocado dip from Miguel Costa's reach. He placed it closer to his side of the outdoor eatery table. "One more chip," Miguel pouted, turning warm brown eyes to Logan as he snagged another. "This is the best avocado dip in the city, and I had to walk nearly an hour from my place to get here. You can't take it away. Except I'm supposed to keep you action movie ready, which means stay on a diet and stay at the gym. Not one or the other. I'm a growing boy, I need to eat. Plus, we ran extra laps today." With a sage nod, Miguel took the avocado dip and continued nibbling, despite growing whispers as other patrons noticed them. One girl tugged her mother's sleeve, begging the older woman to look Miguel's way. An older woman murmured Spanish praises within earshot, smoothing her collar when she strutted past Miguel. Miguel ignored her, keeping his attention focused on his personal trainer and best friend. "Because of what all you ate yesterday, if you don't remember." "Ah, right. Tomorrow we can run extra for today." "Sure. Have you studied your lines at all?" "I glanced at them, but haven't really gotten into it. I was going to take some time today to read it more thoroughly and get into the character's head." "Good idea. It's different for you. You're used to the telenovela type, and this is supposed to be pure action and raw masculinity." "I know. I have to pull off having a female love interest." "Ouch. How's it going to work?" "I'm going to picture a really hot guy instead and think about him whenever I have to do the romantic scenes and the chemistry." Logan paused, pursing his lips together, then twitched his shoulders up in a quick gesture. Yeah. Okay, well, good you got it figured out. What guy? I don't know. Miguel sucked his bottom lip, eyes sparkling again. Have you heard of Wolf? The producer. Had the one album with just beats and no words. It was a good album. It had no words. And it was a good album. Anyway, he's cute. Really cute. And he has a smooth voice even when he's talking. I'll picture him when you run lines with me. Ouch. Yeah, I see how it is. You're straight and we've been friends since childhood. It's awkward. Like, I remember the time you got your penis stuck in the shampoo bottle because you said it felt good. Come on, you promised never to bring it up. I was 8. Miguel rose his eyebrows. I didn't get my penis stuck in anything. No, but you kept putting your fingers in your butt. Miguel scoffed, tossing a chip at Logan. Ha. Now I know how to stop you from eating. You still do it? Fingers in the butt. Miguel froze, ears prickling with warmth. How many? 2. 3. Okay. Miguel tossed more chips at Logan before giving up and pushing the dip away. Fine. I'll stay action movie ready. Perfect, but we're still running extra tomorrow. Calories in, calories out. Sure thing. You dismiss it now, but tomorrow you'll be eating donuts again. Logan wagged a finger at Miguel, a soft smile snaking across his face. So, you're crushing on the producer guy. Not crushing, we're not 12 years old. He's attractive, and has the broody mysterious bad boy thing going on. You are still proving my point. I'm not 12, and I'm taking a break from dating other people. I'm dating myself for a while. Let's walk back to the apartment, we can go through some of the script as we walk. Sure. When does the film start shooting? In a month, finally. They had to recast the leading female. First it was Allie Hudson, but she had to go to rehab for drinking and drugs, so they cast Yvonne Gray instead. I heard she's a great actress but terrible to work with. And you have to be in love with her. This is why I stick to personal training. Well, also, you can't act to save your life. You run lines with no flavor at all. Miguel's phone buzzed in his pocket. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Standing, Miguel walked away from the table and put his phone to his ear after checking the screen. Hey Sophia, what's going on? Where are you right now? She huffed. The sound of the city added a backdrop to her words. I'm at Guacia. The downtown location. Again. Yes. I like their cheesy avocado dip, Miguel chuckled. What's going on? A few things. I want to confirm your plans for next week. You're still modeling in the Aiden Edwards Fashion Cares show next weekend, correct? I thought so. Why? Confirming. And you are going to the event this evening, Eli Berkeley Lockwood's yacht party? Planned on it, yep. Good. Meet me back at your place, we need to discuss the event this evening. Sophia ended the call. Bye, Miguel muttered, a smile touching his lips as he moved back to Logan. What's the dragon lady want? Impromptu meeting at my place. We better get moving before she eats you alive for keeping me out and feeding me junk food. You ate it on your own. Are we still walking? Jogging now. Unless you want to explain why I was late to the meeting. Miguel disposed of his food waste and stretched his quadriceps, hamstrings and calves before bouncing from foot to foot, warming up his heart too. Logan did the same, performing a series of different stretches while Miguel bounced around him. They arrived at Miguel's place in 20 minutes, chests heaving as the elevator carried them to the second floor. When Miguel entered his apartment, Sophia looked up from her spot on the couch. Finally. What took so long? She scowled, sculpted eyebrows scrunching over her eyes. We ran back. Miguel peeled off his sweaty shirt, drying his sticky skin with it. Hey Sophia. Excuse me. Logan nodded to Sophia and inched towards the bedrooms, disappearing into Miguel's room. Well, good. You need to stop eating at the guacamole place, anyway. Aren't avocados fattening? No, I think they're classified as healthy fat. Anyway, what's going on? Sit, please. Sophia motioned to a seat beside her and sat back, crossing her legs and taking a sip of steaming dark brewed coffee. I met with Noah Hall this morning. I don't think I know Noah Hall. Noah Hall is Wolf's manager. Why'd you meet with him? Because, she sipped her coffee and placed the plastic to-go mug down on Miguel's glass table after a lazy search for a coaster. You're going to date him until your movie releases, so for about a year. I don't care who you're really dating, but you two are going to make it look believable. What? You're kidding. Why? Whose idea was this? It was my idea originally, and I did research. He's working on a new studio album scheduled to release around the same time your movie comes out. I guess. Miguel turned away from Sophia, picking the underside of his nails. You don't like him? I don't know him, I just... You can secretly date anyone you want. In public, you're dating him. Since you're openly gay, it's a little difficult to find potential people for you to strategically date. It would be easier for you to date your co-star, but this needs to be realistic. Right. I know. Miguel bit his bottom lip, glancing down at his tennis shoes. He's one of the only, perhaps the only gay male celebrity more famous than you. What does this relationship do for him? Well, he has a reputation of being difficult to work with, she sucked her teeth. And he can benefit from your positivity. My positivity. Your charity work, your reputation. He needs your reputation and you need his fame. I see. He agreed? To do this? It's not really for him to agree to. Noah agreed. It's happening and you're meeting him at the yacht party tonight. Well. Okay. Miguel lifted his eyebrows when Logan strolled back into the living room, shirtless and toweling his mop of brown hair. He paused at Miguel's look, cutting his eyes to Sophia, who pleasantly sipped her coffee. You lost your shirt, Logan? No, I showered. It's good to see you again, Sophia. You're always charming. She chuckled, indeed. What I miss. Miguel is celebrity dating Wolf. Oh yeah. Logan turned back to Miguel, corners of his lips curving down as he fought a grin. His hazel eyes sparkled. Interesting. You know Miguel has a little crush on Wolf, eh? Oh, really? Sophia's pert lips creased in a tight smile. Don't catch feelings, this is a business deal, not a real relationship. I won't. I don't believe I'm his type, and I'm not interested in investing emotionally in a relationship. Good. You need to focus on your career, especially after that trashy ex-boyfriend of yours almost ruined it. This is why we don't date extras. Remember this. I know. I get it. Miguel sighed, raking his fingers through his dark curls. Shades of different emotions crossed his face, eyes sparking at the opportunity to meet one of his favorite musical artists. A tightness swelled in his chest, constricting his breathing. His heart turned over, and his mind entertained the concept of love. I should go get ready for the party tonight. You should, Sophia agreed. You have to make it seem believable. You do know how to talk to men, yes? I what? Yes. I know how to talk to men. To flirt with men? Are you going to give me pointers? Miguel prowled around his living room, picking up his sweaty shirt and tossing it in the laundry room before fishing out clothes for the evening. Wait, how should I dress? No suit. Casual. Collared shirt and jeans. T-shirt and pants. Either one will do. He's getting nervous, Logan muttered, standing next to the couch. I know. Sophia leaned towards Logan, stage whispering. He could screw this up, you know. No, doubtful. He's cute. Maybe Wolf will like the shy thing. Guys. Miguel glared at them, exasperated. Please. He held up two outfits, one with coral slacks and a plain gray muscle-defining t-shirt, and the other with a teal collared shirt and jeans. Jeans, Logan suggested. The slacks. Sophia rolled her eyes. Pick the slacks, they make your ass look nice. Because it doesn't already. And now we're discussing my ass. Again. Miguel sighed. I'm going with the slacks because I like the shirt. Good, Sophia nodded. You need to take a picture of your outfit for your followers on your social platforms. Of course. I'll take something at the party, it's fine. Miguel dressed in his bedroom after a shower, washing away the sweat from his skin. His shower clock reminded him of the passing time in a stoic voice, but he stayed in the shower until the water ran cold and the front door opened and closed. He dressed methodologically, leaving his thick curly hair wild around his temples and licking at his neck, pulling the fitted t-shirt on his body. He tucked the front corner of his t-shirt into his festive slacks and slipped his feet into flat, stylish wingtips. Are you ready? Sophia had pulled a laptop, a mouse, and a portable desk from her leather bag and turned Miguel's coffee table into a workstation. Logan left to get dressed. He said he'll meet you there. Yes. I'm ready. Would you like your stats for the day? I'm not a business, you know. Miguel chuckled, peeking over Sophia's shoulder. Oh, but you are. You have roughly 1,000 new followers on your biggest platform, and around 500 for the others. How would you feel about doing an Ask Me Anything on your website where your fans can ask you questions and you answer them? They can ask anything they want. He winced, wrinkles sprouting between his eyebrows. Yes, but you don't have to answer everything. Are other celebrities doing this? They are. Oh. You could do one with Wolf? I don't know. Maybe after we've been fake dating for a while, then I can bring it up to him. If you could get him to do it, I would eat my socks. Bet, Miguel chuckled. You're on then. Sophia patted Miguel's shoulder. You understand I am doing the best I can for your career, while staying true to who you are, right? I understand, and I appreciate it. Miguel kissed Sophia's cheek. All right, I'll talk to you later. Time to socialize all night. He grabbed last-minute items, his wallet, his cell phone and keys, before stepping out the door. Jogging down the stairs, he met his driver at the front entrance of his apartment, and spent the entire drive taking pictures for social media. He held the camera slightly above his head and snapped several pictures of him making silly faces, a few more editorial shots, and a handful of sexier photos. Expert fingers edited the photos, making his jawline more prominent, brightening the light in his eyes, and he stashed them in a folder for posting later. When he arrived at the yacht party, his driver deposited him as close to the boat as possible without running into trouble with other stretched limousines in the congested area. Miguel walked to the boat, pausing to satisfy the paparazzi and professional cameramen, but ignoring prompts for more pictures and different angles. He boarded the crowded yacht, jogging up the white metal staircase onto the ground level. The extensive first level contained a lounge area, rustic wooden tables surrounded by celebrities sitting in white couches and chairs. Celebrities formed cliques. Pop stars sat with other pop stars while artists chatted somewhere else. The people famous for money or parents floated between groups. When they were actors, their arms curled around reluctant co-stars. When they attempted a music career, their friend group morphed to a whole new collection of people save for a few crossovers. Miguel was a crossover. Several different people greeted him as he drifted through the different social groups, popular with celebrities despite not yet being a household name. Miggy bitch. A man called from behind him, excitement in his voice. Hey Aiden. You know how I feel about being called a bitch. Bitch. The blonde-haired man drawled it out, blue eyes sparkling over a flute of wine. You have to come for your fitting next week. I have the perfect outfits for you. Are your measurements still the same? Yes. They're still the same. Maybe a little smaller since I'm on a tight diet for my latest movie. Right. You're going to look superb. Nothing too revealing, right? Of course not. Honey, who do you think I am, really? Aiden rolled his eyes, glancing at the sky and then to the left side before back at Miguel. He feigned innocence. A person who designed a whole lingerie collection for gay men. Ah. I did, didn't I? After a dazzling smile, Aiden became more serious. This show means a lot to me, to everyone, you know? I do. I love it. Every year we raise more money for the Tyler Brooks House, and for people who are dealing with HIV and AIDS. I love being able to see the faces of the people the money helps. Miguel's smile softened, brown eyes shifting from playful to contemplative. Me too. A lot of people don't know how helpful it is to have an organization you can turn to, for something as simple as a non-judgmental bed to sleep in and a warm breakfast in the morning. I'll do anything in my power to keep the organization going. Oh, Aiden, you're getting deep at a yacht party. Miguel winked. How's your husband? Oh, he's at home reading, as always. I tried to get him to come. I promised him food, but he didn't go for it. Ah. He's adorable. It's nice to see a man let his partner have a life without him, and trust him at the same time. True, and trust is a two-way street. I have to trust him not to invite some other man over while I'm out socializing, and he has to trust me not to get lost in the back rooms of a party. Trust does make the world go round. To be honest, I couldn't imagine bothering to be with someone else. Jasper's great. I sound lame saying it aloud, but he is. Aiden blew out his breath, a shy smile flickering on his face. I'm sorry. I know how it is to gush about your husband when your friend is in between men. Oh no. It's okay. It's inspiring to hear someone else's happy ending. Ah, right. I forgot you're perfect. Hey, listen. I still need a few models. If you can think of anyone else who'd like to participate, hit me up. Aiden squeezed Miguel's shoulder. And steer clear of the snacks. A minute at the lips. Forever on the hips, I know. Miguel shook his head, flashing an easy smile as Aiden walked away. Once alone again, Miguel knit his eyebrows together, scanning the area. Now, if I were a musical genius, where would I be? He murmured, words barely audible over the blaring music and rumble of voices. After taking an offered drink, he worked his way through the crowd, doing one circle around the lower deck before ascending the narrow staircase to the second floor. The second floor had louder music and dancing people housed in a covered room. The balcony surrounding the room was quieter. He tarried outside, peering into the water as his stomach turned over and his heart stuttered. Miguel, a shorter man, came up beside him, leaning against the railing on the balcony. Oh, hey, Eli. Miguel's lips spread into a smile as the bird-chested man relaxed beside him. Nice party. Thanks. Eli Berkeley Lockwood was rich and famous for being rich. His parents found themselves in the middle of scandal after scandal, but he'd married into the Lockwood family some years ago. He went from being the local celebrity drunk to co-owning a series of hotel and spa resorts. So how are you? Me. Fine. Filming starts next week and I'm ready to get started so I can get off this diet. Movie stars have it hard. Losing and gaining weight for different roles sounds so physically taxing. Not to mention the potentially long hours on set, memorizing lines and dealing with co-stars. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, let alone decipher what my character would have. True. I had French toast with powdered sugar and fruit this morning. My character probably would have had an egg smoothie and hit the gym. You egg smoothie? Eli smacked his lips together, tongue rolling over them, displaying his distaste at the concept. It boosts your intake of vitamins and minerals, apparently. I wouldn't know, I've never tried it. Good. Very good. Are you still coming to the Sunshine Kids Dyslexic Foundation annual connection next month? Because if so, I have a favor to ask you. I am, of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. What's your favor? I need someone else to speak about the topic. I'm down one speaker because his wife was diagnosed with advanced breast cancer. Ah. But I do not have dyslexia. Then, why are you an advocate? Can you ask someone why they advocate for something? Miguel exhaled in a shaky laugh, lifting his drink to cover his nervous features. Well, my sister. Miguel sipped his drink as he mulled over his words. She was dyslexic. Awesome. You can talk about being an outside observer. Yeah, I could. Miguel chewed his bottom lip, wiping sweaty palms down his slacks. It was difficult, because we were punished for doing badly in school. As you know, it can take years to discover someone has dyslexia. We thought she was stupid, my other siblings and me. And we made fun of her. Eli nodded. It's interesting, though. It's something most people don't think about. I want you to speak at the conference. Eli touched Miguel's broad shoulder, squeezing it in his small hands. I will, Miguel murmured, squinting into the distance before releasing pent-up energy, shaking his hands at the wrist and exhaling in a long sigh. Great. Eli beamed. Anything new going on with you? Not really. But, the shorter man puffed up his chest. We have an unexpected attendant this evening. What? Wolf is here. You know, the music producer? What? He is? He never goes anywhere. I know. He's elusive and so sexy. He is, yes. Miguel shivered. And a musical genius. His music. It's so moving. Without words he manages to put in so much passion. True. Miguel's tight features dissolved into an easy expression, eyebrows and lips relaxing on his face. His eyes lightened, the whites of his eyes cradled warm brown irises as he focused on the horizon line in the distance. He chewed his bottom lip. And when he sings, the sound goes straight to your bones, vibrating them. Aha. Sounds like someone's got an obsession. I don't. He's talented. Miguel swallowed around a newly formed knot in his throat. Well, do you want to meet him? He's right over there. Eli tipped his head towards the DJ stand, touching Miguel's shoulder and guiding him in the right direction. Miguel looked through the windows to the party room on the second floor. His eyes danced from person to person as he searched for Wolf. Oh, Miguel murmured. The DJ station. Miguel tilted his head, studying the short-haired female first. She giggled, a smile illuminating her face as she chatted with a bald man with headphones dangling from his neck. He devoted his attention to her, watching her lips move and her hands flail as they managed a conversation over the blaring electronic tunes. They were off to the side of the stand with a long-haired man holding down the fort. Wolf, the long-haired man, hunched over the stand, and he weaved from one side to the other as he handled every part of the station. Slender fingers hovered over the keys, a pianist making music with new technology. Wolf was in his element, lost to the rest of the world. The songs faded into each other, one smooth beat gliding into the next. When he found a break, he gulped bottled water on the stand next to him, hair rippling as he tilted his head back. Want me to introduce you? Eli suggested, voice cutting through Miguel's daze. Miguel stammered as Wolf peered around the room, pausing with his face turned in Miguel's direction. The atmosphere between them obscured facial expressions, but he felt dark eyes on him. Miguel's heart pounded in his chest, slamming against his ribcage when Wolf continued to look in his direction. His palms moistened again, and he rubbed them together as he tore his eyes away from the elusive creature at the DJ stand. As Wolf's gaze lingered, burning into the side of Miguel's face, his jaw tightened and his face warmed a few degrees. Come on. I'll introduce you. Eli linked arms with Miguel. I don't know. What do you not know about? Are you getting shy on me? You're an actor, you go to live auditions, you've been in fashion shows wearing next to nothing, and you're nervous about talking to this guy. It's different. Sexy, brooding musicians are people too, Miguel. I know. And he's alone. Well, he's with Zoe, who's his best friend. Zoe King. He collaborates with her all the time. Yeah, Zoe King. Eli confirmed, tugging Miguel into the room and following the wall. Miguel avoided looking back at the station, keeping his eyes forward, especially when he could feel Wolf's hard gaze on his skin. Aren't they working on some big project? He played a few tracks from it earlier. Zoe mostly hummed along. Yes, a new album with her recording words to his tunes. I read it on his website. He had an excerpt of one of the tunes available. Okay, really? You read it on his website? I'm going to introduce you, and you better not say you read anything on his website. In fact, act like you've never been to it and let him talk about what he does on his own. Eli warned as they approached the DJ stand. Wolf glanced up through long dark eyelashes, stretched lips curving in a faint cat-like smirk. Wolf. This is my friend Miguel. He's starring in an upcoming movie. Miguel, this is Wolf. He's a music producer. Ah. Hi. Miguel's eyes grew round, whites completely surrounding the irises, as Wolf peered at him and went back down to his work. He edited one of the 20 sliding knobs and flicked a switch. Minutes dragged by as the two men stood there, and Wolf kept playing on the DJ station. He ignored them, and Miguel watched him ignore them. Miguel's eyes raked the room to give him a break from Wolf, but when they returned to the other man's slender form, he drank him in. Starting at his toes, Miguel combed over Wolf's form, memorizing the line of Wolf's tight jeans, the cut of his button-down shirt, and the sliver of tan skin peeking out over the shirt's sharp curve. Miguel wet his lips as he continued up, spying the outline of lean muscles underneath, up his corded neck to his pointed jawline and high cheekbones. Kissable, stretched lips and long eyelashes fanning Wolf's cheeks made Miguel's pulse accelerate, and he looked away again. Air sailed into his lungs, and he held it there, forcing his heart to be strategic with limited oxygen. Miguel? The action movie, right? Wolf rumbled. Why yeah, the action movie. Miguel's cheeks blazed with a stripe of red as he set his attention back on Wolf, who had stopped manning the DJ station. Wolf stepped around the table, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops and pausing in front of Miguel. He towered a few precious inches over the actor. Cool. Tell me about being a music producer. Miguel spoke over his own pounding heart and moist palms, shoulders shrugging up around his ears before he rolled them and stretched his thick neck. Eli flattened his lips as he watched the two, stepping away from them as Wolf approached. He turned his face as charcoal eyes glistened, delight making them bright. What do you want to know? Wolf's neck stayed proper on his shoulders, regal and dripping with confidence. How'd you get into it? Miguel offered a smile. No, Wolf growled, and Miguel's little smile faded. Ask me something else. Okay. Miguel closed his eyes, concentrating on the music, pacing his sporadic heart to it before opening his eyes again. Wolf's position hadn't changed. How many days in a row have you worn those pants? His voice sounded foreign, like he was playing the part of someone funny and charming. These 3. Maybe 4. Thick eyebrows quirked as Wolf looked from Miguel to his pants and back up. How did you know? You look the type. Miguel smiled again. This time Wolf mirrored him, a genuine smile creeping to his lips. I see, Wolf replied. And you? Fresh from the dryer. Words came easier as they continued, once Wolf's hard exterior cracked, showing a little peak of softness. I like them though. Your pants. They're very well made. Miguel grinned more. Thank you. Wolf's features colored in confusion before the flirting dawned on him, and tan cheeks turned rosy. You're welcome. We could go somewhere a little quieter to talk. Maybe on the balcony. Is it called balcony? The outside area? I don't know. Wolf touched the middle of Miguel's back, hand pressing his shirt to his skin, and he walked towards the exit. While Eli had taken the scenic route through the room, Wolf traveled a direct path to the door, cutting through the crowd. Giddy, Miguel followed, coming up beside him at the guardrail. Wolf tucked his hair behind his ears and curled his fingers around the railing as he looked back at Miguel. The silence stretched between them again, Wolf watching Miguel and Miguel waiting for Wolf to speak. They stayed in a comfortable silence, and Miguel drowned in the details of Wolf's face, his soft touchable skin, the baby hairs sprouting at his hairline not yet in place with the longer strands. Stray hairs trailed along Wolf's face, curling around his neck. Miguel fought his urge to sweep his fingers through Wolf's hair, to brush the thick locks from touching his swollen lips. "What made you come out tonight?" "You know the answer." Wolf glanced at him out the corners of his black-rimmed eyes. "I do. I guess we should address the elephant then." "If you want." "This wasn't my idea. I had no idea it was happening until my manager told me a few hours ago, but I've kind of been a fan of yours." Miguel's features wrinkled again, forehead showing signs of stress and cheeks dimpling as muscles pulled his lips down. "Of my music?" "Yes. Your album Bones was beautiful. The way your mind creates the sounds is amazing to me." "Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm making this weird. Eli told me not to mention it, but I wanted you to know I knew who you were before this, even if I didn't set this up." "It's fine." "Is it awkward?" "No. As long as you're not upset I didn't know you." "No. No, I mean this is my first major movie, so if you knew me, I'd be more surprised." "Fair. Zoe knew you, but she likes soap operas." "Figures," Miguel snickered. "But you don't?" "No. Don't watch television." "Me neither, actually. I prefer reading." "Me too. So can I ask the next obvious question?" Wolf nodded. "How'd you get the name Wolf?" "I'm lanky with big hands and feet, and I can sneak up on people." "Oh, like a childhood name?" "Sort of." I like it. You are quiet and watchful, but I assume it adds to your music, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Wolf grunted. His brief words charmed Miguel. "Which is very personal." "Your music?" "Yeah," another grunt. "About relationships, usually?" Bones seemed like an ode to unrequited love. "Lost love, actually." "Lost love," Miguel mused. "It's an intriguing subject. Lost love as in you had it and then lost it, or lost as in you never quite achieved what you wanted. Oh, or missed opportunities. Had it, lost it. I know media makes us think it's about boyfriends and girlfriends, but was it? About a sexual relationship? No. My next album is. The one you're working with, Zoe? I heard the first single. What did you think?" "It was sexy. Her voice is beautiful, but I'd rather you sing. Your singing voice is so raw and passionate." "Thank you." "No problem. If I'm being honest, I'd love to hear the track Zoe recorded with you singing instead." "You may get a surprise then." "Oh. I can't wait," Miguel giggled before covering his mouth over the unexpected sound. "So, what kind of people are you attracted to?" "I don't know." Wolf puckered his lips, sucking the inside of his cheek, as he shifted from watching Miguel to watching the rippling sea water. "Men. Different from me, but with a brain in their head. With their own thing going on." "I see. Looks aren't important to you." "Looks are important to everyone, whether they admit it or not." "True. Initial attraction gets you through the door, and then the connection keeps you there." "Yeah." Wolf's voice was nothing more than a parting of his lips and a puff of air. Their dark eyes met when Wolf turned to him again. Miguel looked up. A shiver trickled down Miguel's spine. He charted the route to Wolf's lips. If he stood on his toes and rested one hand on Wolf's chest, he could reach the man's plump lips. He could cover Wolf's lips with his own, stir the suppressed passion between them into something explosive. He could inspire the beast brewing under rumbled words and watchful eyes. Miguel's lips trembled. How do we do this dating thing?" "You're doing fine. I've never, dated another celebrity." "You're fine," Wolf repeated. "Tell me about yourself." Okay. I like charity work. I have an HIV/AIDS charity thing next week, and next month, I'm speaking at a dyslexic convention for Eli." "Why? Why do I like charity work?" "I like giving back to the community. Especially being a person with a following, I am trying to make it cool to be an activist instead of cool to buy new shoes and clothes." "Why dyslexic?" "Oh. Well, Miguel tapped his fingers on the white metal railing. My sister was dyslexic. And Eli needs a replacement speaker. Are you going to the charity event? Wasn't planning on it. Oh. It's not for everyone, I guess. It's a fashion show. I know. Aiden Edwards. Right. Oh hey, you could model for him. He needs an extra couple of people. No. It's for awareness in the gay community. No. Will you come see me model? Maybe. I'll take it. So, I still have some people to run into at the party. I should let you get back to DJing. Sure. Wolf stepped closer as he pushed off the railing, turning his full attention to Miguel. Calculated movements brought Wolf's head down several degrees, tilting to the side on his journey to Miguel's cheek. His pillowy lips met Miguel's cheekbone. Electric shock started before they were skin to skin, and Wolf's chaste kiss glued Miguel's feet to the floor. His knees wobbled, his hands trembled, and he clutched the rail for support. Wolf retreated slowly, hovering over Miguel. Have a nice evening, the music producer rumbled, touching the small of Miguel's back as he moved away. You too. Have fun DJing. Miguel blinked, ears heating up as Wolf walked backwards into the room, turning on his heel once inside. Wolf's long hair billowed behind him like spilled black ink as he disappeared into the crowd. Alone, Miguel analyzed his surroundings before leaving his spot. Wolf resumed DJing like he never stopped, crouched over the complicated music-making device. His legs worked fine while Miguel still threatened to give out. Zoe glanced between the boys and smirked, pleased by what had transpired. When the feeling returned to his legs, Miguel circled the second floor, talking to hair and makeup artists engaged in various projects. He fell into their conversation with an easy smile on his lips. They discussed the newest foundation brands and new up-and-coming artists. A few lamented about difficult clients, wishing to practice more avant-garde makeup versus slapping concealer and perfectly matched foundation on every client. Having nothing to add, Miguel administered everyone in the group a hug and a platonic kiss before he moved on to the next group. He spent a little time surrounded by the celebrity visual artists. They were a strange sort because artists were lucky if they achieved commercial success while living. They didn't think of themselves as celebrities, despite having paparazzi following their every move and tabloids discussing their social lives. One artist begged Miguel to pose for her, and he reluctantly agreed. She was a photographer with lank blonde hair and a mousy expression, but she enjoyed the experimentation between erotica and art. She did promise Miguel the shoot would be tame to his specifications of no erections, no close-ups, and no posing with other people, even with a growing pout on her face. After the group of artists, he made his way back down the narrow staircase to the first level and walked into a conversation with several C-list and D-list stars. They groaned about the difficulties of being on reality television or being recognized by face and not name. One shaggy redhead huffed about being mistaken for a different actress in a different show, and they all shared other mistaken identity encounters. They went through 3 rounds of mistaken identity stories, gulping beers and champagne, before the redhead paused the conversation. When they finally noticed Miguel in the group, they greeted him in kind. Hey Costa. What's going on? A firm-jawed man spoke first. Not much, how are you all? Miguel's eyes landed on each of them one at a time, giving each person a small piece of his individual attention. I'm fine, the redhead replied, but I heard you're the lead in the new action movie? I am, yes. Next to Yvonne Gray. She's the A-lister bringing in the money. The redhead swatted her hair from her face as she looked at her fellow nobodies. Well, Costa's technically a B-lister, isn't he? Somewhere between a B- and a C+ lister. You have a fair amount of people knowing your name, don't you? A round, short man piped up. His raspy voice raw from years of smoking and drinking. I do, but I'm nowhere near the level of household name as Yvonne is. I'm excited to work with her. Why? I heard she's a bitch. I suppose she has the right to be, doesn't she? Miguel shrugged. No one has the right to be a bitch. It's entitlement is what it is. I don't know about that. Plenty of male actors are difficult to work with and still make it in this world, the firm-jawed man rumbled, receiving approving nods from the rest of the group. It's fine. As long as she can run her lines without us stopping constantly, I think I'll be okay. I also heard she needs a prompter for everything. We'll see. I'll let you guys know if she's terrible or not. Miguel plastered a smile on his face as he looked down at the frustrated redhead. Her face soured, the apples of her plump cheeks turning a rich crimson. Oh. Is it true Allie Hudson was supposed to be your co-star, but she went to rehab for drugs and drinking? The firm-jawed man canted his head to Miguel. She was supposed to be my co-star, but I don't know why she was replaced. Rehab, the redhead stage whispered and then laughed. So, how do you plan to get yourself on the A-list, Costa? I'll get there when I get there. I enjoy acting, I'm not overly focused on fame. A man dedicated to his craft, I like it. Most of these kids nowadays want fame and fortune. They have no respect for the true art of acting. The short man patted his belly, arrogance accenting his words. I've talked to children about acting before. You'd be surprised the number of children who would be happy to be reality stars and nothing more. It's upsetting to see the field shift from people who respect the art to people who want to be a household name. The strong-jawed man's face fell. Anyway, here's to your new movie and to moving up to the A-list in the process. He lifted his glass of clear alcohol and gulped it. Thanks. If you'd excuse me, I was actually on my way out of here. Next week is going to be busy with the start of filming and Aiden Edwards' fashion show. Understood. Get some rest. The older man nodded. Bye now. The redhead waved. Have a good night. Miguel wandered away from the group, and after a few goodbyes he called his driver around the front and collapsed into the limousine. He reveled in the silence, closing his eyes and resting his head on the headrest as the vehicle traveled through the city, losing himself in the steady drone of the engine and whoosh of the air outside. Images of Wolf replayed on the inside of his eyelids, the way he curled over the DJ stand, the way he catalogued Miguel's every movement, his rippling hair, his perpetually frowning lips. Wolf's growling voice touched his ears again as Miguel reviewed the conversation, cursing himself for missteps and dozing into a light sleep off of Wolf's lulled words. As if on cue, his phone rang when his dozing lapsed into deep sleep. He fumbled with the device, putting it to his ear with his eyes still closed. Hello, Miguel groaned. Did you do it? Sophia's shrill voice replaced Wolf's warm whispers. Do what? Did you interact with Wolf? Did you give the tabloids something to talk about? Her annoyance spilled through the receiver. I don't know. Eli introduced me to him. Eli Berkeley Lockwood. Yes, Eli. I didn't know you knew him personally. Do you know everyone? Just about, yes, Miguel murmured, sleep making his voice growly. Tell me everything. Now. I talked to Aiden, and I have to stop by for a fitting next week. I'm going to be a speaker at Eli's dyslexic convention next month. How do you leave the house and make your schedule busier? I do not know, but you knew about the fashion show already. Sure, Sophia sighed. Continue, please. Eli introduced me to Wolf, and we talked. He spoke with you? Not really. Well, sort of. It got easier as the conversation continued. And then? He kissed my cheek and told me to have a good evening. Finally, something. At least he's doing his part. Right. Miguel frowned. At least he is. I invited him to the fashion show, and he said maybe. He didn't set up a date? No. I'm going to have to call his manager. This clearly wasn't thought out enough, Sophia sputtered. Hey. Hang on before you send a search party to his place. You said to make it natural. Correct. And he naturally should have set up a first date right then. Why him? Because it looks better for him to pursue you. Okay. I'm not going to argue with this theory. Don't be embarrassing. Give it 2 weeks before you call his manager and start complaining. Fine. For you, fine. Thanks, Miguel sighed. I'm almost home. I'll talk to you Monday. Sure. Practice your script tomorrow, Sophia added, chiding him like a parent would. I will. Okay, bye. Bye. Chapter 3. Wolf makes rare public appearance and finds a boyfriend along the way. February 19th. Celebege, known by his stage name Wolf, has been in and out of the spotlight for a variety of reasons, from heated interactions with the paparazzi to impressive studio albums. Wolf had been laying low for the last few months until making an appearance at Eli Berkeley Lockwood's annual yacht party on Saturday. Wolf arrived at the party early in the evening with his longtime best friend, Zoe King. He left alone, but not after being caught spending quality one-on-one time with Miguel Costa, sexy Brazilian star of the upcoming movie Forever Furious. With details of his new studio album collaboration with Zoe King flying around the internet, fans are wondering the source of this new inspiration. The duo's newest single, entitled Focus on You, is a sultry song about connecting with a new lover, and fans are starting to wonder if Miguel Costa is the one Wolf is focusing on. The uneventful conversation ended with a kiss initiated by the music producer, an unprecedented display of affection. Is this the start of a new relationship for both Wolf and Miguel? We hope so. Emily Banks, it just hit me. Wolf wore eyeliner and mascara to a party. J1 Roberts 23. The only thing I know about Wolf's boyfriend is he's dating Wolf, but if he inspired Focus on You, I approve of him. XO_Rachel McFadden_rocks, he is yummy. NICKK_wild, rare legend spotted in his natural habitat. Chapter 4. With a weird sense of satisfaction, Wolf partied through Saturday night and crashed into the fluffy pillows on his bed early Sunday morning, despite having a packed schedule for the day. He woke to his phone buzzing, plastered against his cheek, the imprint of creased pillows on his skin, and the smell of drinks and cigarettes on his clothes. Ah. Hello? He groused. Wolf. How are you not awake? We're recording today, remember? And you have a bunch of people coming over after lunch. Zoe chirped into the phone. Although Zoe had been at the party longer than him, and had partied harder than him, the effects of her extracurricular activities hadn't spilled into the next day. What? What time is it? It's 11. 11:15, actually. Shit. Where are you? I'm outside because I've been calling your drunk ass for an hour. This is why you should give me a key. No. Because I'll walk in on you masturbating or something, right? No. Wolf lugged himself to his feet, raking his fingers through bone-straight hair and tugging shorts on one leg at a time. Phone nestled between his ear and shoulder, he opened the door. Finally. Fuck. Zoe ended the call, eyebrows raising as she gave Wolf a once-over. You look like hot buttery garbage. Thank you. So, social media is going crazy for the little stunt you pulled last night. Which? Wolf closed the door behind Zoe. Kissing Miguel. In fact, there's already an article about it. Figures. Okay, tell me the truth. Was it all business, or was there a little spark between you two? He's attractive, but it was business. Wolf frowned as he strolled into the kitchen, opening cabinets in search of food. He grabbed a bowl and poured colorful cereal into it, splashing the cereal with milk. All right. Well, you're good at pretending to look interested, because you looked real into him in all the photographs. Just doing my part. Hoisting himself on the kitchen counter, Wolf ate his cereal. His toes dangled, heels thumping the wooden cabinets. Whatever. Anyway, I think I have all the words to the next song. I figured I could play in the second studio while you work with the bands who have appointments in the first. Cool, he muttered around bites. With a nod, Zoe led herself up to the second studio and closed the door. Wolf had shown her enough for her to play tracks and practice putting words to tune without him being present. He had demonstrated how to start the computer and find the folder of their songs, which files to open and which program to open them in. He listened to the soft sounds of her getting ready as he finished his cereal and rinsed the bowl. After breakfast, he jumped in the shower and, with a few minutes to spare, checked the gossip sites on his old laptop, scanning article after article with the same crooked pictures of Miguel and him chatting. Only the elite articles, usually blocked by a paid subscription requirement, had the exclusive photos of them kissing. Wolf could still feel Miguel's warm skin under his lips, the spark of electricity when his lips made contact. He text messaged Noah for Miguel's phone number and closed the laptop as a dozen hummingbirds arrived. 4 men dressed in a uniform of worn white t-shirts and vintage blue jeans shuffled into Wolf's apartment, guitars over shoulders and round cases under arms. Ben. Wolf nodded to the shaggy-haired leader of the group, the one out front holding pieces of the drum set. Wolf. How are you? Good. We'll set up in the north room. Have you decided how you want to record? The boys filed in, carrying equipment up the stairs as Ben and Wolf stayed by the door. Honestly, we haven't decided yet. On the one hand, we can make the perfect track if we all record separately like you talked about. On the other hand, it'll sound more organic if we record all together. Sure, we may have to do songs over again, but we'll be doing what we love as a group. Ben handed off his equipment to Jerry. What do you think? I can't make decisions for you. This is your studio time, but my opinion is to record together. It's the traditional way of recording, lends to a more organic feel. Can we record one all together and hear it back before making a final decision? Sure. Wolf and Ben ascended the stairs after the rest of the bandmates had unpacked all the musical equipment. We can set up for recording all together for the initial track and go from there. Thanks, man. I know we were supposed to figure this all out, but it's hard without hearing it. I understand. I can't give you guys any further advice on how the tracks sound though, since you're only paying for my studio time, not for a producer. Right. Ben hopped from one foot to the other before instructing his bandmates on the plan. With excited nods, the men set up the equipment in the center of the room, and Wolf set up a variety of microphones around them, 3 for the singers and several extras for quality recordings of each instrument. Each microphone hooked up to the computer, occupying a different window on the desktop screen. Let me know when you guys are ready. You've got 2 hours and some change left. Wolf glanced at his modest watch and sank back into his black leather production chair. He organized windows on the computer as the band warmed up, guitarists strumming and adjusting their instruments, the drummer performing his own series of wrist-warming techniques. The band ran through their first song one time and made small changes for the second run-through. The guitarists fine-tuned the chords, tightening some and releasing others. The drummer altered the height of his pieces. After the second run-through, Ben confirmed the adjustments and they discussed the sound quality of the room. Ben told the guitarists to play a touch softer, and the drummer to keep everything clean and directly on the beat. The guitarists reminded Ben of his usual mistakes. After the serious talk, Ben reminded them why they originally started the band. We're back in the garage, guys, playing for fun. If we feel it, our audience will. Remember that. Ben promised and nodded to Wolf. A minute later, they performed. Ben sang into the main microphone with his guitarists, and part-time backup singers belting out the chorus in their own microphones. The whole song sounded like noise, layers of noise under demanding vocals. When the punk rock song ended, Wolf stopped the recording and prepared for playback as the men passed around high fives, congratulating themselves. During the playback, the boys noted possible edits. Could he increase the guitar sound here and lower the drums 2 minutes into the song? They listened to the song 4 times, each band member holding his breath and hoping for no more changes. What do you think, guys? Ben turned to his bandmates after the 4th playback, wringing his hands in his lap. Sounds good. Real organic, Jerry replied. I like it, said the bass guitarist. The other guitarist agreed. Do you guys still want to try recording all separately? Wolf glanced at each of them before focusing on Ben. Give us a moment. Ben and his bandmates huddled up like football players discussing strategy. Whispers came from the private meeting, words like money and time standing out amidst the rest of the rumbled words. Wolf played with the track, covering his ears with headphones. He saved their favorite, but couldn't resist making his own minute changes, lowering all the instrumentals and increasing the sound of vocals. Then he layered the instruments, making the main guitarist the loudest, with the bass guitarist next, and the drums keeping metronome last. He saved his version as option 2 in their dedicated folder, as Ben tapped him on the shoulder. Yeah. Wolf pulled his headphones off, draping them around his neck. We're going to keep recording all together. The sound is more organic, and it's a nod to the guys who came before us and made amazing albums doing it the old-fashioned way. Cool. You have about an hour and a half left. Are you prepared to record another song? Ben looked at the group who shrugged and nodded at the same time. You know what? Let's go for it. Let us get some practice in first. Sure thing. The men worked through one more track before their time was up. While they were nervous about wasting expensive time, Wolf assured them recording together saved time in the long run when it came to post-production and editing expenses. He helped them pack up and walked them to the door as they chattered about their next studio session, promising to be better prepared with the goal of getting 3 songs recorded. Their enthusiasm was infectious, and Wolf was smiling as his next appointment jogged up to his front door. Hey Gabriella, Wolf greeted the next recording artist, a short woman with cascading dark curls and painted red lips. Hey. Am I late? Out of breath, she moved inside and brushed hair from her forehead. No, I am. Oh. Right. Someone was out late last night. I saw it on my news feed this morning. Did you see Miguel's selfie online? She peeled off a puffy jacket, laying it over a chair. No. You're not following him? No. Of course you're not. He posted a picture of himself in bed with sleepy face. He was looking right at the camera. It was so cute. And the caption was, "Oh hi." Gabriella dropped her bag on Wolf's couch and put her hands on her ample hips. Interesting. Yeah, you should check it out. It looked more like a personal selfie to me. Probably meant for you. Probably enjoying the spotlight, Wolf muttered. Hey. No, sir. You think he's just social climbing? I know he's social climbing. Our managers set it up. What? Huh. Well, y'all pretend real well. I thought those pictures were real. I mean, I know they're real, but real emotion. Deep, you know. Anyway, let's get to recordin'. We can finish up the recordin' today, and then you can start post-production, right? Depends on you. True. We have what? 2 songs left to get through? Yes. I'm feeling confident. I can do it. She put her thick hair in a low bun and raced up the stairs to the North Studio, setting up her favorite microphone, the pink one Zoe convinced Wolf to purchase. She grabbed a pair of cushioned headphones and sealed her ears with them as Wolf got her music set up. When he was prepared, microphone plugged in and track ready to play, he gave Gabriella a thumbs up. Her background music played inside her headphones, and her bouncy voice resonated through the microphone. Some artists stood awkwardly when they sang, some cradled the microphone. Gabriella danced. Her dancing wasn't wild enough to affect her voice quality, but enough to keep herself emotionally invested in her tune. When the song concluded, she hesitated before resting the headphones around her neck. How was it? Gabriella smiled, head weaving side to side and bottomless dimples spotting her cheeks. Good, Wolf rumbled, pressing buttons as he futzed with the recording. He saved her vocals and looked at her. Okay, last song? Hang on. Do you want to do another take of this last one, just in case? You think I should? Wolf shrugged. We have time. All right, let's do it. Gabriella pumped her fist in the air and put the headphones back over her ears, securing them on her face as Wolf played the previous song again. She went through it as passionately as the first time before they moved on to the last song. Gabriella warmed up, running through the lyrics before doing 2 solid recordings of her vocals. After wrapping up the session, Gabriella threw her arms around Wolf. "No hugs," Wolf froze, lifting his hands from the keys. "Sorry. I forget. So, you're going to be doing all the post-production?" "Yeah. Shouldn't take too long since I did the instrumental anyway," Wolf smirked. "You'll let me know?" "Yeah, I'll send you versions to approve to make sure it's the sound you want." "Perfect. You're perfect." Gabriella smooched Wolf's cheek. "Is Zoe here?" "Yeah, she should be in the second studio. I'm going to order pizza in a few minutes, if you want to stay." Yes. Pepperoni and pineapple, please." She pet Wolf's hair and skipped from the room, entering the smaller studio. There was squealing, and Wolf shook his head. He cleaned the studio, packing away all the microphones and sweeping the floor before flicking off the light and closing the door. The pizza arrived 45 minutes after Wolf placed the order, and he sat in the smaller studio as the women played with lyrics, sounds, and various instrumental tracks Wolf had saved on his computer. Gabriella recorded her own version of Zoe and Wolf's single, "Focus on You." Gabriella's pure voice made the sultry song more playful, adding an upbeat flavor to it. The girls recorded a duet with silly lyrics and burst into hysterical laughter afterwards. When the pizza arrived, they packed up their gear and flopped onto the couch, Wolf in the middle with a woman on both sides. Gabriella kicked off her sneakers and rested her manicured toes on the coffee table. Zoe folded herself in half and rested her heels on the edge of the couch. "Zoe, did you hear about Wolf's new man?" Gabriella grinned over a floppy slice of pizza. "He's not my new man." "I heard," Zoe chuckled over Wolf's grumbling. "Hate to break it to you, but it was all set up by Miguel's manager." "Ah." Wolf said it, but I didn't want to believe him. Gabriella poked her bottom lip out as she pinched Wolf's cheek. "But I guess I have to now." "Yeah. They're using each other like a classic celebrity relationship." Zoe patted Wolf's other cheek. "Wolfie needs celebrity connections, and Miguel needs more fame. It's a perfect match." "Ooh. Damn. Well, you two are kind of a cute couple, and like I said, you made it look pretty believable from the kiss." Gabriella smirked. "You aren't going to let it go, are you?" Wolf sighed. "No. You've literally never had a public relationship." "Fake or not, this is groundbreaking," Zoe answered. "So, what's the official first date going to be? Are you just going to hit the cues or get into it a little bit?" "Dunno. He's not bad to talk to. He's friendly, witty. Charming. It's why he has all the friends and you don't. You could learn something from him. It's called smiling." Gabriella winked. You should do something fun. He's an activist for a lot of different things, so he'd enjoy supporting something on the date. Like going to some benefit concert. There's the Aiden Edwards fashion show for HIV/AIDS awareness. He's in it. Wolf reminded the girls. "The fashion show? Oh, of course he is. You're going to see him model, right?" Gabriella plucked the pineapples off a slice of pizza. "Dunno yet." "Oh my God, you have to see him. He'd be so happy." "Yeah, but it's fake. Our relationship is fake. A lot of these fake matchups become real, you know." Zoe smiled. "They also become over." Next topic. "Zoe, Gabriella finished recording today." "Oh, I did. Cut the last 2 tracks, nothing exciting. But didn't I see the guys from A Dozen Hummingbirds leaving?" "Oh yeah. They're finally recording, right, Wolf?" "They did 2 tracks today, yeah." "Are they doing it individually, or playing all together?" Gabriella glanced at Wolf, tilting her head at her question. "They're playing all together, which I agree with. Bands with instrumentals sound better recording together as opposed to more electronic stuff. Has the classic feel." "Sure thing. Can we talk about the classic feel of how sexy they are? Wolf stared at Gabriella. Your sentence made no sense. They're sexy. Especially the bass guitarist, Jacob. I saw them at a live concert downtown. So sexy, and I don't even like rock music. Gabriella swooned, deep brown eyes glazing over. I heard he's single, Zoe offered, glancing up at the ceiling before rolling her eyes back to Gabriella. Really? I thought he was dating the lead singer from Pixie Attack. He was until she got caught with Allie Hudson. They're both in rehab right now. Zoe bit into another slice of pizza while Wolf leaned into the couch, content to let the girls gossip around him. He tapped on his phone, saving Miguel's personal number into his contact list. Then he browsed his own social media accounts. His following had grown to include over half of Miguel's followers, along with his own. With a brewing smile, he added Miguel as a friend, became one of his followers, and leisurely scrolled through Miguel's pictures. Miguel's morning picture melted the cold rings around Wolf's heart. He stared into Miguel's brown eyes framed by sculpted brows, smiling at the hint of a 5 o'clock shadow under a clean beard and trimmed sides. Wolf's lips tingled as his eyes scanned over the hard lines of Miguel's corded muscles, fixating on the peak of coily chest hairs between two strong pectoral muscles. He wet his lips, pupils dilating. The girls talked around him, gossiping about Allie Hudson's rehab stint, the drugs she had been mixing, and how talented she was when she was sober. Wolf scrolled through the comments on Miguel's picture, most of them fawning over his sleepy expression, some mentioning the night before. Wolf. Whoa, Wolf. Gabriella called. What? Wow, you didn't hear my question. No, why? What are you doing anyway? She peered over his shoulder before he could shield his phone. You're on Miguel's social media. Yeah. I wanted to see if he mentioned us. Sure. I just bet you did. Zoe chuckled. Anyway, it's late. I need to get some rest. Gabby, need a ride? Oh yeah, sure. I took the bus over here because it was easier. Figured I'd walk home, but it's gotten kind of late. Gabriella closed the pizza box, leaving several full slices for Wolf, and put the box in the refrigerator for later. On her way back to the living room, she checked her pockets for her belongings, grabbing her purse and her jacket. Zoe, having made herself more comfortable, put back on her shoes, her light sweater, and tucked her wallet into her pocket. She swung her keys on her finger. He walked the girls to the door, watching them meander to Zoe's car until they turned the corner and faded from view. Wolf's bedtime routine was simple. He shed his clothes and collapsed into the center of his bed, limbs hanging off the sides. He fell into a heavy sleep. Chapter 5. Monday morning, Wolf woke to a collection of text messages, some from Noah, a few from Zoe, and even one from Gabriella. The girls let him know they arrived home all right, while Noah's messages detailed important reminders. Wolf listened to Noah's list as he wiped sleep from his eyes and took his morning piss. He replied to them as he ate a cold slice of pepperoni and pineapple pizza, and then he called Miguel, holding his breath as the phone rang. Once. Twice. Miguel answered on the third ring. Hello, Miguel huffed into the receiver. Oh hey. It's Wolf. Oh. Hey hi sorry. Morning workout. Hold on. On Miguel's end there was shuffling around, muffled voices and sounds, before the other end was quieter. Okay. Hi. Hi. I saw your picture the other day. The social media one. Yeah, Wolf rumbled. Your followers thought it was for me. It was. Ah, a chuckle. Did you like it? It was nice. I called to officially make a first date plan. Right. Right, we have to look like we're dating beyond just the one kiss. Indeed. What are you doing tonight? Well, I have to be on the set in an hour, and I think filming ends at 3 or something ridiculous. So nothing? Want to meet up tonight? Wolf removed the toppings on another slice of pizza, nibbling them. Yes. I mean, yes, we could. And do what? It's a surprise. But I'll pick you up at 3 from the set. Yes. Perfect. Did you see the article? About us. Why, yes. What about it? And nothing, I guess. They're assuming we've been talking for a while, since your single came out weeks ago. Indeed, but you like Focus on You. I do. I don't know the technical music terms, but the melody is great. Zoe's voice is amazing, but I still would rather you sing it. You could release your version for fun. A remix, right? Wolf chuckled. A remix, yeah. I'll think about it. Cool. Oh, my manager wanted to remind you about the theater awards in a few months. What about it? We're going together? Yeah. She wants to remind you to be on your best behavior, wear a tailored suit, and be prepared for interview questions. She's my manager too now. No. She's controlling. She's nervous because she wants everything to go well. I'll do my best. No promises. Then I was thinking. It's a good night to establish the concept of us having a sexual relationship. I'll spend the night at your place and sneak out the next morning. Your manager will call the paparazzi? Of course. She'll have them tagging us the whole evening. Lovely, Wolf grunted. I know. But, when the movie's over, I'm thinking of taking a little private vacation. When's the movie supposed to be over? Filming starts today. It usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks, but I'm giving it a full 3 months considering the change of co-stars. So sometime in May. What will you be up to in May? Likely releasing a second or third single. It depends on how long the current one buzzes. If I do the remix, then probably second single. Okay. When do you plan to release the full album? Next year sometime. There's no rush, since every song is effectively a single. I can continue releasing each one bit by bit. Why do artists release singles? To stay relevant. But the goal is to release as few as possible. Say, I want my single to stay on the charts for several weeks before dropping off. Then I can have a dead week or two before releasing something new, and skyrocketing both back up the charts, spiking downloads, and having a burst of people pre-order the full album. Smart. Can I sing on one of your songs? Can you sing? Not really, but can you make it sound like I can? I mean, yeah. I could. Wolf smiled. Do you want to hear? Wolf paused. Silence answered Miguel's question. Miguel laughed. I'll spare you. This time. Next time I'm singing for you, and you're going to enjoy it. Of course, Wolf murmured. Should I? Noise cut off Miguel's words. Hang on. The actor muffled the receiver and talked in a low tone to someone with a shrill voice. The shrill voice soothed after a few seconds, and Miguel uncovered the receiver. Sorry? My manager is here. Understandable. I'll see you this afternoon. Yes. I can't wait. Okay, bye. Bye. Wolf ended the call, tossing his phone on the counter and finishing his slice of cold pizza. He kept his Mondays quiet because they carried a stigma of being a stressful day, so the only thing on deck was a meeting with his manager in an hour, giving him enough time for a relaxing shower and a lazy time getting dressed. He washed his long dark hair, braiding it and pinning it in a bun, then stretched over his bed naked after his shower. Towel draped over his lower half, he placed his laptop on his chest and fiddled with the post-production process of Gabriella's songs. He started by compiling them in the best order for the final album, spreading potential singles between album-only songs. The finished album contained 15 songs, with Gabriella's release schedule allotting for 3 singles before her full album release. With the order decided, Wolf began editing the singles first. He worked diligently in his zone until the doorbell rang. He missed it the first time, assuming there was a flaw in the music. The second time, he ignored it. The third time, he ripped his headphones off and jumped out of the bed, grabbing lounge shorts on his way to the door. He stuffed his legs in and pulled the drawstring up as he ripped open his front door. About time. What's your excuse today? Noah walked inside dressed in a suit and tie. Was working. Why so serious? Came from another meeting. Noah loosened his tie and wiggled his jacket off his shoulders, laying it across Wolf's couch. How did the recording with the new band go? 12 hummingbirds. It was fine. They decided to record all together, which makes their sound more organic. Doesn't it make post-production harder? Only if the band sucks. Luckily, they're pretty damn good. Well, good. Stay in business, so I stay in business. Noah chuckled, a classic southern drawl coloring his deep belly laugh. Good job the other night. The kiss was perfect. People are going crazy over it. I had interviewers calling me all morning, trying to get more information on what's going on between you two. Good. And you told them nothing, right? Of course. I know my business. How we doing? I'm taking him out tonight. We're going to the theater awards in a few months. He's got a fashion show at the end of the week. Something with Aiden Edwards. Oh right. He does. The Aiden Edwards Fashion Cares fashion show to raise money for HIV/AIDS awareness. Sounds familiar. You should be in it, but I don't think Aiden would let you clunk down the runway. You're saying I can't model? I'm saying you'd clunk down the runway. Wolf narrowed his eyes, a testy growl growing in his throat. I could model. Aha. Stick to your day job, buddy. But you're going to go see the show, right? I don't know. Take him a gift. Flowers tends to work, but you could be unconventional. Right. Wolf sat down on his couch, stretching out across it as Noah sat in a chair. Let's talk about your schedule. All right. Here's the thing. I originally thought you dating Miguel was a good idea for the connections. The guy knows everyone, and everyone thinks he's sweet as pie. Easy to get your foot in the door for post-producing just about anything. Maybe the director he's working with wants to cut a soundtrack, or some fashion designers want music for their show. Wolf tipped his head in a nod. Didn't think about it in those terms. It's okay. It's my job to work those things out for you. However, you can do a fair amount of networking at these events you attend, and then have them call me to get the details of what they want. Plus, being with Miguel instantly takes you away from your bad boy image a little bit. Sure, it's still there, but like I said, everyone loves the guy. Hell, I love the guy, and I barely know him. Sure. He's a pretty cool guy. Exactly. I'm thinking you should be open-minded with all these events he's going to. They're donating rice snacks to a school. Ask them if they need music, offer it to them. Do it for free. We call it donating time, and yes, it's a tax write-off. Wolf slouched into the cushions, bending his skinny legs and tapping on his phone as Noah talked. Noah chattered about all the different options available, and how easy it was to get in the front door, when it came to unconventional music production, with Miguel at his side. He merged into discussing potential collaborations and marketing beats, and lyrics together. He talked so long his words ran together, sounding like a droning record or an excited algebra professor who didn't realize her students were uninterested. Wolf blocked out his garrulous explanation of the year's plan, reviewing music sales compared to his competition, checking the star rating of his currently released singles despite his best efforts to avoid them, and taking a quick peek at industry drama. He returned to the conversation when Noah stopped talking. What? Yeah, I agree. Wolf muttered, glancing up at Noah. Damn it, Wolf. You're not listening. Are we still on schedule with your album? Oh. Yeah, we are. Miguel wants me to record remixes in my own voice. I thought the plan was for Zoe to do all the vocals. It is. I didn't say I was going to record remixes, I'm saying it's what he requested. Yeah, well, I don't have a plan for what to do with remixes. Release them underground. Keep Zoe's music mainstream and release the remixes on smaller websites or even on my social media, and give them a direct download link from my personal website. Huh. We could do it. We could try it. It's unconventional, but die-hard fans will love it, especially if you do a clip of you singing it to Miguel. I'm on the fence, but I think I'm going to do it. He's kind of a fanboy. I didn't know at the time. No. It's well kind of cute. He doesn't make it awkward. Well, good. Noah stared at Wolf for a few idle seconds before scrolling through his digital notes, making sure he covered everything. Noah had housekeeping details, his download stats, his social media statuses. He mentioned the tabloid article, and what all websites had posted about Miguel and Wolf from the previous night. Searches for Wolf's music increased exponentially, and Miguel's manager Sofia called to say Miguel's followers had increased even more. The numerous videos of Wolf yelling and threatening paparazzi had decreased in popularity, replaced with old, casually made music videos. All in all, their dating plan was going according to expectation. All right. I think we've covered everything. I'm going to talk to your accountant about your quarterly taxes coming up, so I'm in a bit of a rush. Listen, I'll talk to you later and good luck tonight. Text me if I need to call the paparazzi for you guys. Will do, Wolf muttered. Noah saw himself out, closing the front door behind him while Wolf watched him leave, phone resting on his bunched lounge shorts. Having worked the morning, Wolf drifted into a short nap before getting back to work. While he spent the morning working for clients, he spent the early afternoon working on his personal work, perfecting the beats of his current works in progress and divvying them up in different folders. He had the beats for his next release, but he never stopped the creative process, so he found himself engrossed in a new tune until it was time to pick up Miguel. He saved his work and turned off his computer, returning to his bedroom to get fully dressed. Wolf selected a pair of casual blue jeans from his closet, pulled a clean t-shirt over his head, and slipped his feet in canvas loafers. He unbraided his dry hair, soft waves framing his face and resting on his shoulders. For a moment, he considered sending Miguel a picture, but then he shook his head, pushing the shy thought out of his brain, and grabbed the keys to his modest hybrid hatchback. Miguel text messaged him directions to the production set, taking him from his business district place to a small suburban town outside of the city. Miguel's directions guided him through the identical neighborhoods until he passed a magnificent house surrounded by cameras, bounce lights, and older men with oily brown hair sticking to their face, headsets curling around their heads. The trailers for the actors, makeup artists, and wardrobe designers occupied the neighborhood park, amidst playing children unaware of what was going on. All-terrain vehicles traveled from the 3-story brick home to the collection of trailers in the park, carrying masses of chatty people back and forth. Wolf cruised up to the park, passing extras smoking cigarettes next to the no-smoking sign, and idled at the park entrance. Miguel paced at the edge of the park, away from the commotion of filming, wearing a pair of designer jeans and a vintage t-shirt. His dark curls formed a halo around his square face, and his thick eyebrows squinted in the sunlight. His eyes widened when he spotted Wolf, and he jogged to the vehicle, approaching the driver's side. "Oh, hi. I didn't know you drove." He braced himself against the door as Wolf rolled down the window. "Yeah. I try to pretend not to be a famous person every chance I get." Wolf grunted, the urge to kiss Miguel rushed through him. "I dig it." Miguel's full lips spread into a grin. "Get in." "You mean me open this door? I am a famous actor and you have me opening my own doors." "Yeah. I know. Life's tough for famous people." Wolf chuckled. Miguel moved around the car and got in the passenger side. "Where are we going?" Still a surprise. Wolf took off on the way back to the city, taking side roads and shortcuts to obscure his route, and Miguel played with the radio. Miguel cycled through stations until the mechanical dial landed on a clear station playing Wolf's latest hit. Miguel twisted the volume knob until the rear view camera vibrated to the bass of the song, obscuring the cars behind them. Miguel flashed Wolf a smile and bobbed his head, humming the lyrics and singing the chorus off-key. Wolf drummed his fingers to the beat. How does it feel to hear your music on the radio? Miguel asked once the song faded. He returned the volume to a sensible level and looked at Wolf. Every time I hear it, I think of 5 changes I could have made. How does it feel to see yourself on the big screen? I only see my flaws. Weird cut of my shoulders, should have laid off the donuts a little more, my expressions aren't expressive enough. Makes sense. I hate going to premieres. You know, everyone in the theater watching your movie. I get it. And the way my voice sounds and my face. Though, I read a study on those things. Most people hate the way their voice sounds back to them. And because we're used to seeing a mirror image of our face, when we see ourselves on film, it can be uncomfortable. Interesting. I have no issue with myself in the mirror, of course, but damn, I hate watching my movies. Why do you? I consider it self-improvement. I can easily see where I think I'm lacking when it comes to emotion or connection, and I know I need to push it more, to get in deeper next time. But I only watch once. More than once can go a dark place. Fair. Do you buy a copy of your movies? Do you buy a copy of your albums? Yeah. Miguel grinned. Everyone? Yeah. Do you send each member of your family a copy? Wolf chewed over Miguel's question. I do, yeah. He admitted, as they pulled into the city zoo. On a weekday afternoon, it was stay-at-home parents taking their homeschooled kids, killing time and extra energy, and vacationers interested in seeing more than the quintessential lion and elephant they had at their own zoo. Otherwise, the zoo was desolate. The zoo. Yeah. Perfect first date. It's a member of the National Zoo Association, for the preservation of wildlife or something. I mean, they only take animals on the pretenses of helping them with breeding and enrichment programs and stuff. I looked it up. They're wild animal activists. Miguel blinked, looking at the carved wooden entrance sign. Okay. Well, the last time I went to a zoo, it wasn't about the animals. It was about the money. This place is non-profit. Meaning, everyone gets a salary, and the rest goes into the pool to help the animals. They've won awards. Wolf parked the car and led Miguel to the door, placing one hand on the small of his back as he guided him through the parking lot. Before they entered, he showed Miguel the modestly framed awards for Best Enrichment Programs, Best Natural Habitats, Best Breeding Programs, and even Best Customer Education Programs. A lot of awards, Miguel murmured and nodded. Okay. Let's go. A warm smile spread across his face, sculpted eyebrows curved around his kind eyes. Miguel swept his hand down Wolf's arm, sliding over his palm and lacing their fingers together. He squeezed Wolf's hand as Wolf laid down cash in exchange for entrance tickets and one colorful map. As the plump cashier passed the map to them, she explained the walking routes, the safari train tour, and the 3 emergency exits located to the left of every major exhibit before her words ran dry, and she stared at the 2 men. W. Wolf? She sputtered, eyes as wide as saucers. Her sandy hair bobbed as she shivered. Wolf's expression had glazed over during her explanation of the park, but when she said his name, he came back to the present, staring blankly at her. I love your music. Why your new SS song? Wolf clenched his jaws. Miguel touched his shoulder, squeezing it. Excuse me. We're on a date, Miguel offered, easy smile becoming tight as Wolf's temperature rose. Thanks for the map and the directions to the emergency exits. Okay, bye. Miguel chirped, shuffling Wolf into the main part of the zoo. Wolf snatched the map from Miguel and stared at it, pausing on the side of the walkway. Miguel set his jaw and sighed. You want to tell me why you're so awkward when people talk to you? I wasn't awkward with you. Yes, you were. I was afraid you'd break my face. Your face is pretty. Well, thanks. But point still stands. Do you hate fans or something? No. Do you not know what to say to them? Wolf turned the map sideways. First exhibit is called Asia. It's to the right. Miguel folded his arms across his chest. I guess I should be happy you're out in public, right? I guess. You did ask me here. If you were going to start freaking out, you should have picked a quieter date. With a rumbling growl in his throat, Wolf walked towards the exhibit. They went from a simple concrete path to a modern symmetrical walkway featuring exotic stones and a lush bamboo lining. You were fine until she recognized you. Is it like famous person anxiety? Are you nervous she's going to have people stalking you all night or talk to paparazzi and tabloids about you? Maybe. Have a lot of bad experiences turned into a distaste for fans? Wolf stopped in front of the Asian elephants under the Oriental-style covered tunnel. The 4 adult elephants prowled their open enclosure, kicking up dirt and sand as their flat feet carried their massive weight. Their ears flapped, swatting flies from their faces, and their trunks explored the area in front of them, stretching over the dry ground in search of greenery. One large male elephant splashed sand onto his wrinkled skin, the left side and then the right in one fluid movement. Then he swayed on his feet, body rocking back and forth as he nibbled a dead twig. When Wolf didn't reply, Miguel sighed. I'll take your silence as agreement. So why the zoo? I don't know. You like giving back to charities. I figured you would like supporting something bigger than yourself. Wolf glanced over the informational plaque tacked inside the tunnel. Did you know Asian elephants can be identified by their smaller, rounded ears, while African elephants' ears look like the continent of Africa? I did not, Miguel resigned and wrapped an arm around Wolf, pressing his lips into the man's slender shoulder. I appreciate this date, though. What else does it say about Asian elephants? Female Asian elephants don't have tusks. Instead, they have tushes, which are long teeth hidden by their upper lips. Fascinating. Tell me more. Elephants need to chew constantly to eat enough food each day. And in India, beautiful women are said to walk with an elephant's gait. Wolf quirked his eyebrows and looked at Miguel. Indians think of the elephant differently than Americans do, clearly. Anything else? No. Wolf followed the walkway out of the tunnel, continuing past the first rest stop, which included a splash area for children, a carousel, an eatery, and bathrooms. Since we're talking about charities and giving back, what kind of impact do you want to leave on the world? I haven't considered it. A positive impact, I guess. I would hope to be an influential contributor to the electronic music genre. I also want to do something for my people. Even if it's just stay alive and be successful. You mean your family? No, my people. I'm Dine. Or Navajo. I want to do something for us. Ah. Miguel smiled, squeezing Wolf's arm as they passed the aviary and swung a casual left to the South American pampas. What is a pampas? South American plains. Something like a desert except fertile. Rich with wildlife too. Ah. And with lots of animals you've probably never heard of. Pampas deer, guanaco, dwarf mara, plains viscacha, Miguel's tone colored with notes of a native Spanish speaker. Aha. Pumas, of course, and the rhea and ibis. Those are a few. How do you know these animals? I was born in Brazil. Come on. Before Wolf could ask questions, Miguel tugged him over to the collection of plaques. Stork, ibis, and flamingo. Miguel pointed to the birds, without looking at the picture identification. There were 2 ibis, a handful of storks, and a sea of pink flamingos all huddled over the same man-made lake. The birds had spindly legs in the water, searching for their afternoon snack. Is it true flamingos are pink because of their food? Yes. They also have unique courtship and mating habits. Some choose to be with one partner for the year. Some choose trios and others choose quartets. Trios are the iffy ones. If it's a female third, then the 2 females fight and try to kill the other female's eggs. If the third is a male, he's the one who ends up being the primary caregiver for the chicks. Weird. Perhaps. Or nice to see men taking care of babies in the wild. Miguel chuckled. Ibis and storks aren't interesting. What is the camel-looking thing over there? Wolf pointed to a brown, long-necked animal crossed between a llama and a camel. The animal had a fuzzy coat, long neck and lips, but no classic hump. It's a guanaco. It's in the camel family. They have thick eyelashes to protect their eyes from dirt and dust, and they can run up to 35 miles per hour. They're also good swimmers. How do you know all this? The plaque says it. Miguel patted Wolf's shoulder. Did you bring me here so we could talk about animals? No. Well, yeah, sorta. I didn't want to go to the movies and sit in a dark, silent room. Ah. Then you should ask me about myself. Miguel grinned. Right. Well. Is your family back in Brazil? My mom, stepfather, and siblings are, yes. I have 5 siblings, so there's 6 of us altogether. Full house? Oh, absolutely. We had bunk beds for years. The good part about a lot of siblings is you always have someone to play with. Maybe they didn't play what you wanted to play, but they were there. What about you? Mom and little brother. They live in what we call Navajo Nation. At the Four Corners. I'm sorry, where's the Four Corners? I don't know much about the states. Oh. West, basically. West of here, about 2 days of a drive. Wolf looked down, peeling the plastic covering on one of the informational plaques. 2 days isn't too bad. Just long enough to call it a car trip, but not long enough for it to be terrible, right? I suppose. How often do you visit? For holidays and things? How often do you? Rarely, Miguel muttered. Wolf bristled, his invisible shield crawling back over him. So, Miguel carried the syllable, bridging the awkward pause into a new conversation. You speak Navajo? Yeah. Dine is what we call it. My mother taught us both, my brother and me. You speak Spanish? Espanol is what we call it, and I do, but Portuguese is the main language of Brazil. Portuguese is what we call it, and I speak it. Miguel's dark eyes danced. I didn't learn English until I fell in love with acting and American movies. Nice. Your American accent is good. So is yours. Wolf offered a quick smile, looking down at his canvas loafers. Don't you hate when people ask you to say stuff in a different language? You admit you speak more than English, and the first request is to say something. Yeah. And you get stuck saying, my name is, except everyone already knows how to do introductions from attempting to learn the language from a book. Yeah. Wolf's shield softened when Miguel left the topic of family, and they continued past the pampas to the jaguar exhibit, skipping the small indoor primates. Tell me about your friends. I don't have many. You're usually only seen with Zoe. Tell me about her. She's my best friend. Wolf paused in front of the sunbathing jaguars, who flicked their tails lazily towards the onlookers. We make music together, we eat a lot of pizza. She's doing some modeling for some LGBTQ brand. How'd you two meet? We met at an underground party years ago. I was still shopping beats, and she had some cheap manager. I offered her studio time in exchange for singing one of my songs, and the rest, as they say, is history. What is shopping beats? Shopping beats is when you try to get a singer to buy the tune you've made and put words behind it. It used to be you could sell only beats, but now people want beats and songs to go with it. I can do either, but Zoe and I like to split it up. Oh, okay. Sort of like auditioning in a way. Sort of. Tell me about your best friend. Logan Clark. He's a personal trainer. We've known each other forever. Since childhood. He's always wanted to be a personal trainer, like I've always wanted to be an actor. Is he here? Yes. He keeps me in shape. He's responsible for everything under this shirt. Everything you saw on my social media. Miguel poked Wolf's chest. I only saw your shoulders and a little of your chest. You remember? Yeah. I have plenty of pictures with my shirt off, you know. The movie star thing. You are asking me to look at your shirtless pictures? No. I'm not asking you to look, I'm just saying you could have seen me shirtless. True. But in a picture which probably isn't as good as the real thing. Wolf smirked, continuing past the jaguar exhibit. He ignored the offered facts as blood warmed his ears, and they moved on to the African savanna. They're not, Miguel confirmed. Good save. Ah. Could this be a case of, I'll show you mine if you show me yours? Miguel bit his lip over a grin as they stopped at another covered tunnel, this one a peninsula. The dead end offered them a closer view of the grazing zebra and rhinoceroses. It could, but not here. You should take a picture for social media. Oh, right. I should. Next to the African savanna sign? Or over there in better light with the rhinos behind us? Up to you. Wolf squeezed his shoulder, hand rubbing the middle of his back. His hand migrated, sliding from between Miguel's wing shoulder blades down to the small of his back, resting in the sloping curve of his spine. I usually take 20 pictures, and a short video. One for every different social media account, and the rest for later. Do you want to be in my video? I have to be, so no one thinks you're photo editing me into your pictures. True. Okay. Miguel tested his cell phone camera settings before stretching his arm out in front of them. He automatically twisted his body into the perfect position, one shoulder curling into Wolf's chest. Wolf grunted and brought his arm around Miguel's shoulders, touching his cheek to Miguel's massive wild curls. Ready? On 3. He counted down, but Wolf's expression didn't change. Through the viewfinder, he looked straight at Miguel, lips relaxed and parted, dark eyes blazing. Miguel pressed the shutter button several times, changing his expression while Wolf stayed the same. The music producer didn't complain. Now let's take some out of the shade. Miguel directed him into the sunlight, picking another casual pose. This time, Wolf stood behind him and wrapped his arms around Miguel's bulky torso. The first picture was tame, Wolf cradling Miguel with Miguel looking to the camera. Wolf put his lips to Miguel's temple for the second picture. The third picture, his lips glided over Miguel's cheekbones. He kissed the corner of Miguel's lips for the fourth picture. Miguel's focus shifted with Wolf's sweet attention, moaning at the gentle kisses. He turned his head, helping Wolf find his lips. The fifth picture, Wolf found Miguel's lips. His own tingled, and his heart skipped pace. He supported Miguel's chin with one rough hand, eyelids fluttering closed. Miguel pulled away with a soft chuckle. Really? Wolf growled, resting a hand on the base of Miguel's neck and trapping him in another kiss. He went by feelings, by whatever natural intuition he had, as his fingers curled in Miguel's hair and he explored his mouth. At first the kiss was sweet, their lips mashed together, but then Wolf's hunger grew. He sucked Miguel's full top lip, retreated for a shallow breath, then returned to caress his tongue. Wolf's tongue brushed against Miguel's, cradling it and stroking it before he resigned, exhaling a heady sigh. Miguel's cell phone slithered from his deadened fingers, hitting the ground with a dull clatter. Oh shit, Miguel gasped, color spiraling from his corded neck to his cheeks. I got it, Wolf rumbled, snatching it up and checking it for damage. The device's rubber cage had collected dust from the ground. The plastic housing of the rubber case had cracked at the corner, but the cell phone was safe. Gee, good thing the park is quiet on weekdays. Miguel touched his now plump lips, taking his cell phone when Wolf presented it to him. The video. All right. We should not be kissing. During the video. Why not? Because we're in public. Miguel shoved Wolf. Fine. Take a video of the animals and then pan to us. Okay. Miguel tinkered with his cell phone, adjusting the settings from still images to video quality. He stayed a few feet away from the wooden railing, getting full animals in the shot as the camera panned across the replicated African savanna. In a cheery voice, he told the camera he was at the zoo. See the rhinos of the African savanna, Miguel explained, then turned the camera on Wolf. And a wolf in his natural habitat. Wolf looked up from leaning against the wooden guardrail and checking his own cell phone, peering at the camera. He grunted. The sexiest kind of creature, he is said to be particularly dangerous when surprised. Miguel stepped closer. See how he watches the camera, poised to strike at any moment. But the sun is high in the sky, and this elegant beast must preserve his energy. Wolf chuckled, a rare smile touching his lips. Come here. It's live. So it is. Come here. The beast speaks his primitive mating call, Miguel told the cell phone as he advanced on Wolf. Let's see what he will do. You're silly. Wolf's voice dropped lower when Miguel was closer, and he covered the viewfinder with his thumb. He has found the person he likes, but can he? Wolf kissed Miguel, passion bubbling under his light touch. His lips browsed over his skin, traveling from his lips to just behind his ear. Miguel sighed, rubbing his nose against Wolf until he kissed him again. End the video. Wolf whispered, loud enough for the sensitive microphone to pick up, but not demanding. Okay, Miguel sighed, lips staying next to Wolf's. He mashed the button on the side of the cell phone, locking the device and ending the video. With a quick kiss, Wolf ducked his head and moved away. Primates are last. After seals. Or we could go and do more of what we were just doing. You want to hide in the car and make out? Miguel tipped his head, eyes glazing over in thought. Yes. Plus, I posted the video live, so chances are by the time we leave here, paparazzi will be outside waiting for us. Indeed. Don't punch them. I won't if they play nice. Miguel blinked. Do you play nice with them first? Or are you standoffish? If you give them their picture, they'll respect you. Not in my experience. The two men walked hand in hand past the collection of barking seals and stopped at the primates. Wolf squeezed Miguel's hand. The babies are so cute. Kind of. It wasn't up for debate. Would you ever want kids? Never thought about it. I guess, yeah. With the right person, of course. How many? 3. Wolf's eyes narrowed, his classic brooding expression taking over his features. 3 is a good number. Miguel kissed Wolf's shoulder. I'm ready to leave when you are. The amount of people hovering around Miguel and Wolf increased, going from a few lost children to young adults attempting stealthy pictures with cell phones. Wolf grumbled as the crowd grew around them. Stupid, he muttered, shoulders slumping as he pushed off the guardrail and led Miguel to the exit. Me. No. People who are obsessed with celebrities. They forget we're people having conversations and lives. We're no better than the zoo animals, sometimes. True, but it's part of the job. They make you famous, so you give them back a good attitude for promoting your brand for free. I guess. Wolf roped an arm around Miguel's shoulders as they stepped out of the zoo and into a field of flashing cameras. Miguel. Look over here. How's your new movie coming? How long have you two been dating? Where are you going now? Is it true you're from Brazil? Do you speak Brazilian? What language do Brazilians speak? The questions compounded on themselves. The photographers feed off each other, creating a shower of invasive questions Miguel didn't answer. Wolf. How's the new album? Miguel squinted at the photographers, threading his fingers through Wolf's, and clamped his mouth shut. Taking the lead, Miguel fixated on Wolf's vehicle and moved towards the crowd. He gave the photographers ample time to get their shots as they approached. But when they didn't retreat, Wolf growled. Ignore them, Miguel encouraged. Wolf's body tensed, fingers becoming rigid, shoulders becoming stiff. Trying? Wolf hissed, a sinking feeling pooled in his gut, weighing him down and making the walk to his car a slog through quicksand. Sela. How's your family? Your sister okay? We're almost to your car. Miguel touched Wolf's chest. Wolf's reply came as a growl, his chest rising and falling with a quick heart rate. His effortless grace fell, his hands shook and his muscles jumped. The paparazzi formed a loose circle around the boys, rippling as they got to the hatchback, where most of them retreated. They snapped a few shots of the men standing by the car, but abandoned their post to race back to their own vehicles, preparing to follow Wolf and Miguel to their next location. The paparazzi who stayed continued their bombarding questions. "How about your brother?" A lanky photographer snapping picture after picture called from behind the lens. "Is he next?" "He's trying to piss you off," Miguel explained, rubbing Wolf's chest as the other man froze, car door ajar after opening it for Miguel. "How fucking dare you talk about my family?" Wolf snarled, slamming his car door shut and snatching the camera from the photographer. He hurled it to the black asphalt, and it landed with a sickening crack. The photographer screamed. Wolf curled his fingers around the lanky photographer's faded red t-shirt. "The fuck did you ask me?" he growled. His nostrils flared. His lips curled over his teeth. "And nothing." The photographer flinched. "Good." Beast pacified, Wolf let go of the man's shirt, thrusting him back so he stumbled. "You're going to have to pay for my—" Wolf's fist rammed into the photographer's slack jaw. It moved under his hand, bones cracking under the force of the blow. The energy created by the impact vibrated through Wolf's hand, up his arm. "Like hell I will," the music producer spat, knuckles dripping blood onto the gray pavement. Miguel shivered. "Wolf. We should go. I'll drive." Miguel snatched the keys from him, walking around the car and slipping inside while Wolf hovered over the crime scene. The photographer scrambled to pick up his broken camera and ran off to his car, protecting the remnants with his skinny body. Wolf clenched and released his aching fist. Pain throbbed in his shoulder, exhaustion in his tight jawline. He looked around, a gladiator waiting for another opponent, before he ripped the passenger door open and got into the vehicle. "You need something for your hand." "Whatever." Wolf buckled himself in, ignoring the concern painted on Miguel's face. "Take yourself home." "Are you sure?" "Take yourself home. We need to get something for your hand, and call your manager before he finds out through social media. Let me help you." "No." Wolf snatched his hand away when Miguel peered at the damage. "Let me at least call your manager." "I got it." "I'm not helpless," Wolf muttered, digging into his pocket for his phone and putting it to his ear. It rang 3 times before Noah answered. "Noah." "Wolf. Good news?" "I had a situation." "What kind of situation?" "Punched a guy." Wolf picked at the peeling leather on the passenger side door. "You did what? Where? Why?" "At the zoo parking lot." He mentioned her. Wolf's anger extinguished into a new emotion. The phone trembled in his jittery hand, and he pinched his eyes closed with his thumb and first finger. I broke his camera and his face. "Listen. Where are you now?" "With Miguel. We're going to my place to get you cleaned up." Miguel whispered. "We're going to his place." Wolf added. "To get cleaned up." "Fine. Stay there. I'll be there in a minute. Tell Miguel I'm calling Sophia to meet us there too." "Okay. Damn it." Wolf exhaled, realizing he had been holding his breath. "Hey man. It's all right. We'll deal with it like we always do. I'll see you in a few." Noah ended the call, and Wolf dropped his phone in his lap. "Do you want ice cream?" Miguel glanced at Wolf during a red light. "When I had a bad day, my sister used to take me to the corner store and we'd get snacks. So ice cream, candy, or something else." Wolf didn't reply. "I'll get everything then." Miguel pulled into a service station, parking at the door and hopping out. Wolf stayed in the car, staring out the window as the cars around him changed. The original all-terrain vehicles parked on either side of his hatchback changed to a small sedan packed with trash and a minivan filled to the brim with children. The sedan left after a few minutes, a slender blonde-haired female hopping into the driver's seat. The minivan stayed. Miguel returned with a bag full of snacks dangling on his arm and 2 whipped ice cream cones in his hands. He slumped back into the vehicle, passing 1 ice cream cone over and depositing the bag of snacks in the back seat. Here. I didn't know what flavor you wanted, so I got vanilla for us both. Butter pecan. What? Favorite ice cream flavor. Ah. Next time I'll get butter pecan. Wolf analyzed the melting ice cream cone, the whipped and curled top sinking into itself as the outside temperature melted the cream. Okay. Okay. Oh. I got every type of sour candy, the bears and the worms. I got chips if you wanted salty, cookies for sweet and jerky for savory. Miguel lapped at his ice cream. Noah said he'll meet us at your place. With your manager. All right. Do you want to talk about what happened? No. All right. Well. I want you to know I'm here to listen. I know this is fake or whatever, but I care about you. So if you ever want to talk, I'm here. I know. A knot grew in Wolf's throat, breaking up his words. Okay, good. Miguel licked the sides of his ice cream, tongue swirling around the scoop until it was pointed again, as he shifted the car into drive and left the gas station. Finishing their cones on the drive, they arrived back at Miguel's place, a pale yellow stucco building with square inset windows and a pointed top. Miguel devoured a bag of salty chips after his ice cream, while Wolf nibbled the candy, grateful for a distraction. When Miguel killed the vehicle's engine, Wolf's glazed eyes focused on the building, and he melted in his seat. Precious moments of quiet passed before he opened the passenger side door. Miguel was patient, sliding his hands down the tops of his pants and stealing a gummy worm as he waited. Miguel climbed out with Wolf carrying the snacks inside. Wolf trailed behind him, listless and still recovering from the mental recoil of the altercation. Your knuckles are swelling. I'll get some ice. Miguel tossed the bag of snacks on the couch and turned into the kitchen. Sure. Can I get some water? Of course. Wolf remained in the living room, noting the lack of television and the homely minimalist style. When Miguel returned with an ice pack and water, he sat on the couch. Thanks. Sitting down next to him, Miguel combed through Wolf's long hair, tucking it behind an angular ear and kissing his temple. Something Wolf couldn't name buzzed between them. Miguel's touches quelled his frustrated beast, soothing unexpected insecurities. The managers arrived together, Sophia waltzing in front of Noah, a frown on her sculpted face. He's done it. How is this going to look for Miguel? Sophia's shrill tone rang in her entrance, and both men looked up. It's going to look fine for Miguel. It wasn't as if he encouraged the behavior. He needs anger management, and you're irresponsible for not insisting he go. She dropped her briefcase on the coffee table. Oh, hello, boys. An eyebrow quirked when she saw the ice pack, but then she looked back at Noah, hands on her hips. Okay. You suggest him go to anger management. He's angry. I warned you. This is ridiculous. I know I said this was a good idea, but now I'm having my doubts. Before you continue on about your doubts, give it a week. Aha. How is Wolf punching a paparazzi going to help Miguel's fame? It depends on what he says about it. What do you mean? I mean, when press people ask him, what do you think about Wolf punching a paparazzi, his answer will either help or hurt him. He has to sound apologetic while bringing awareness to celebrity privacy. Can he do it? I can. Miguel rolled his eyes. Also, Sophia. This is about Wolf. He had a rough time, and it's not fair of you to twist it around for your own benefit. I will speak honestly. The paparazzi shouldn't inquire about a celebrity's private life to inspire anger. Wolf. Sophia crossed her arms and looked at the music producer. What? Do you accept this answer? Miguel can say what he wants. See. Woman, you're worrying entirely too much. And not looking at the other things. Did you check Miguel's social media during all this time you've been fussing at me? Noah wagged a finger at Sophia. Wait. Were you two together somewhere? Miguel blinked slowly, looking between the pair. No, Noah answered automatically. No. I haven't. Well, hang on. Her lips puckered as she dug in her bag and pulled out her laptop. Her fingers pecked the keys, drawing up Miguel's social media stats. Yep. Noah tipped his head forward. I'll wait. Sophia studied the backlit screen, scrolling through graphs. What did you do? She glowered at Miguel. Nothing. Live video at the zoo. I tagged Wolf in it. It has over 1,000 reposts already. I haven't checked. You two didn't have public sex at the zoo, did you? They didn't, Sophia. It was a very tasteful video, I might add. And funny. Very funny. Noah grinned. I should go. Wolf slipped away from Miguel, but Miguel followed him, ignoring the two managers. Hey. Let me drive you home. I'll take a taxi back here. Okay. Holding Miguel's hand, Wolf exited the apartment with him, pausing outside the door and taking in a deep breath. It was crowded inside. Miguel filled in words for him. Wolf compartmentalized his emotions after sadness trickled into his eyes. He steeled them, setting his jaw and lifting his chin before looking back at Miguel. Sure. So, we should do a night in, maybe rent a movie and order pizza. Yeah. Wolf studied the ground before tossing Miguel the keys. This time the drive was a comfortable silence, Wolf looking out the window while Miguel followed Wolf's directions back to the studio. He parked Wolf's vehicle. You want to come up for a few while you wait for your taxi? Yes. Miguel smiled. Wolf's building was lavish compared to Miguel's housing and was more entertainment style with a television and speakers. The visible kitchen had a pizza box on the counter with a half-empty soda beside it. Sorry? Zoe's been here. Wolf folded the box and tucked it into the trash, draining the soda in the sink. He tossed the bottle in recycling. Do you hear it? What? The sound of no managers hounding us. Miguel's eyes widened and he chuckled. Right. The sound of peace and quiet. Exactly. Hey. I had fun today. Miguel touched Wolf's hand, petting over his torn skin. Wolf flinched. Me too. Before I lost my temper. It's okay. I mean, I understand not wanting your family discussed by strangers. It's a violation. Yeah. Some people overstep, but I need to fix my reactions. I don't want to punch people. I just get angry and it happens. I understand. Sighing, Miguel wrapped his strong arms around Wolf's torso, resting his head on his chest. Wolf buried his face in Miguel's curls, eyes closing. His whole body relaxed under the warmth of Miguel's hug, the affection coaxing his heart from a hardened shell. Wolf drowned in the soft smell of pine and sage attached to Miguel's hair and skin. The time passed quickly. A few seconds turned into 30 minutes of Miguel holding him and him memorizing the notes of Miguel's natural scent, pacified by Miguel's pure brand of affection. I should go. Miguel whispered, tipping his head up to Wolf. Yeah. Call me when you get home, okay? Wolf's fingers swept through Miguel's hair, tucking unruly locks behind his ear. I will. Miguel brushed his lips over Wolf's as he put distance between them. He squeezed Wolf's hand as the gap between their bodies increased until their fingers slipped away from each other. Then he turned and walked out the door. Wolf gripped the counter as Miguel exited, swollen knuckles aching as he rooted himself to his spot. With newfound energy, Wolf grabbed his laptop and worked on post-production, securing headphones over his ears as he played Gabriella's songs. He placed his phone on the table in front of him, glancing up at it every few seconds, willing it to buzz with Miguel's number. It flashed after 20 minutes of unproductive work. He tossed off his headphones and put his cell phone to his ear. Hey. You home? Wolf barked. I'm walking in the door now. There was traffic. Miguel replied, amusement in his tone. Okay, good. Good. Yes. Well, I need to study my lines. Yeah, sure. Me too. I mean, I have to work on editing some of these songs. Wolf's ears burned and the back of his neck tingled. Right. I'll see you later. Yeah, night. Sweet dreams, Wolf. Miguel ended the call, and Wolf squeezed his cell phone in his hand, Miguel's sweet scent teasing his nose again. He sat his phone back down and kicked his feet up on the coffee table, clicking through windows on his computer as he went from working to browsing social media. He typed in Miguel's name and cycled through his various fan interaction sites, a smile growing on his face as he clicked through picture after picture. "Damn," he murmured, heart swelling in his chest, bruising its protective cage as he looked into Miguel's soft eyes. He raked over his muscular body, committing every curve to his memory. His cell phone buzzed beside him, and his heart twirled in his chest. "Hey Miguel," he rumbled into the receiver. "This isn't Miguel." A deep, unfamiliar voice tickled Wolf's ears. Wolf glanced at his cell phone screen, squinting when the number showed up as blocked. "Then who is it?" Wolf's tone flipped. Soft when he thought Miguel was on the line, and now hard because it was someone else. "Oh, he hasn't told you. I'm the love of his life. And if you keep talking to him, I'm going to ruin yours." The voice grew testy, brewing anger in his tone. "Really? You're threatening me." "It's not a threat. You keep talking to my Miguel, and I'll ruin your life and his." "Noted." Wolf ended the call on a clipped snarl, hurling his phone across the room. It cracked against the wall, a web of broken glass spiraling from the corner across the screen. Chapter 6. Miguel dressed with the regular models, in a dark backstage area filled with too many people. The paparazzi was blocked from the event, so the charming movie star didn't worry about his bare ass making it onto front-page news. The makeup artist whizzed by first, painting his face with light foundation, eyeliner, and mascara, before the models were left to their own devices as last-minute touch-ups were made. He arrived early in the day, nearly 5 hours before the show started, and sat in the corner with his phone on his lap, periodically text messaging Wolf. "Miguel, right? I'm Zoe. Wolf's friend." The androgynous woman approached the lone actor and stretched out her hand. Miguel shook it. "Yes. I know you, but I didn't know you were modeling today. It was a last-minute thing. You're the only person I know here, and I've never done any runway work before." She plopped down beside Miguel, folding her legs and resting her head against the wall, matting her short blonde hair in the back. "Never. Never. Weird, huh? I've modeled for Aiden Edwards before in their print catalog though, and mostly to have a celebrity." Zoe quirked an eyebrow. "An almost celebrity. It's easy. You walk to the point and then walk back. What do I do with my hands?" Walk for me." Miguel placed his phone aside and motioned to the empty space in front of them. Chuckling, Zoe stood and did her best version of a model walk. On shaky legs she clunked 10 feet away, stopped, turned, and clunked 10 feet back. One arm swung while the other stayed paralyzed at her side. "Oh." Miguel's eyes fluttered. "Bad, huh?" "Not the worst. You need some practice and a few good tips. Number 1. Put your hands on your hips, it'll be easier to control what your arms do. Number 2. Shift your center of gravity. You're leaning forward, letting your shoulders lead, which is a traditionally masculine walk. You need to let your hips lead. Number 3. Don't look down." Miguel laughed. "Okay, try again." "Right, okay. Hands on hips, hips lead, don't look down." "Cake, I got it." Zoe tried again, hands gripping her slender hips as she clunked 10 feet away, stopped, turned, and clunked 10 feet back. "Oh, and wait 3 seconds so the photographer at the end of the runway can get a good shot. Otherwise, you're good." "Huh. Well, thanks. So, how are you and Wolf?" "We're fine, I guess." "Aha. How do you feel about him?" Zoe slumped back down beside Miguel, cajoling him into talking about his celebrity relationship. "Well, he's hot and cold. One second I think he's into me, then the next he's smashing someone's face in over inappropriate words and brooding all night." "Yep, sounds like Wolf." "How long have you known him?" "A while. Since he's been in the music scene, but he doesn't talk about his life before moving here very much. I know he's got a mother and a little brother who live in New Mexico, but he never visits them. His mother will send clothes when she can and she calls sometimes. Zoe shrugged. Why? Something the paparazzi said. He mentioned a sister. I didn't ask Wolf because he was so upset. Oh yeah. I think he had one. Again, we don't talk about family, but you could ask him. He won't punch your face in if you're worried about it. I'm not, but thanks. Miguel snickered. Good. I saw your social media video. I can't believe you two were making out at a zoo. Damn. He instigated it. It wasn't my idea. I figured not, but I'm glad it happened. He's been different the past week. Less broody and texting you all the time. Even during studio time, he's chatting with you. I'm not complaining. Yes. We just I don't know. Like talking. He recorded a few verses of your song Focus on You for me, and I showed him around my filming tent. Miguel looked at his toes as heat slithered up his neck, burning his ears and cheeks. Ah. Zoe pinched him lightly. You two make a cute couple. Thanks. He's charming in a weird way. Like he shouldn't be, but when he looks at me and has the little hint of a smile. I don't know. I'm being a dork, sorry. No, it's okay. You spend a lot of time with him, so I'm glad you find him charming. I think whatever you two have is good, even if it is temporary. Zoe's voice lowered at the last part, keeping those words between them. She kissed Miguel's cheek and then stood up. Okay, I'm going to go find some fancy model clothes to get into. Actually clothes, not, okay, never mind. Bye now. Zoe waved. Bye. Miguel returned the wave, fingers wiggling. He resumed text messaging Wolf until it was time for him to get dressed and lined up. The staff helped him out of his loose lounge clothes and into fitted daywear. They nipped the shirt in even more once he was in it, tailoring it close to his body, and cuffed the pants at the ankles. The fashion show began with a brief explanation from the designer, Aiden Edwards. Miguel watched on small television screens as Aiden walked to the edge of the runway, bowed, and addressed the crowd. He explained the organization they were supporting, and what it meant to him, and the fashion industry full of different kinds of people. He called his collection Crimson before bowing again and leaving the stage. When the spotlight left him, he tossed the microphone and helped models line up, shifting the orders based on height and style and then switching them back based on gut feelings. After 3 fruitless changes, the backstage crew banned Aiden from the area and finished lining up the models by the previously assigned walking order. Miguel was third in line. An African man opened the show wearing a loose white vest and tailored red jeans. Second in line was a slender pale boy with flushed red lips and gray-blue skin around deep-set eyes and a prominent brow bone. The crew spritzed Miguel's hair with hairspray and touched up his light makeup before he stepped onto the runway. He saw nothing besides the other models gliding in a choreographed dance around him, and the bright lights lining the T-shaped platform. They went in pairs, a male coming from the left side and a female from the right. They met at the center and walked down the runway together. When they reached the end, they posed, switched sides, and returned to the height of the T. The men exited stage right, and the women exited stage left. Miguel walked to the end of the catwalk in time with his female companion, hands relaxed at his sides and arms naturally swaying with confidence. When he reached the end, he posed, hooking a thumb in his patterned pants and quirking the corners of his lips up in a lazy smile before changing sides and walking back. He walked again. And again. And again, before he was thrown into his last outfit, walked the final time and filed down the runway with the entire selection of models for applause. They entered stage left, walked along the T-shaped platform, and exited stage right. The workers stripped him out of the last ensemble and returned him to his own clothes as the audience rose from their seats and mingled with the other attendees. Miguel searched for Zoe first, but when he saw her surrounded by a collection of women, he diverted his intentions, seeking out his manager instead. Miggy. Miguel spun around, smiling when he saw the designer of the entire fashion show. Good walking up there. Seriously, if you weren't an action movie star, you would be my go-to male model. You are a little too buff though. Those shoulders are hard to tailor for. Aiden patted Miguel on the shoulder. Thanks. It's always a pleasure to walk in your shows. I love your designs and you keep me mostly dressed, except for the underwear show. Swimwear technically, but sure. Whatever you'd like to call it. Did you invite anyone? You know, someone special? Are you talking about Wolf? Of course I'm talking about Wolf. Did you invite him? I didn't not invite him, but runway shows aren't his thing, so he's probably not here. A pity. I even got Jasper to come out tonight, even though he was bent on sending a check. He's over there. Aiden pointed to the refreshments table and a tall, tanned man standing by himself. The man wore a custom-tailored suit too nice for the event, but an obvious attempt at casual dress. Ah. He's miserable, isn't he? Oh yes. Very much so. I promised him I wouldn't ask him to another event this month if he came to this one. There's less than 4 days left of the month. I realize, hence why I offered. I'm sure he realizes too. Likely. He doesn't mind coming to show his support, but he's so awkward. Aiden waved to Jasper after the man procured drinks and a plate of hors d'oeuvre. I should go help him. Enjoy your evening. Thanks again for participating in the show. No problem, you too. Miguel waved and smiled to Jasper when he looked up from juggling too many things. Continuing around the party, Miguel popped into several crowds. He discussed the representation of non-binary people in the media with a group of directors and the plight of homosexual actors playing heterosexual characters with another group. Things he hadn't heard or considered before. Small directors quizzed him on how it felt to play a straight man and have an onstage kiss with a female. Miguel avoided answering, flashing a dazzling smile and admitting they hadn't gotten to those scenes yet. He inched away from a deeper conversation about film development and retreated to the refreshments area, sighing as he accepted a glass of wine. He thanked the caterer as he brought the drink to his lips. You're Miguel Costa, the caterer pointed out. I am, yes. And you are? Nobody really. The nervous man's words cut out and his pale skin bloomed red down to his neck. You what? Like? Why your movies, he whispered, peering over Miguel's shoulder with a tentative expression. Thank you. Miguel narrowed his eyes. Is there someone behind me? He asked as he turned around. Hey. Miguel recognized the voice. He recognized the other person's spiced scent. Wolf. He blinked. I didn't think you were coming tonight. Hey, hi. Miguel braced himself on the edge of the catering table, moving backwards and maintaining an appropriate distance between them. He noticed how close their chests came together with each rise and fall of breath. I wasn't. But I changed my mind. I didn't know what to bring, so I brought this. Wolf pulled a box of gourmet chocolates from behind his back, presenting it to Miguel. It's from the one place. With truffles or whatever. Wolf studied the ground as Miguel took the box. You got me a gift? Yeah. Color touched Wolf's rich tan skin, grazed his high cheekbones and the rounded points of his ears. Wolf pursed his full lips together. Open it. I will, but before I do, I want to introduce you to some people. Miguel ballooned with pride as he grabbed Wolf's hand and led him through the sea of people, spying Aiden hovering between conversations and approaching the blonde-haired man. Aiden? Oh, Miggy. Hey. I need a nickname for you. Anyway. This is Wolf. Wolf, this is Aiden Edwards, the designer. Oh, Wolf. I've read so much about you. Aiden shifted his flute of champagne from one hand to the other and shook Wolf's hand in greeting. Right. So, how'd the fashion show go? Wolf glanced between Miguel and Aiden as he attempted conversation. Miguel rubbed Wolf's shoulder. Very well, but we could have used more male models. Miguel walked 4 times, was it? Aiden looked Wolf up and down. 5? Maybe? I can't remember, but yes. Please, more models next time. Miguel chuckled. I guess. You are asking me? Well, hinting. You'd still have to come in to walk for me, take measurements, and have a fitting. I don't know. Wolf frowned, squirming when Aiden mentioned fitting. No, he's kidding. You don't have to walk for him, but they do need accurate measurements. Very accurate to make sure everything sits properly. Aiden's eyes trailed up and down Wolf's slender form. Yeah. I'll think about it for next year. Actually, I don't know if this is your thing, but I would love for you to DJ my next event. Wolf loves DJing. Miguel's features spread into a wide smile, pearly teeth glistening as he leaned into the stoic man next to him. I do, yeah. Wolf confessed, ducking his head. Good. I'll have my people call your people, as they say. It's not for a few months, though. Ah, cool. Yeah, cool. Perfect. Aiden winked at Miguel after checking Wolf out again. I'll be in touch. Taking a sip of his champagne, he faded back into the crowd. Miguel looked at Wolf. You're shy. What? It's why you don't like these types of things. You're shy, aren't you? And no. I don't like talking to people besides my friends. Wolf stammered, crossing his arms across his chest. His long hair rippled, shielding one downcast eye from view. You don't like approaching others? No. Shy. Why not? It's weird. Don't know what to talk about, what to say. Miguel's cheeks dimpled. It's cute. You being shy. He intertwined his fingers with Wolf's, meshing their bodies together. Oh, I never quite thanked you for the chocolates, did I? No. Wolf's voice dropped as Miguel squared their hips and tipped his head back for a kiss. Thank. Miguel kissed Wolf's lips. You. He kissed him again, warm breath cooling moist skin as he withdrew. You're welcome. I have some other people for you to meet, and then I'll let you go. Miguel guided Wolf around the after-party, their fingers laced and arms braided, until he found Logan. He waved to his best friend and dragged Wolf over. Logan, hey. Hey man. I saw you up there. You should pay me extra for keeping you so fit. For torturing me, you mean. Anyway, this is Wolf. Wolf, this is Logan, my best friend and personal trainer. Nice to meet you, man. Logan shook Wolf's free hand, and then looked back at Miguel, amusement sparkling in his brown eyes. Heard you punched the shit out of some guy the other day. Yeah. I would have probably done the same. You're not a zoo animal, after all. Logan. You've heard Wolf's newest single, right? Yeah, of course I have. You play it multiple times a day. Logan patted Miguel's shoulder and grinned at Wolf. He might be your biggest fan. But seriously, what's your workout routine? You look good, and you messed up the paparazzi's face too. Ah. Well, I eat pizza and drink soda, but I go running and lift weights sometimes. Yeah. How much are you lifting? I deadlift about 235, I guess. Not bad. I can do almost double 235, but it's my job. Yeah, of course. Miguel rolled his eyes. I'm at 400 pounds. Also my job. He folded his arms across his chest. Hey, you know, Miguel and I hit the gym every day. You could join us if you wanted. Yeah, what time? Wolf shrugged his shoulders up around his ears, tucking his fingers into the pockets of his fitted jeans. We try to go real early before he's got filming, so about 6 o'clock. We can pick you up. I'll call beforehand to make sure you're up. Miguel's sunny smile brightened. You know what? Fine. Probably better than my usual morning routine. Dare I ask? Miguel chuckled. Roll out of bed, eat cold pizza, get to work. Wolf pulled Miguel closer, wrapping an arm around his torso. The stiff music producer relaxed around Logan's easiness and Miguel's warmth. Wow. You're almost as bad as Miguel here. He loves snacks and sweets, but he's on a strict diet for this movie role. Entirely too strict. Then, I shouldn't tell you he had ice cream Monday. A sly smile touched Wolf's face. He confessed Miguel's sins, squeezing the man around the middle as he did. You had ice cream? Yes. Because Wolf punched someone in the face, and I thought it warranted ice cream. And sour candy, beef jerky, and chips. Wolf added, pressing his lips to Miguel's temple. You know what? I'll take your excuse. So Wolf, how about it? Monday, Wednesday, Friday at the gym with us. Yeah. I'm in. Nice. Logan slapped him on the shoulder and tousled Miguel's hair. Look, I'll talk to you two later. Good show tonight, Miguel. See you both bright and early Monday. I like him. Good. Since he's my best friend, I'd hope so. Oh, I met Zoe earlier. She's nice too. I showed her how to walk. Did you see her up there? No. I didn't get here until the middle of the show. I suppose she'd already walked. Maybe so. Anyway, she's nice. Oh, and one more person. Miguel set off through the crowd again. They greeted many people, exchanging introductions but not lingering for long conversations until they reached Yvonne Gray, a frizzy-haired woman with a splash of dark freckles on creamy fawn skin. Oh hey Miguel. I loved the show. Her smile was as dazzling as Miguel's, but not as genuine. Thanks. I wanted to introduce you to Wolf. Oh my God, Wolf. I love everything you've ever put your hands on. Thanks. Wolf blinked, shuffling behind Miguel and touching his shoulders. So you love me then? Miguel smirked at Yvonne. Cute, but not what I meant. I meant he's a brilliant music producer. I heard you're producing KEY's newest album, and a dozen hummingbirds are recording in your studio. Wolf nodded. Did you write KEY's music? Wolf nodded again, still behind Miguel. Cool. So, can I ask you something? No judgment? Sure. You only say no judgment when it's something worth judging, Miguel teased. Shush. I'm serious. I love singing. I know, who doesn't think they have the best voice ever? But seriously, I was in voice lessons before acting lessons. I was wondering if you could help me write some songs? I'm dreadful at the writing part, but I can sing my ass off. It's not weird. Lots of musicians sing other people's songs. Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you have the mind to write the music. Different skill sets. Oh good. So what do I do? Send my manager a demo of you singing. You can cover someone else's song, I just need a feel for your voice and the style you want, and I can create something. Okay. I can do it. Could we get started when the movie is over? Possibly. We'll see. Actress turned singer, Miguel added. You know they're going to be harsh. I know, but I'm good at acting. Singing is my passion. I'm good at acting, but eating is my passion. Miguel's eyes bulged, and he made a silly face towards his co-star. She swatted him, laughing. Whatever. I'll send you over a cover, and we can go from there. Anyway. Miguel, I'll see you Monday on set. You two have fun tonight. She blew them both kisses, and waved over her slender shoulder as she glided off, joining a new crowd of chatting people. See you. Miguel returned the wave, fingers wiggling. When they were alone, he wrapped Wolf's lean arms around his body. I'm glad you came. Me too. I like Logan. He reminds me of you. Yes. What do you mean? I mean he's comfortable. He's kind, you can tell. He's a good friend. Like your Zoe. She's a good friend too. She is. A shadowy smile touched Wolf's lips, and he squeezed Miguel tighter. I need to get going. I still have a lot of work to finish before Monday. Ah, okay. The shorter man twisted in Wolf's arms and pulled him into a kiss. Wolf rumbled, hands sliding up Miguel's back, disappearing in his curly hair and holding his skull in place. What started out as chaste turned into a passionate goodbye kiss. Wolf reluctantly let Miguel go when they both were gasping for air. I'll see you bright and early Monday for our workout. Yeah. Miguel bit his swollen bottom lip. Good night. Night. Wolf growled, stealing one more kiss before stalking to the exit. Miguel bit the meat of his middle finger, watching Wolf's surly retreat. Chapter 7. Movie star Miguel Costa in Aiden Edwards' HIV/AIDS fashion show. February 26. Another year, another classic Aiden Edwards HIV/AIDS benefit fashion show. The Aiden Edwards Fashion Cares benefit show took place this past weekend, featuring a collection entitled Crimson. It sounds bloody, but I assure you it wasn't. Aiden Edwards made a collection centered around red and white, the two colors that make up the HIV/AIDS awareness ribbon. With classy outfits for men and women, some of them decked out in rhinestones, Edwards made a collection for everyone. Our backstage coverage caught glimpses of Miguel Costa, the star of the upcoming action film Forever Furious, and public LGBTQ figure Zoe King, the sexy vocalist featured on Wolf's latest Billboard hit Focus on You, and the remaining member of the duo Pixie Attack. All right. Let me cut to the chase. If you missed the broadcast of this benefit show, I've compiled official shots of the 50 flagship looks of Aiden Edwards' newest collection. You can show your support by purchasing any one of these items or outfits, or by donating directly to the HIV/AIDS Foundation. _Niles, I like the shoes more than the clothes. Alves_SDF_Jilly, FACTS. Askelabraham 55 Yas Queen. Lila Kelly at Forever SNATCHED. K. Kelly Young G. I love when a designer gives back to organizations affecting the community. Wallard X Ranger, isn't Miguel Costa dating Wolf? Dean_Wayne, it's fake. Romulus_Remigius, it's not. They look so in love. Ema_McClelland, id fake date Wolf any day of the week. Addie Short Garbage. Chapter 8. Wolf's phone rang 6 times. The call ended, and the person called back again. He was in his studio finishing the production of a new track when his phone lit up a 3rd time, and he sighed, peeling his studio headphones off and putting his phone to his ear. Ya Shima. Sela. Ah. A tired but thrilled female voice came through the receiver. Well, mother. I'm well. How are you? Happy to hear your voice. It's been so long. You never call. I know, Wolf sighed. I've been busy. I only hear about you through the magazine. Wolf punched this person and punched someone else, Wolf's mother lamented, the exhaustion seeping into her voice more. You know you're always welcome home. I know, but I need to be here doing what I'm doing. Well, let me send you goodies. I'll make your favorites. Thank you. Wolf's voice softened, and he leaned back into his leather chair, spinning it as he spoke with his mother. Are you going to tell me about the man I keep seeing you with? Wolf expanded the silence after her question until she asked, tentatively, if he was still on the other line. I'm here. His name is Miguel Costa. I know his name. Tell me more about him. He's nice. I know he's nice. My manager and his manager set us up for a celebrity relationship to boost his presence and for me to make connections. Oh. The excitement stirring in his mother's voice dampened. It's fake. Sort of. What do you mean? I mean, I like him. Perhaps more than I should, but I understand the parameters of our relationship. You know it's okay to let people in sometimes. He's a good man, I can see it in his eyes. And when have you seen his eyes? Your brother follows him on social media. Why? I suppose because he likes action movies and his older brother. He asks about you all the time. You need to call him. Mother. I'm serious. You need to call him. You're all he has now. No, he has you. Yes, but I'm his mother, not the older brother he looks up to. Wolf groaned, how is he? Call him yourself and find out, she snorted. Mother. He's fine. He's still going to school and hanging out with his friends, being a normal kid. I think he's finally getting over Hosea's death. Don't, Wolf shivered. I'm not sure I'm over it. It was her time, it is okay. His mother's soothing voice cradled the phone, and he closed his eyes as tears blossomed at the corners of his eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose, sucking in a deep breath and exhaling. Yeah, Wolf forced air through a tight throat. You will come home in a few weeks for the annual signing of the treaty. Probably not. Miguel's film will be done shooting soon, and he wanted to take a trip. I'm still working on 3 albums. My own and 2 others. The annual signing of the treaty is important. I know, but so is work. And my social calendar is full of things I have to attend with Miguel. She was quiet for a few moments. How long have you two been dating? A few months now. 3 or 4. It's at the point where tabloids expect us to be together all the time. Oh, right. They're waiting for you to have sex. Mother. Wolf squeezed his eyes shut. Damn it, yes. Well, what are you waiting for? Are we having this talk? Yes. Are you really going to have sex with him? Tell me honestly, Sela. Do you care for him? Yeah. I do. Does he know? I don't think so. Call me old-fashioned, but I believe you should tell him how you are feeling. Your face when you look at him. I know you hate the photographers, but they capture the look in your eyes. It's happiness. I'd remember it anywhere, and it's been so long. I know, Mother. I'll talk to him. You should invite him to meet us. I will consider it. Promise me you will consider it. I promise. Wolf smiled. I love you, Mother. I love you too, she whispered before ending the call. His cell phone beeped and he squeezed it in his hand, twisting the black metal ring on his finger. He kissed it as he went back to working. Chapter 9. The theater awards snuck up on Miguel. After Aidan Edwards' fashion show and Eli Berkeley Lockwood's dyslexia event, the actor focused on his movie. He broke up the monotony by having early morning breakfast dates with Wolf on the days Logan didn't have them all hitting the gym. On gym days, they cycled through different body parts. Mondays were leg day, Wednesdays were arms, and Fridays were core focused. The tabloids were constantly abuzz with everything Miguel and Wolf were doing together, including weekly spreads of their relationship progress. The single shots in Miguel's feed morphed to pictures of Wolf and him together, and they became the constant topic of most LGBTQ blogs. They topped the charts for the cutest new couple of the year. Miguel's schedule exploded with speaking engagements and event attendance, as he made it to the A-list on the last week of filming. The production crew warred with whose name to put higher on the movie poster, Miguel Costa or Yvonne Gray. Both names had a good ring to them, and they both were gracious enough to congratulate the other on a job well done. The production crew pushed the decision to the backs of their mind as they finished the last few movie scenes. The whole crew burst into cheers and hysterical laughter as Miguel said the final lines to the movie. It's going to be so great. Yvonne hugged Miguel and planted a kiss on his cheek. He swung her in his strong arms. I know. And hey, you know what? Kissing you wasn't so awkward. You weren't slimy or anything. He teased, setting her back on her feet after the hug. Oh, you weren't too bad yourself. So, what are your plans besides eat a box of donuts? I don't know. Wolf and I tossed around the idea of a vacation, but the theater awards are happening soon, so I should stay in town at least until after. Has he gotten back to you about music yet? Oh, sure. He emailed my manager a few weeks ago with a song for me to listen to. How did you like it? It was nice, but it was more hip-hop, and I was hoping for modern country. Miguel blinked, raising tailored eyebrows. Well, okay then. My manager has a meeting with his. I'm sure we'll get it worked out. It feels so weird to be done. I know. You do one thing day in and day out, and then it's over, like a piece of your soul is missing. Right? I'm going to detox, I think. Anyway, we should hang out sometime. You stay in town, right? Yep. I can show you all the good places to eat now, since we can take a little break from eating perfectly. Yes. Okay, I'll give you a call. Ivan gave Miguel a hug, a kiss, and flounced off, saying goodbyes to the rest of the crew. Miguel had said his goodbyes earlier, so he returned to his residence and crawled into bed, letting Sophia take care of whatever he had left in his trailer. He needed 2 weeks to decompress, 2 weeks off from everything, before he was ready to face the world again, refreshed and his bubbly self. For his 2-week relaxation period, he broke from his routine. He slept in and ordered delivery. He had coffee and donuts delivered for breakfast, and he ate takeaway meals for dinner. The last day of his sanctioned time off was the day before the theater awards, and Sophia stopped by, dropping off his suit. She hung it in his hallway closet and snuck back out of his apartment. The next day, she came over carting hot coffee and a stack of papers. Morning. Are we feeling refreshed? Miguel had migrated from his bedroom to the couch, wrapped in a terry cloth robe and resting his feet on the coffee table. His small radio was on, and a newscaster's droning voice filled the room. Enough. Refreshed enough. Good. I brought you coffee and some upcoming scripts to read through. Sophia placed the coffee in Miguel's hand and the scripts on the table in front of him. There are 5 different scripts there. 2 are for independent films, 3 are upcoming major motion films. Let me know which you want to audition for. You're giving me a choice? Well, yes. Don't I always give you a choice? Sophia smiled, sipping her own to-go mug of black coffee as she sat down next to Miguel on the couch. Nope. Really, never. But thanks. You're welcome. So, tonight is the theater awards. I brought your suit by yesterday. Did you try it on? No, I figured it would fit. I don't see why it wouldn't, and it's too late to change it now if it doesn't. Miguel chuckled. It'll be fine. And Wolf will be here to pick you up this afternoon. Why so early? Well, because there are going to be red carpet interviews, so arriving will be very congested and we want to be prepared. How would you say your relationship with Wolf is going? Well, the media loves it, the fans love it, Miguel shrugged, sipping his coffee. And he hasn't had any incidents since the last one? No, he's been a good boy. Another soft smile touched Miguel's lips as he studied the swirls of steam coming from the covered mug. Really good, actually. I see. The numbers don't lie. He's done wonders for turning you into a household name. There's an article about you two at least once a week. Have you noticed it change from Wolf's boyfriend to Miguel Costa? I have. It's more on equal footing now. He spoke with Aiden and Yvonne at the fashion show too, and I think he's going to be working with both of them. Basically, I feel like I contributed fairly is what I'm saying. Indeed. And you've given him more depth just by association. He's the soft, torn bad boy instead of the hardened bad boy. Sophia rolled her eyes. He is soft and torn. Anyway, I'll take a look at these scripts. Is there anything else? Because I think I'm going to spend the day getting ready. Nothing else. Sophia kissed Miguel's cheek. Good luck tonight. Oh, Noah said to see if you can get Wolf to practice his interviewing while you two wait in the limousine. You know how he can clam up sometimes when it comes to questions. Oh, I know it. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. Noah will be happy. Okay, call me if you need anything. Cheers. Sophia strolled out of his apartment, leaving him alone with his thoughts, new scripts, and rapidly cooling coffee. He picked up the first one, a lightweight stack of stapled papers, and read it over. Scanning over the set directions, he fished out the characters' lines, dark eyes jumping over the page as he developed a feel for the movie. As he read, he envisioned the characters and scenes in his head. When he was finished, he sat the script aside, glancing at the clock. It blinked 3:47 p.m. Miguel shed his robe, leaving it as evidence of his existence on the couch, and tramped into the bathroom, stepping onto the cold tiles of the shower. The rainwater shower head drenched him with lukewarm water. After 20 minutes, he stepped out and toweled off, taking his time getting dressed, slipping on his briefs and undershirt while his skin dried. A few minutes later, he added his shirt and tie, then his slacks. He snapped a black metal watch to his wrist, and he slipped his feet in designer loafers as someone knocked on his apartment door. "Coming," he called, checking himself in the mirror before opening the front door. "Hey," Wolf rumbled, rolling his slender shoulders back as he looked into Miguel's face. "Hey, how much did Noah pay you to get in a suit?" "Not enough." His brooding expression lifted at Miguel's tease, and he hooked his thumbs in the loops of his tailored slacks. "You look good." "So do you. It's a nice change." Miguel smoothed the lapels of Wolf's chocolate-brown suit, adjusting his robin's egg blue tie. His hands traveled over Wolf's shoulders, and he lifted his head for a kiss, lips brushing against Wolf's. The simple greeting shot longing down his spine. His toes curled in his loafers, and his lips burned when they broke apart. "Are ready?" "Yeah. Let's go." "Wait. You're still staying the night, right?" "Yeah. So people will think we had sex?" "Right. It's been a good amount of dates. It seems like the right time to make it believable," Miguel reasoned, biting his lower lip and picking at Wolf's tie again. He avoided the other man's eyes as they discussed intimacy like an item on a forever long to-do list. "And you'll get coffee or breakfast the next morning." "Yeah. I'm sure Sophia's scheduled the paparazzi." Wolf grunted. "Also, we're supposed to practice interviewing during the ride, so you don't clam up when they ask you something at the event." "Will they?" "Probably. It's better to be prepared. Especially since you don't normally go to these things. I imagine interviewers will be elated at the opportunity to speak with one half of the hottest celebrity couple." Wolf sneered as he opened the door for Miguel. "Right. How do you avoid questions you don't want to answer? Say something polite but generic. You can interview me first if you want." "All right." Wolf sat down next to Miguel, suited thigh touching suited thigh and one hand resting across the back of the seat. He stroked the base of Miguel's neck where his curly hair faded to smooth skin. "Ask me something." How do your parents feel about your success?" "My parents? You know, they hoped I'd work in a factory like my brothers rather than be an actor. So, I'm not sure they understand my profession, but they are happy I'm happy." Miguel accented his words with a kind smile. "Good answer. Is it true?" "I want it to be true, so it's true." "What do you mean?" Wolf tilted his head as a tidal wave of emotions washed over Miguel. This time he opened the door to emotions himself, but it happened after every movie, at every celebrity event, whenever he knew he would be on public television, whenever he knew the whole world was watching. The whole world except his parents. Miguel closed his eyes, dark eyelashes shading his cheeks. "I mean, I want them to be happy for me, so I pretend they are. We don't talk. My family." "Why not?" "Because I'm gay." Miguel shrugged, "and tonight is supposed to be happy. I don't want to drag it down." He opened his eyes again, searching Wolf's features as he steered the conversation in a new direction. "What about you? How does your family feel about your success?" "My mother is happy, but I could be working at the local service station, and she'd be equally as happy." "What's wrong with you being gay?" His fragile smile faltered, and under Wolf's gaze crumbled completely. "My family is religious. Roman Catholic. And being gay is a moral disorder. Well, having gay sex is a moral disorder. It's okay to have gay feelings as long as you never act on them. Our church was supportive, but my parents weren't." "What happened?" "Nothing really. They caught me with a boy and kicked me out. I lived with Logan and fell into acting. It's nothing serious, really. We need to practice your interview questions." Miguel's deep frown flipped to a smile, and he nudged Wolf. "Right. Ask me something. What was your first paying job?" Miguel balled his fist together, using it as a placeholder for a real microphone. When he finished his question, he presented his closed fist to Wolf's face. Wolf blinked, stretching his neck forward and talking into Miguel's fist. I worked construction. On days I needed money, I would stand outside the hardware store, and contractors who needed extra men would pick a few guys and take them to the job site. We got paid same day. How do you think the experience has affected you today? I have a different idea of hard work compared to others. I also tend to overwork myself, because sitting in my studio in my underwear is hardly taxing work. Would you describe yourself as a workaholic? Absolutely. I work a little bit every single day. Even on the day of rest. Inspiration doesn't stop because you take a day off. I work when I'm inspired just as much as when I have housekeeping things to do. I enjoy both aspects of my work. Speaking of inspiration, where do you get yours from? Wolf paused, glancing over Miguel's head as he considered the question. From anything, really. I get most of my inspiration from life experiences and my emotions going through them. What's your most memorable childhood experience? Wolf hesitated again, features distorting. Think of something mundane but heartwarming. The first time I rode a bike. Wolf quirked an eyebrow, questioning his response. Was it memorable? It was my first taste of freedom, even if it only extended from the backyard to the main highway through the reservation. What color bike? Pink. Magenta. Wolf chuckled. Very good. I know it's going to be weird talking to strangers and not me, but you'll do great. I know it. Here's to hoping they ask more cerebral questions this year anyway. Cerebral? Sure, Miguel smiled, our opinions instead of our life story. I'd rather express my review on non-GMO products than discuss my favorite childhood toy. What questions do they usually ask? It depends. Men will get political and cerebral questions, while women get fashion questions. LGBTQ is in the middle. I'd say the women who wear dresses get more fashion questions than the women who wear suits. The men rarely get fashion questions. Good. I guess. I wouldn't mind fashion questions. Do you want to practice more interview questions? Or maybe talk about what makes you nervous? Wolf bit his bottom lip, more questions but in a minute. He pet Miguel, nails massaging his scalp. What should we do tonight? He leaned into his hand, head slowly dropping back on his shoulders. Tonight when we're supposed to be having sex. Yeah. Wolf's fingers crept to Miguel's cheek, and he stroked the backs of them along his square jawline. Miguel turned, lips brushing over the pads of Wolf's fingers. He kissed each one. I don't know. Miguel's soft breath came in light puffs and he shifted in Wolf's arms. I mean, we could do the obvious thing. Wolf's lips curled, twitching as Miguel moved closer and rubbed the top of his thigh. Wolf's legs spread at the inviting gesture. Oh. The obvious thing. Right. His cheeks colored. Miguel's hand froze on his thigh. Oh, only if you want to. Sorry. I thought we were headed towards being intimate. With the kissing. I thought you were interested. Miguel's heart jumped from a steady pace to hammering in his chest. His temperature rose, face burning. Wolf lapsed into silence, cavernous black eyes boring into Miguel. When the other man didn't reply, Miguel's stomach turned over, nodding on itself. We don't have to. I'm sorry. Wolf touched his thumb to Miguel's lips, ceasing his rambling words. Then Wolf's lips met Miguel's, thumb sliding away and leaving them connected. His lips lingered against Miguel's, parting enough for their tongues to connect, for fire to kindle between them. Miguel groaned. Desperate hands ran over Wolf's suit, over his shoulders and back down to squeeze the hems of his blazer. Kiss me again. Wolf obliged, pecking his lips with a chuckle. Is this a preview? A preview too. You in bed. Are you demanding? Another wave of heat passed over Miguel, pulse jumping in his veins as excitement married embarrassment. Maybe. You'll find out. Do you like demanding? Wolf's eyes narrowed and he scrutinized Miguel. Maybe. You'll find out? He trapped him in another kiss, this one more passionate than both the previous ones. He gripped the back of Miguel's neck, thrusting him into the leather seat of the limousine. Fingers dented his tan skin in a bruising touch. Miguel moaned against his lips, back arching and pressing their chests together. Their hips stayed apart, unclaimed territory living between their most intimate parts. Wolf retreated when they were desperate for air. And more questions. I think. Miguel's lips burned after the last kiss, raw from Wolf's rough kisses and ripe with arousal. They yearned for more affection. Miguel wet them, clasping them together. All right. Wolf rumbled, words clipped. He suppressed the little effects of his excitement as he adjusted the line of his shaft in his pants. Miguel sucked in a deep breath, distracted by Wolf's movements. Why yes. What's the bravest thing you've ever seen someone else do? A different question, please. Oh. Okay. If you could give one piece of advice to your teenage self, what would it be? 2 pieces of advice. Setbacks are temporary and some pain never goes away. What about you? Miguel resumed, petting Wolf's thigh. Get a job, I think. A regular job. And save your money. And don't run the streets. He laughed. If you get too personal, people will ask more questions. I know. It's hard to avoid answering honestly without opening a can of worms. Miguel chewed his bottom lip. Did your sister die? His question sucked the playfulness out of the limousine, sobering them both. Wolf's attention snapped to Miguel, shocked by the question. Time slowed. Miguel cursed himself for asking. The seconds ticked by, the slender third hand of Miguel's watch counting the silence. 20 seconds and Wolf looked away, squinting out the limousine window. Wolf's reply came in 30 long seconds. Yeah. Miguel nodded. The limousine slowed. The roar of wind passing the vehicle changed to voices and the distinct sound of camera shutters. Miguel held his breath, stalling his heart rate, and looked at Wolf. You'll do great. Miguel promised, patting Wolf's leg and kissing his cheek. And then tonight it'll be just us. Yeah. The driver opened the door of the limousine, and Wolf stepped out first before presenting a hand to Miguel, helping him out and latticing their fingers. Wolf guided him down the rolled-out carpet behind other couples smiling and posing for the photographers, who were a mix of paparazzi and professionals. They posed together first, Wolf wrapping an arm around Miguel's torso, both men looking at the same camera. Wolf didn't smile, but Miguel's face lit up for both of them. After their couple's photos, Miguel looked at Wolf. How are you doing so far? Making it. Wolf grunted, I don't see how this is enjoyable. It's enjoyable if you enjoy being a celebrity, which you don't. Who does? People who are only good at being pretty. You know, the nobodies who got famous over sex tapes and other private scandals. Those people enjoy all the fuss of being a celebrity. I enjoy having guaranteed fans, people I know will buy tickets to see my movies. It's less about fame and more about a guaranteed sale. Of course. They strolled to the door together until a reporter approached Miguel, navigating through a sea of other celebrities. The reporter brought a film crew with her, and she leaned into Miguel's left side. Wolf's arm dropped away. He kissed the movie star's forehead, nuzzling into his soft hair. I'll see you inside. Miguel nodded, and Wolf left a rush of cool air in his place. Hey there, the reporter smiled over a black cordless microphone. I've been meaning to talk to you ever since you were cast in Forever Furious. How does it feel to play a straight male character as a gay man? She presented the microphone to his lips. It feels like anything else. Everyone falls in love, and my job is to portray the character's emotions. I've been in love before, so I know how my character feels. Are you in love now? She snatched the microphone back, a sparkle in her hazel eyes. I have a special person in my life, yes. Miguel grinned when he evaded her disguised question. Don't we all? And who are you wearing tonight? I'm wearing a custom piece from Aidan Edwards' Moonlight collection. I love it. Okay, I'll let you get back to your night. With a mechanical smile, she walked away from Miguel, taking her film crew with her. Miguel watched her attack Yvonne with the microphone, shoving it into her face after the first invasive question. He continued down the carpet, weeding through other celebrities with dates on their arm and interviewers in their face. Oh my God, Miguel. You made it tonight. He placed one box-toed loafer on the steps leading to the entertainment hall when he heard Allie Hudson's venomous voice. Like cyanide, her voice sounded sweet, but Miguel knew better. Allie. You made it tonight. How are you? He backed off the steps and turned to her and her date, a dark-haired man in a casual suit. A worn blazer draped his shoulders, and his fitted slacks had seen better days. Allie wore a backless floor-length dress. Spaghetti straps held the dress on her bony shoulders. Miguel greeted her with the classic European cheek-to-cheek gesture. He shook her companion's hand, nodding to him. Refreshed. Nothing like a little vacation to freshen up. How was filming with Yvonne? It was great. I missed working with you though, but Yvonne is an amazing actress. Ah, I missed you too. Allie's companion squeezed her hand and her cheeks flushed on cue. Oh, this is Xander. He's the lead guitarist from a dozen Hummingbirds. Allie tugged Xander closer at her introduction. Wolf is producing their first studio album. Xander, this is Miguel Costa. He was going to be my co-star before I took a much-needed vacation. And we missed her so much on set. Miguel added, eyebrows raising as his contrived smile spread further across his face. How was recording with Wolf? Awesome. He knew the business, and he was very helpful. Xander shrugged. Allie put a hand on his chest and leaned into him, her creamy cheek touching his sloping shoulders. Good to hear. When's the release? Hopefully in a few months. We finished our last song this week, and now it's time for Wolf to work his magic. I can't wait. Shoot. Neither can I, Xander laughed, resting a hand at Allie's hip. So, what about you, Allie? Oh, I have a few scripts lying around for a few drama films. I have private auditions next week, but it's just protocol. The director already told me I have the part. That's awesome for you. Miguel squeezed Allie's shoulder. Oh, and you look gorgeous tonight. I love the dress. Thank you. Allie touched her chin to her shoulder, showing off the slope of her peachy neck and beaming at Miguel's compliment. Xander guided her up the steps. Miguel exhaled, rolling his eyes, before he peered around the area. Chestnut eyes scanned the people present for Wolf's familiar frame. Instead, he saw Zoe with pink-tipped hair and a woman on her arm. Zoe, he greeted her. His natural smile returned. Hey, Miguel. Zoe returned the smile, clearing her throat. Oh, this is Fiona. She's my partner. Officially. Fiona granted Zoe an encouraging smile, and then looked at Miguel. Officially. Her lips pursed, still smiling, and her blue eyes sparkled. Zoe kissed her temple, and the dust of freckles over her nose darkened as her cheeks colored. Hi. It's nice to meet you, Fiona. Fiona is the sober part Pixie Attack. You know, the band. Miguel is starring in an upcoming movie, Forever Furious. Zoe bit her lip as she introduced them. Where's Wolf? I was hoping he'd be here to meet Fiona. He's here somewhere, I promise. He arrived with me. Miguel shook his head. He's probably off somewhere looking for a DJ stand to avoid being interviewed. Probably, Zoe laughed. So Fiona, how's Chloe doing? I already saw Allie. Oh, she's okay. She's still voluntarily in her rehabilitation program. I think she's serious about staying sober this time. We visited her last week, Zoe offered. But Fiona was considering doing a duet with me to one of Wolf's tracks. Really? Your voices would sound good together. Thank you. I'm going to write the song, but we're hoping to meet Wolf in the studio next week. We wanted to discuss it with him. I'll let him know you two were looking for him. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. Miguel winced. Ah. It's okay, you got him out here, which is enough of a challenge. Zoe patted Miguel's shoulder. We're going to head inside. We'll save your seats. Perfect. Thanks. I'll be inside in a few. Blowing out his breath, he watched the pair giggle their way inside and looked around again. He combed the crowd for Wolf, still not seeing him. Instead, he saw another interesting development, his manager on the arm of Wolf's manager. His eyelashes fluttered and his face opened up. His eyes grew wide, eyebrows lifting into his forehead, and his lips relaxed as his attention landed on Sophia. Her pale olive skin changed colors when she caught his gaze. Noah waved. Miguel returned Noah's casual wave and exhaled a dry chuckle. He waited a little longer for Wolf, but eventually entered the event hall on his own. Inside the building, Miguel walked the aisles, finding Zoe and Fiona and taking his seat beside them. As everyone got settled, Zoe leaned across Fiona. Still no Wolf? Zoe whispered. No. But I saw our managers. Worry seeped into Miguel's voice. I hope he's all right. I'm sure he is. Wolf can take care of himself. Zoe promised, squeezing the movie star's knee before sitting back in her seat. Miguel's eyes swept the place again, and he sent Wolf a text message. He clutched his phone in his hand as the crowd hushed and the awards ceremony started. The host took center stage and thanked everyone for coming. He told awkwardly timed and borderline inappropriate jokes to the crowd as he collected himself and prepared for presentations. The ceremony moved along at a glacial pace, Miguel checking each of the 4 exits between the announcement of nominees, announcement of winners, and the shocked speeches of those awarded a trophy. Wolf slipped into the empty seat beside Miguel when the crowd clapped as the award for Best Director of a Musical was presented to a squat bald man. The smell of iron slapped Miguel's nose. Wolf. Where were you? Miguel hissed, and why do I smell blood? It's nothing, the other man growled, clapping with everyone else. Miguel inspected him, noting his surly expressing, the hard wrinkles on his forehead. His fine suit had new flaws, tears in the threading only discernible to a curious eye. His knuckles bloomed with stripes of red, ragged fissures over his puffy skin. It's something. What did you do? Nothing someone didn't deserve. Paparazzi? No. Some asshole. It's fine. Wolf kissed Miguel's cheek. Miguel lost his chance for protest as the ceremony continued. The best performances were announced with 1 play and 1 musical sweeping their categories. The discretionary awards were last, and they dragged on into the night. Miguel fidgeted in his seat, paying more attention to Wolf than the conclusion of the awards. When the last award was announced, Miguel jumped to his feet, clapping rapidly. Miguel looked at Wolf once the ceremony ended. Tell me what happened. In the car. No, I'm serious. This was supposed to be a fun night for us, and you were barely by my side the entire evening. I want to know why. Fine. I beat up some jackass named Daniel Taylor. He said he had dirt on you, and he told me if I kept talking to you, he'd ruin your career. I broke his face. Wolf spoke in a low murmur, but his words were clear. Miguel's heart shut down. His knees buckled and sweat washed over him. He grabbed the back of the chair in front of him, fighting to keep himself steady on his feet. Who? He managed when his heart sputtered to life again, leaving him with a spinning head and a sick stomach. Daniel Taylor. You know him. Miguel shook his head as his stomach fought with itself, body committed to ridding Miguel of the food he'd eaten long before the event. He tasted it in his throat. No, I mean yes. I do. He corrected. He threatened me, and I rearranged his face. It looks better now. Wolf adjusted his blazer once standing and stalked to the exit, leaving Miguel alone next to Zoe and Fiona. Again. Miguel watched him get smaller and smaller as the distance extended between them. Damn. He left again. Zoe pouted, peering over Miguel's shoulder. We should call him Snake, not Wolf. I should go after him, actually. Miguel looked at Zoe. Right? I should go after him. Yeah, as long as you know what you're getting into, and he might be angry. Miguel raked his fingers through his hair, combing back his curls only to have them bounce right back in place. Okay. I'll let him know to call you. Nah, don't worry about it. I'll catch up with him next week. Zoe bit the inside of her cheek before yanking Miguel into a hug. Have a good night, okay? Yes. Okay. I'll try. He hugged her tightly, tears welling in his eyes. He blinked them away as they parted, and he left before a fresh set of tears glossed over his eyes. He rushed from the building and walked into a reporter. She blocked his way down the steps. Miguel Costa, led in the upcoming movie Forever Furious. What do you have to say about the awards ceremony? She shoved the microphone into Miguel's face. He stepped around the woman, but she followed him, microphone hovering in front of his lips. I want to congratulate everyone who received an award tonight. It was an honor to be here. He scanned the front entrance for Wolf. Did you agree with everyone who won? I think everyone works hard to perfect their craft, and any one of the nominees would have been well deserving of the award. Miguel forced a smile. I agree. Tell me. Have you? I'm sorry. I'm looking for someone. His forced smile stayed on his face as he moved past her again and breezed down the steps. He reached the limousine in record time, grabbing the door handle. He curled his fingers around it and pulled it up. The lock released, the rubber suction peeled away from the metal. His stomach tortured him, churning and contracting as he stood in front of the door. Shit, Miguel whispered, thumping his forehead on the cold black exterior. God, please let him be in here. He begged, tears wetting his cheeks. He wrenched the door open. The back seat was empty. The privacy window between the passenger section and the front part of the vehicle opened, and the driver glanced back at Miguel. Mr. Costa. Can I help you? No. Have you seen Wolf? No, sir. I'm sorry. He hasn't been back here yet. His polite replies lacked compassion for Miguel's plight. Okay. Okay, well. Miguel pinched the bridge of his nose, scooping his phone out of his pocket. He selected Wolf's name and put the phone to his ear. Pick up. Pick up. Pick up, he commanded. What? Wolf growled into the receiver. The atmosphere behind him was dead silent. Hey. Where are you? I'm at the limousine. Wolf rumbled. Wolf, please. Can we leave? Why are you asking? You can leave when you want. I want you to leave with me. It was our plan. Where are you? Nowhere. Wolf replied, voice still prickly. Will you leave with me? The deafening silence on the other end tormented Miguel. He strained his ears. He heard Wolf's calm breathing, the rustle of leaves, the faint sound of cars passing. 60 seconds passed. Yeah, Wolf muttered. 61 seconds. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay. Miguel's muscles turned to jello. Okay. I'll sit. Inside the limousine. Wolf ended the call. Miguel's fingers trembled around his phone. He mashed his lips into the smooth screen as his breathing gradually returned to normal. He crawled into the limousine, leaning his head on the plush chair and closing his eyes. He counted the seconds again, getting to over 200 before losing count and starting over again. Hey. Wolf yanked the limousine door open when Miguel counted to 100 the second time. Oh. Miguel opened his eyes, checking Wolf for new bruising as he scooted across the seat. Hi. Wolf sat down next to him, unbuttoning his blazer and shrugging it off his shoulders. He laid it over the empty seats. He peeled off his tie next, puffy fingers lying it across the blazer. His long hair settled over his shoulders, layered over itself and shining in the yellow limousine light. Drive, Wolf commanded. The limousine rolled into action, tires crunching gravel. Miguel's skin warmed, another round of tears washed over him, and he looked out the window. Maybe you shouldn't stay the night, Miguel ventured. He threatened me months ago. Said if I didn't stop talking to you, he was going to ruin both of our careers. Why didn't you tell me? Or my manager? Wolf shrugged, not scared of him. I know, but you should have said something. Yeah, well, I took care of it. With your fists? Yeah. Why? Because he's a bully, and I don't like bullies. I can tell. If I ask why, will I get an answer? What kind of answer are you looking for? Bullying destroyed my family. Do you want me to stay the night or not? This is your stupid project, Wolf spat. Can I ask you something else? Wolf growled. Have you considered talking to someone? About what's going on with you. I know you can't talk to me, and I don't know what to say or how to help, but there are professionals. You're telling me I need therapy. No. Not need. I'm saying you should talk to someone. I'm saying I don't like seeing you angry. Miguel sighed, tucking long strands of black hair behind Wolf's ear. And you deserve to be happier. Fine. We'll call in the morning. Wolf nodded, and a shadowy smile touched Miguel's face. It lasted only seconds before he pressed his lips into Wolf's cheek. Do you want to hear about the ceremony? Wolf was silent. I saw Allie with one of the guitarists from A Dozen Hummingbirds. She denied her rehab stint while claiming she had stacks of scripts to audition for. I saw Zoe and the other singer from Pixie Attack. They're together. Zoe wants you to call her. Oh yeah, and I saw our managers arrive together too. Figures. Wolf muttered, picking at torn skin. Don't. You'll risk infection. I'll clean you up at my place. Fine. Are you hungry? It's been a long night, and we can order takeaway since filming is over. I heard of this gourmet pizza place. Okay. Order whatever you want. I'll eat anything. Oh, and thanks. For rearranging his face. What happened between you two? Well. Miguel chewed his bottom lip. We were together, and he was acting as a manager. Not officially, but he helped me with scheduling and taking calls. He was controlling. He didn't want me to audition for certain parts. He didn't like my relationship with Logan. And I told him I was hiring a real manager, and I hired Sophia. Why did you end the relationship? He was upset about me hiring Sophia. They didn't get along. I was too busy after she started making the schedule, and I didn't have enough time for him. I see. Wolf squinted. How long ago? Several months before our managers set us up. How do you think he would ruin your relationship? I guess maybe nude photos? When I was on different movie and show sets, we would exchange them. Do some sort of interview on all of my secrets. What secrets? I don't know. It was a thought. Miguel shrugged. It's fine. I took care of it, and told him to stay away from us both. It was a pretty clear message. The limousine slowed as they reached Miguel's place. Wolf tapped on the privacy window. It descended. I'll call you in the morning. Yes, Mr. Begay. The two men exited the limousine, and Miguel led Wolf up to his luxury apartment. Miguel hung his keys on the hooks by the door, and his jacket on the back of a kitchen chair. I'll order food in a moment. You can get comfortable. Miguel motioned to the couch as Wolf removed his shoes and placed them by the door. I can get you lounge clothes. It's fine. Wolf sat down on the couch. Miguel made an ice pack in the kitchen once he was down to his suit pants and undershirt. He sat down on the floor in front of Wolf, pressing the cold bag into one beaten-up hand. Wolf shuddered. Miguel chewed his lips. Once Wolf's skin was cold, Miguel patted it dry and used hydrogen peroxide on the open wounds. This might hurt. Yeah. Wolf shuddered again, stretching his aching hand muscles. I could try to bandage you up. It's fine, I think. Wolf studied his hand before looking at Miguel. Hey. What? Miguel glanced up from rearranging the ice in the bag. I really appreciate what you're doing. Helping me right now. It's no problem. We're together. Miguel's throat swelled as emotions swirled inside him. His heart skipped, teased by Wolf's gentle tone. Even if it's fake. Chapter 10. Wolf woke the next morning with sun warming his face and Miguel curled in his arms. His lean body bent around the burlier man, his face tucked in Miguel's auburn curls. He sighed, tightening his arm around Miguel and brushing his lips along his bare shoulder. Good morning, Miguel whispered, rolling over in Wolf's arms and glancing into his sleepy face. Morning. Wolf kissed Miguel's nose, heart fluttering, as Miguel looked into his eyes. He grunted. How are you feeling? How's your hand? Swollen but fine. I need to stretch it. Miguel nodded, burrowing his face in Wolf's arm. I can get some ice in a moment. Nah. It's fine, really? Wolf chuckled. What is it? Nothing. He poked his head back out, cheeks flaming. I enjoyed sleeping next to you is all. Oh. Yeah, I enjoyed sleeping next to you too. Sorry I fell asleep so early. It's okay. You had an eventful night beating up bullies and being social. Miguel smiled, propping himself up on his elbow. Indeed. But I have to make it up to you. Wolf pet Miguel's wild hair, combing it around his ears. The backs of his fingers skimmed over his burning skin. You don't really. Miguel's cheeks heated up more. Let me get you something for your hand. He tossed the covers aside and stood. No, you don't. Wolf grabbed Miguel's arm, yanking him back into the bed. Why are you so nice? What? Miguel tilted his head, sighing as he crawled back into the bed and resumed his post beside Wolf. What do you mean? I mean what I said. Why are you so nice? Miguel shrugged, eyes leaving Wolf's face to look down at his bare chest. Is it a problem? No, Wolf's lips tugged into a light smile. It's not a problem. I'm just wondering why. Because I like being nice, and it's easier than being mad at the world. You know, being too nice is like being too mean. It's a way to guard yourself against others. Is it really? Wolf nodded, fingers cradling Miguel's strong jawline. He sank back into the mass of pillows on Miguel's full-size bed, guiding Miguel closer. Being too agreeable, avoiding being open, avoiding getting what you really want. His voice dropped lower, a soothing rumble as he fused their lips together. Wolf had gotten skilled at stamping down emotions, but Miguel buoyed them back to the surface. Each kiss opened the floodgates and emotions swirled through him. Maybe. Miguel whispered against Wolf's lips. What do you really want? Wolf's hand traveled from the base of Miguel's skull down his corded neck. Fingernails dented Miguel's skin before Wolf went back up, resting his hand just under his hairline. Miguel sucked his bottom lip. You. I want you. Miguel choked on his words, the last syllables coming out in a raspy tone. You have me. Wolf reminded him, dragging him into another sound kiss. He pushed the other man into the bed, moving on top of him, placing one hand on either side of Miguel. Wolf's fingers buried in the sheets as he bent over him, planting a feathery kiss on his lips, while his long hair pooled around them, shielding them from the morning sunlight. Do I? Miguel shivered, his heart picking up pace as Wolf squared their hips and pressed into him. If you want me, yeah. Excitement grew between them. Is this you offering to make it up to me, because you fell asleep last night? Yeah. Wolf wiggled his hips, a boyish grin touching his face. All right. What are we doing here? Miguel laughed as Wolf grinded against him. He slid his hands over Wolf's lean shoulders, petting over his velvety skin. Didn't you say something about sex last night? I did. You know, people have to think we're having it. Should we have it? Wolf circled his hips to a slow rhythm, fingers tightening around the sheets and rooting him in place. His breath came slowly and his words were deep growls. Oh, I don't know. Are you any good at it? Miguel grinned. Ah, Wolf grunted. It's been a while, but it's like riding a bike, isn't it? Please tell me you're really good at bike riding. It took a while to take the training wheels off, but once they were off, I rode like the wind. Wolf kissed the corner of Miguel's lips, and then sat back to look at him. He drowned in Miguel's features, his thick eyebrows, his stretched lips, the sharp angle of his nose. Individually, they were unremarkable, but together they formed a beautiful creature. Wolf's lips trailed along the stubble sprouting on Miguel's jawline, returning after being clean-shaven the night before. The fine hairs pricked his lips. Not inspiring. Miguel tilted his head as Wolf kissed his neck, pulse throbbing under the attention. He shifted under him, thighs spreading apart as his excitement increased, straining against his briefs. Really? Wolf bit him, growl ramping up, and Miguel moaned, arching his back. No, Miguel laughed. I'd like a trial run. Wolf bit him again, then licked over his abused skin. Is it an actor thing? You want to run through the script first? Exactly. Miguel ran his hands over Wolf's smooth chest, the pads of his fingers circling his stretched muscles and gliding over his flat nipples. What's in the script? We talk about it, Miguel whispered, light breath grazed his skin. Naughtiness filled Miguel's eyes as he snapped them up to Wolf's face, and a bullet of pleasure careened through Wolf's body. His cock pulsed, and he could hear his heartbeat thumping in his ears. Fuck. Yeah. What's the most sensitive part of your body? Miguel traced Wolf's nipples again, nails scraping over them. They came to attention, and Wolf whimpered. If I tell you, you will go straight for it. Likely. Unless you tell me I shouldn't. A soft smirk played on Miguel's face. He peered up at Wolf through thick eyelashes. My neck. Wolf purred. Miguel leaned up, fingers walking up Wolf's chest back to his neck. He pulled him down and scattered soft kisses along his skin, up to his solid jawline and down to his prominent collarbones. A low groan slipped past Wolf's lips, eyes lidding. Miguel's lips swept over his Adam's apple. Like this? Why, yeah. Miguel's teeth sank into his flesh, denting his skin and tasting him. Wolf froze, a shallow chuckle escaping his lips before he lost his breath. You. Wolf gasped, shuddering under Miguel's teasing. His muscles tensed, fist pulling the sheets tight. His body went rigid over the other man. My sides. Miguel's breath cooled Wolf's scalding skin. Noted. Wolf's muscles jumped, twitching under his tan skin. He dropped his head back on his shoulders, glancing at the ceiling as he caught his breath. What's your favorite thing for your partner to do? Make me cum. Rich laughter teased Wolf's ears. Okay, seriously. I like him to take charge, but not make it all about intercourse. Do you like intercourse? Wolf's head spun, he could barely work words past his lips. He dropped his head back down, studying Miguel's kind eyes, plush lips, the wisps of brown hair tickling his square face. Sometimes. Not when it becomes the default or the assumption. Miguel's easy features faltered as a flicker of worry passed through him. Wolf clenched his jaws, nodding and rewarding Miguel with a rare smile. His hips stirred again, cock not any softer between them. He rubbed against Miguel, working his hips in slow rotations. Fair. Wolf leaned down again, supporting his weight on his forearms and petting Miguel's hair. He continued moving his hips idly until Miguel responded, pushing into him. Miguel's hard cock rubbed along Wolf's lean muscles, sliding against Wolf's firm cock. Wolf exhaled in a rush, slender fingers tightening in Miguel's hair. Miguel's hips bucked, and a surprised moan bubbled from his lips as his cheeks bloomed with redness. Pleasure worked up Miguel's spine, rolling from his hips to his shoulders. He arched into Wolf, another musical groan forced from him. Wolf's hand twitched, his grip not releasing as he drank in Miguel's movements. His body responded, picking up the wave of pleasure. It rolled through his body and dissipated like water droplets, rippling through all of his nerve endings. You like this? Yes. Miguel sighed. I should have known. Too nice and sweet to like regular sex. Wolf shook his head. What else? I give you permission to test what you want. Within reason. Miguel curled his arms around Wolf's shoulders. Any hard passes? Wolf brought their lips together, stretching out over him and sinking further down. He nuzzled Miguel's cheek, sweeping his lips over his skin before they found their destination. A peck. And Wolf sucked Miguel's bottom lip. Don't call me a slut or a whore. Miguel returned the kiss. Don't expect me to call you master or something. Noted. Why would I expect you to call me master? Some guys do, it's nothing. He kissed Wolf again. I don't like being gagged. Tied down and blindfolded is okay. Everything else is okay, until proven otherwise. Wolf nodded, rocking his hips. I want to get you off right now. Tell me what you want. You'll do it? Miguel looked into Wolf's eyes, his own half full of reservations. The rest with desire. Yeah. Wolf smoothed Miguel's furrowed eyebrows with his fingers and trailed down the bridge of his nose. He teased Miguel's lips, thumb parting and tracing over them. I want you to keep doing what you're doing. And get me close. Miguel sucked Wolf's thumb into his mouth. He released it with a quirk of his lips. Deny me and get me close again. The music producer knit his eyebrows at Miguel's request, then grinned and shook his head. And you like it rough? His thumb followed the line of Miguel's jaw, and his fingers spread apart and buried themselves in Miguel's hair again. It had been a while since Wolf had a lover, even longer since he had one who wanted something beyond sexual intercourse in the simplest terms. I do. Good. Wolf gripped Miguel's hair again and pulled his head back, exposing his neck. Miguel's initial gasp turned into a deep, wavering moan. His hands slid from around Wolf's neck down to his chest, to his sides, and stopping at his hips. When Miguel didn't protest, he bit into him, feeling Miguel's racing pulse against his lips. He dug his teeth into Miguel's skin with a growl. Miguel whimpered, unsteady fingers teasing the waistband of Wolf's underwear, working past the elastic and scraping over the head of Wolf's cock. Wolf thrust into his hand. Sorry, Miguel whispered, retracting his hand. Don't apologize. Wolf peeled his gray briefs down his legs, pushing them until he kicked them off. Then he went for Miguel's, sliding them down an inch at a time until they released his cock, and it slapped his toned belly. Miguel's face and neck flushed a deep shade of red, and he rolled his eyes up when Wolf regarded him. Are you having fun? Kinda, yeah. It's been a while since I've gotten to do what I want. But we'll talk about it later. Wolf moved back on top of him, squaring their hips and lining his shaft up with Miguel's, before he trapped their cocks between the weight of his body. He supported himself with one arm and gazed into Miguel's eyes, memorizing the pattern-like recorded sound waves, the different shades of brown representing volume levels, deeper brown around the outside, medium in the middle, and golden around the pupil. Wolf glanced away from Miguel's eyes, rolling his hips as he searched for a rhythm. Miguel's hands returned to his hips, resting there as their bodies found the same wavelength, the same beat, and moved together like a choreographed dance. Wolf grinded into him, pulling his hips back and curving up before retreating, and Miguel followed, keeping their bodies connected during the exchange. Wolf's hips worked like a steady drumbeat, continuing in the background as he added more layers of pleasure. His fingers walked up the side of Miguel's body, tracing his firm obliques, strumming his anterior muscles. He dipped his head to kiss Miguel's neck, lips sliding along heated skin, down braided tendons along his prominent collarbone. Miguel's harmonious moans added the final layer, gasping sighs when Wolf offered him a break and desperate cries when he didn't. Wolf used Miguel's reactions to build their song, memorizing the chords, forcing him to produce wonderful noises on cue and then bringing him back down in preparation for another build-up. Wolf's steady metronome accelerated, his hips grinding against Miguel faster, wetness accumulating between them and making the slide even more delicious. His expert fingers scraped Miguel's sides in a blind search for pleasure points on his chest. His lips made the journey back up Miguel's neck, dotting kisses like musical notes on a full score. Accent marks recorded necessary nuances, how hard and long the kisses were. He kissed the corner of Miguel's lips, the left side and the right, before hitting his mark. Marcato. When something started off loud and tapered off. Wolf meshed their lips together, concrete at first, and he let up as the kiss wore on, as his desperation subsided and he settled into constant hunger. He tasted him, sucking his bottom lip and slipping his tongue under his top lip in a gentle exploration. The tender kisses contrasted with his rough hands. They showered Miguel's nipples with attention, nail flicking over them before he pinched them. He urged them to harden and continued teasing when they did. Miguel writhed under him. "Wolf," Miguel groaned, body tense, abs standing out in sharp relief as Wolf tweaked and pulled his nipples. Miguel's hips stuttered, lifting off the bed, his hands left Wolf's sides and clawed the sheets, fighting for purchase. "What?" He put space between their sweaty bodies, air rushing between them and cooling sticky skin. Miguel's ass lifted higher before he collapsed into the bed, panting and rolling hooded eyes up to Wolf. "Ah." Miguel's cock pulsed on his belly, throbbing as he closed his legs around Wolf's slender torso. "Don't stop. Please." He licked his dry lips. His hands released the bedsheets and he stretched his fingers. "I won't. I love the sounds you make." Wolf nuzzled Miguel as his hips dropped back down. "Thank you," Miguel murmured, curling one leg around Wolf's thigh. His arched toes rubbed along his calf. Wolf slid his hands down Miguel's arms, lacing their fingers together and dragging his hands up over his head. Then he kissed his lips, a smile on his face. "Hi," he rumbled, hips resuming their slow movements. "Hi." Miguel jerked his eyes up to Wolf's face, and Wolf's heart skipped several beats. Wolf's lips parted on a reply, but he clamped his jaws shut, muscles twitching. Another bullet of pleasure. Wolf gave one long, slow look around the room, before he focused on Miguel again. He resumed where he left off, digging his hips into Miguel's body. It took Miguel no time to share a second round of moans with him, getting close faster in the new position. Miguel's foot trailed up and down Wolf's leg, gliding over the sensitive skin on the insides of his thighs and the slope of his skinny calves, and his hips rocked with the other man's. Wolf tucked his face between Miguel's muscled arms and neck, biting into the meat of his shoulder, keeping himself grounded. He only had enough focus for thrusting, for rubbing their most sensitive parts together. His nose filled with the scent of their mingled excitement. His ears tuned in to Miguel's noises. He went faster when Miguel's moans faded. He went slower when his moans layered each other, when one butted up next to the last. When Miguel's muscles tightened again and he writhed under him, Wolf groaned, lured to the edge by being the source of someone else's pleasure, by listening to someone else's unapologetic moans. "See close," Miguel cried out, squeezing Wolf's hands even as he tried to pull his own away. Miguel's hips moved mechanically, shifting from their practiced slow dance to something primal and utilitarian, and Wolf retreated. Miguel's hips snapped to Wolf's, mashing against him as he slowed down. "No." "What?" Wolf hovered over him. Miguel murmured curses and rolled his hips, thrusting into the air. "I want to come." Miguel tugged at his hands again, and Wolf released them this time. Wolf pet down Miguel's torso, over the curls of dark chest hair, down the center of his chest and over his belly button. He memorized the planes of Miguel's body, adding it as a second score in a multi-layered piece. He reached his destination between the other man's hips, and wrapped his hand around both of them. "You will." Wolf stroked their lengths together. Miguel humped his hand, pacified by Wolf's promise, and roped one arm over Wolf's shoulders. Miguel held him close, hiding his face in the crook of Wolf's neck, steady moans puffing against Wolf. Miguel's dry lips brushed Wolf's burning skin, leaving a trail of fire. He bit him. Harder as his cock pulsed in Wolf's hand, as his breathing galloped and sweat washed over him. Miguel's muscles tightened, abs quivering. "I'm coming," Miguel confessed in shallow breaths. He got the words out seconds before his orgasm stole him. He went still, and he bit Wolf again, teeth sinking into his neck. Wolf growled, his brow knit together at Miguel's breathy words. His hand moved faster until Miguel bit into his neck, and the bite gave him pause. Blue fire spiraled down his nerve endings, electric shocks of pleasure overriding his brain. Wolf clenched his jaws, forcing slow breaths through his nose as he lingered between going over the edge and hanging on through Miguel's orgasm. Miguel's nails dug into Wolf's skin, sliding across his back over the wings of his shoulder blades. That made Wolf's decision for him. He plunged over the edge. Wolf's hands squeezed them together as his muscles seized, unyielding as Miguel moved against him. Wolf's orgasm rushed through him. His lips moved over silent words. His vision narrowed, darkness surrounding everything but the patterned wood of Miguel's headboard. Time stopped. Each beat of his orgasm melted a layer of his heart, and he came down from his high raw and exposed, eyes welling with tears. "Ah. So good," Miguel purred, relaxing into the bed. Wolf shivered, wetting his lips and blinking back tears as his vision returned to normal, the darkness on the corners fading away. Miguel licked the spot he bit previously, grooming him, and pet Wolf's damp skin. "Yeah." Wolf grunted, eyes searching the room, avoiding Miguel's gaze. He slipped from on top of him and stood on shaky legs. "I'll get you a towel." "Okay." Miguel rustled in bed as Wolf prowled around the room, stalking to the bathroom and grabbing a towel from the cabinet. Wolf needed the precious few seconds of alone time, time enough to temper his heart again. He tossed the towel to Miguel. "You have some on your face." Wolf quirked the corner of his lips up. "Let me get it." He kissed Miguel's jawline, the taste of salty cum hitting his tongue. "Oh, thanks." Miguel laughed. Musical. Wolf's heart ached, his mind sent warning, but he couldn't rebuild his wall as strong as before. "Now I have to throw on clothes and walk outside so people can spread rumors." Wolf nibbled Miguel's jaw and sighed. "What am I going to get?" "Coffee. There's a place 2 blocks from here." Miguel wiped himself down with the towel and sat up on his bed. "Cool. You should pro." Miguel grabbed his arm and pulled him into a soft kiss, destroying the cushioned barrier his mind was still rebuilding. Wolf sobbed against Miguel's lips. Once, only once. Then he broke the connection and nuzzled Miguel. "You should call your manager. I'll be back in a few." Wolf promised. He dressed utilitarian, throwing on a shirt and a pair of loose shorts. He frowned as he slipped on designer loafers from the previous night and walked to the coffee shop. Chapter 11. Do Wolves Do the Walk of Shame? May 28th. Let me talk about the theater awards before I get down to the real dirt. This season's hottest couple attended the awards ceremony together. Arm in arm walking in, our favorite bad boy music producer disappeared before he could be interviewed and only reappeared halfway through the presentations, leaving Miguel Costa alone on the red carpet. Never fear, however, the 2 men left together as soon as the awards ceremony was over and returned to Miguel's place for the night. The question is, what do 2 sexy celebrities do all night together? Play dominoes? Card games? Or maybe a game where clothing is optional? I don't know, folks, but what I do know is this. Wolf was spotted with his long hair in a messy bun, shades coving his dreamy dark eyes, and sporting a pair of loose shorts and a baggy t-shirt. Next time you go out on a morning coffee run for the honey, make sure you leave some of your own clothes at his place. Did you even have a toothbrush? Because morning breath isn't the way to end a perfect night. Chapter 12. The beach has gone to the dogs. Or the wolves. June 11th. Wolf and Miguel Costa are that couple. You know, the one you've been checking out on every social media account and getting crazy jealous over their relationship. Wolf and Miguel hand in hand make same-sex couples the new black. It makes you want to hate them, but you can't because they're literally perfect for each other and 100% in love. At the same time, the rest of us are camped out in our house binge-watching old television reruns. The couple only got cuter after the theater awards. Miguel and Wolf were spotted vacationing in Manly Bay, Hawaii. Staying at a luxury resort, the pair have been seen vacationing like the celebrities they are, while mixing in other activities as well. They took a collection of celebrity-on-vacation photos, walking along the beach holding hands, the obligatory sunset selfie, and a collection of photos that make us wonder exactly what's in Wolf's pants. Pictures attached. Miguel Costa recently finished filming his latest film Forever Furious next to fellow activist co-star Yvonne Gray, and is taking a well-deserved vacation with the music producer Sela Wolf Bege. Wolf, the producer of A Dozen Hummingbirds and KEY, is seeing sunlight for the first time with all of these daytime beach trips, complete with floral patterned swim trunks and no shirt. I don't think Wolf's been this naked since he was in diapers. Both of these beautiful guys will make your mouth water. Even better when they're together. The way Wolf looks at Miguel, like Miguel is the only person on the planet worth looking at, is the way most of us look at cheesecake. Maybe, if we're lucky, we'll have the same type of groundbreaking love these two celebrities have managed to find. Fifi Diedrich, Louvre. Wolf and Miguel are so SXXY. Zayden G. Fake. Thekla Breezy, maybe Wolf should be the actor. W. Winter W. Warren, can Miguel even sing? Yevgenia Baby, he don't have to try hard, Wolf can make any singer sound good. A.K. Brahms, Wolf's cut lines and back dimples. Givy Hernandez, Wolf's everything. Miguel is so lucky. Chapter 13. 20 Questions with Miguel Costa. July 16th. Miguel Costa, the most popular LGBTQ actor, answers 20 rapid-fire questions. Let's get started. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about life right now? Honestly, pretty freaking elated. I'm loving where I am with my career and my personal life. What's your favorite food? Right now, macaroni and cheese. What's your least favorite food? Chitterlings. Or chicken gizzards? Dark chocolate or milk chocolate? Dark chocolate. No, both. If you had a tattoo, where would it be? Probably on my side. My left side. Bird watching or whale watching? I didn't know you could whale watch, so bird watching, I suppose. Both seem rather uneventful, if I'm being honest. What's your favorite country to visit? I like France because I like bread, wine, and cheese. What country do you wish to visit? China, I think. Am I weird? I want to walk the Great Wall. Best way to relax? With a lover and a good book. If you had one superpower, what would it be? I would want to heal people's ailments. What is your least favorite thing about yourself? I suppose this is cliché, but I'm too nice and too caring. Your favorite thing about yourself? Ah. That I am nice and caring. It's a double-edged sword. Where were you born? Brazil. My mother had a home birth. What's the best advice you've been given? Everything gets better with time. The last 3 items on your credit card statement? Oh. Ah well. We just booked plane tickets for another vacation. I purchased a new bed, and I accidentally charged coffee to the wrong card. I meant to use my debit card for it. What is your greatest indulgence? I really love ice cream and potato chips. The salty and sweet is perfect. What is one thing you wish you knew when you were younger? I wish someone would have told me there's no way to avoid making enemies. I spent a lot of time trying to please everyone when I was younger. What were you like in high school? Achingly sweet. And nerdy. What do you work toward in your free time? Nothing, actually. It's free time. I am trying to read more books this year than last. I think it's important for an actor to consume, but I don't like watching television. What quote do you live by? We rise by lifting others. Comments are turned off for this post. Chapter 14. Miguel's driver pulled up to Wolf's place, and he climbed out of the vehicle, phone nestled between his shoulder and his ear. My vacation was fine. Thanks for asking. Aha. Now let's talk business. Sophia cleared her throat on the other end. No, wait. Let's talk about what you and Wolf's manager were doing together at the theater awards. I needed a date, and Noah was available. Oh, he's Noah now? So how many times has Noah been your date? Hush. It doesn't concern you. I have auditions scheduled, 1 a week for the next few months. Where are you now? I need to go over the rest of your schedule. I am at Wolf's. So I'm busy. Besides, you sent me over many itineraries and schedules while we were on vacation. What more could you need to say about the auditions? Well, Sophia paused, her voice getting serious. I have them organized by ones you would enjoy doing because of subject matter versus the more long-term career-focused ones. I didn't suppose you wanted to drop or gain weight quickly, so I spaced out major roles with minor independent films. You're overthinking it, but thanks? Thanks, I think. Should I tell Wolf Noah and you said hi? Noah's not here right now. Oh. Bye, Sophia. I'll call you tomorrow, and we can discuss my schedule over dinner for as long as you'd like. Well, all right. Should I send paparazzi over to catch you two being a couple? No, I think we've had enough of being in the spotlight. Our vacation pictures are on every tabloid. I can't even go to the corner store without someone whispering about us. Which is what we wanted. Your popularity has spiked as expected because of the relationship. If you two can keep it up for a few more months, you could be in the running for couple of the year. You're up against Zoe and Fiona though. Damn. They're such a cute couple. And theirs isn't fake. Miguel let himself into Wolf's apartment, tapping in the lock code and turning the doorknob. He walked into an empty downstairs. Well, yours isn't either, now is it? I thought you told me not to catch feelings. I did, but did you listen? You two look like you just got married. Glowing, both of you, and I didn't know Wolf could glow. Thank you, I think. I'm at the studio. Bye. Before Sophia could enter into another conversation, Miguel ended the call and sighed, shaking his head. He tucked his phone away and collected the stack of pizza boxes and 2-liter soda on Wolf's coffee table. A smile touched his face as he flattened the boxes for recycling. He returned the half-empty lemon-lime soda to the refrigerator and ascended the stairs to the second-floor studios. Strolling past the north studio, he joined a group of 5 people in the south studio. Wolf's stormy features cleared to a sunny smile when Miguel walked in, and he tipped his head up for a kiss. Hi, Miguel greeted Wolf first, biting his bottom lip over a more playful smile, and sat down in Wolf's lap. Hey, Wolf rumbled as the rest of the studio giggled around them. Finally. Zoe chuckled, stretching her arm around Fiona on the black couch. Is he Miguel Costa? Fiona whispered, bouncy red hair licking at her creamy shoulders. He so is. Gabriella's eyelids fluttered at Fiona's question, but she smiled at the two men. I missed y'all at the theater awards. How was it? Sorry? Miguel. You know Zoe. This is Gabriella, Fiona, and Ben, the lead singer from A Dozen Hummingbirds. Wolf motioned to each person as he introduced them, then looked back at Gabriella. He tilted his head. Where were you? Miguel waved to Gabriella and Ben, flashing them a genuine smile. I know this is trivial, but my mom wanted to go on a family vacation. So yes, I canceled my plans to go to Miami Beach with her. Family is important though. Did you have a good time? Miguel moved from Wolf's lap and perched on the corner of the couch beside Gabriella. I did. It was refreshing to get away from everything, you know? And I forgot how cute Miami boys are. She grunted and chuckled. I should have brought one back with me. They don't make them the same here. No, they're poor and broody there. Here they're rich and broody. Miguel winked at Wolf. Barely rich. Wolf corrected. Whatever, man. You almost bought a Fender Strat the other day when we were looking at new equipment. Ben grinned. Yeah, but it was a Fender Strat. Wolf shrugged and looked at Zoe, who also shrugged. What's a Fender Strat? Miguel glanced between Ben and Wolf. You're dating this guy, and he doesn't know what a Strat is? It's a guitar. Wolf replied, crossing his legs at the ankle as he leaned back in his rolling desk chair. Not just any guitar. He says it like it's something you get at a low-budget pawn shop. A Fender Strat is top-notch. And he wasn't about to buy just any Strat, he was going to get the American original. Wolf stared at Ben. I'm guessing it's expensive? Miguel lifted his eyebrows. Nearly $2,000. Fiona offered, taking a break from whispering sweet nothings to Zoe. And he can't even play. Ben added, throwing his hands up. Ah. An understanding smile spread across Miguel's face. So, did I crash a studio party? What do a bunch of musicians do when they get in a room together? We play on each other's tracks. Wolf finally finished my whole album, so we were giving it a listen. Fiona did a cover of one of my songs, and we were looking at some of the music Wolf's been writing for your movie star friend. Oh, Yvonne? Yeah, her. She can sing all right. Her manager wants mainstream basic pop music, but she wants a bit of country. I'm trying to give them both what they want. It sounds good so far, said Fiona. I want to hear. Oh, I cleaned up the pizza boxes downstairs. You all live like cave people. Miguel scowled as he stood and moved back over to Wolf, leaning on the desk behind his chair. Wolf played the latest track for the group, and they gave him honest feedback. Fiona loved the sound, but thought the key could have been different. Zoe thought the song was too fast-paced. Gabriella agreed with Zoe's assessment, but thought the key was perfect. Ben didn't add anything. He shrugged his shoulders with a soft grunt of approval. After Wolf's impromptu critiquing session, Fiona and Zoe recorded a cover of an A Dozen Hummingbirds song, and Ben covered Wolf's newest chart hit, Fantasy. Laughing, he turned the sexy love ballad into a lively punk rock song. Gabriella sang an alternative version of an old Pixie Attack song for her social media followers. Miguel clapped after each one of their performances and joined in on a round of selfies as they packed up the studio. Wolf and Ben put away all the equipment while the women cleaned up, sweeping the floor and wiping down all the surfaces. Unsure of how to help clean the studio, Miguel watched, idling in the center of the room. When they were done cleaning, Wolf retrieved the movie star, gripping the back of his neck for a kiss. The others skipped down the stairs to Wolf's apartment. Your friends are fun. I like this, Miguel confessed. I like being around you and your friends. Of course. I'm glad you came over. But you still owe me something. What? A cover, remember? A focus on you. You promised you'd sing it for me. Miguel glanced to the side before back up at Wolf, lips spreading into a smile. I didn't promise. Please. If I beg. If you beg. Wolf kissed Miguel's forehead. I will when everyone leaves. And I can't kick them all out now? Ha, no, but they're probably getting ready to go anyway. Fiona and Zoe had a date, and I'm thinking Gabriella and Ben may do something together. Who knows? Wolf pet down Miguel's spine. Let's go join them before they think we're fucking over the equipment. Is it an option? No. This equipment is expensive. Another kiss and Wolf led Miguel downstairs. Zoe and Fiona hovered by the door with shoes on and bags strapped across their shoulders. Ben had retrieved the last of the room temperature pizza from the stacked boxes, and Gabriella tapped on her phone, tucked in the corner of the couch. We're going to get going, guys. Zoe's keys jingled as she waved. Fiona anchored her chin on Zoe's shoulder. Wolf, I'll see you next week. It was nice seeing you again, Miguel. You should come around more often. Bye, everyone. Fiona wiggled her fingers. With the two women gone, Miguel claimed a seat on the couch, and Gabriella looked up from her phone. So, are you working on anything good? She asked Miguel. Not yet. I have some auditions for a few independent movies, and one or two big-name movies, but I always take a little break before I jump back into a new role. Why? Well, it takes a while to shift headspaces. Oh, makes sense. What's your favorite thing to do, actor-wise? Gabriella discarded her phone, placing it on the coffee table as she gave Miguel her complete attention. Wolf sat on the arm of the couch next to Miguel. He hung an arm on the back of the couch, fingers stroking Miguel's shoulder. My favorite thing? I don't know. I love every role I get, and I do a lot of action movies. Does it get annoying, pretending to be in love with women? It's acting. Miguel shrugged. It's part of the job. It's like asking if Wolf gets annoyed if women think he's writing for them. True, but he probably does. Gabriella's face broke into a playful grin. I don't care, Wolf answered. Didn't you mention a concert or something? I did. Gabriella's head bobbed. Well. Wolf arched his eyebrows. Well, what? Oh, you're kicking me out because you want alone time with Bae. Yeah. Exactly. Wolf glanced at Ben. I'll go to the concert with you. Ben peered at Gabriella, swallowing the last of the pizza and cleaning his fingers. Yep. It'll be fun. Maybe we can find you a haircut along the way. Gabriella hopped from the couch and ran her fingers through Ben's shaggy hair. Perfect. Oh, Ben? Miguel beamed, a shy smile on his face. Do you mind taking the pizza boxes to the trash with you? He doesn't have to clean, Wolf murmured. Hey, it's no problem. You hosted, I can get this. Ben dunked the pizza boxes into the trash can and pulled the bag out, throwing it over his shoulder. Okay, boys. Yes means yes. And yes, you have to have a verbal confirmation. Gabriella walked to the door. Yes, I know the rules. Miguel snickered. I'm talking to him. Gabriella pointed to Wolf. He knows the rules too. Miguel laughed. Good. Gabriella's brown eyes sparkled as she opened the door, letting Ben outside before her and giving a last wave. She closed the door behind her, and Miguel slid his hands up the other man's chest. Finally alone. Miguel gazed into Wolf's eyes, hands clasping behind Wolf's neck. He kissed Wolf's lips and a sly smile grew on his face. Back up to the studio? I'm not letting you off the hook with this one. Wolf groaned, combing Miguel's curls. All right, fine. Back to the studio. He stroked Miguel's chin, thumb brushing over his trimmed beard. Why do you want me to sing for you so bad? Because. Miguel kissed Wolf's neck. Your voice is sexy and I'm special. Right. Yeah, you are. Those things don't relate to each other. Sure they do. I want to know you did the cover for me, so when I hear it on the radio and see it on the charts, I know you sang it for me. I see. It's a validation thing. It was sexier the way I said it, but sure. Who doesn't want a song written about them? Or well, at least sang for them. The song is about you. You wrote it before we were talking. Yeah, but I was imaging the person I would be with. The feelings. I have them for you, so the song is about you. Touching, but you're trying to avoid singing. I'm not. I'm just saying. Wolf kissed the tip of Miguel's nose. Come on. They went back up to the south studio, and Wolf set up his equipment again. He set out a microphone stand as Miguel plopped down on the leather couch. Wolf set up the recording program, plugging the microphone into the computer and covering his ears with headphones. I won't be able to hear the music. Miguel knit his eyebrows. Correct? I'm only going to hear your singing? Well, yeah, because I'm recording it. Wolf blinked. Ah. Right. Miguel wrinkled the bridge of his nose. I'll sing it through for you before I record it? Or would you rather hear the completed track? I want both. Make a decision, Wolf rumbled, resting the headphones around his corded neck. He quirked his lips in a little smirk as Miguel contemplated the gravity of the decision written on Miguel's classic features. Record first and then play me the finished song. He confirmed his decision by nodding, and Wolf slid the headphones back over his ears, eyeing Miguel. The only thing Miguel heard was Wolf's sultry voice, but the performance was as much in the words as it was in the sexy way Wolf moved around the microphone. Miguel had seen others emotionally invest in the music they were singing, their features contort to the passion behind the collection of rhymes and words, but he hadn't expected Wolf to lose himself in the music like he did. From the moment Wolf started singing, he transported himself to another place, an alternative universe where music was the main mode of communication and performers were expert conversationalists. Wolf purred into the microphone, his jet black eyebrows knitting together as his sultry voice caressed the words. His shoulders curved and he wedged his hands into his pockets. His eyes fluttered closed as he sang and opened again, focusing on Miguel, locking on him like an expert predator. Before the bridge, tension rolled out of his body, and he carried the pitch up several octaves. Miguel caught glimpses of Wolf's soul as he recorded, the tenderness, the fear. Wolf guided him through those levels of emotion, from the giddiness of initial attraction, the uneasiness as a new relationship starts, and the bursting happiness of finding pure love. Miguel shivered as Wolf's voice vibrated over the last word, and he tucked his hands between his thighs. Tears gathered in the corners of his eyes. A watery smile spread over his face. When Wolf pulled the headphones back, Miguel approached him. "Beautiful," Miguel promised. Wolf ended the recording, deft fingers punching a series of keys. "If you give me a few minutes, I can do the post-production real quick and let you hear a rough version of the final track." "Okay." I could break the microphone down. Nah. Leave it, I'll get it in a minute." Wolf sank into his work chair, tailored brows concentrating on his work. His fingers danced over the keys as he fussed with marrying the beat and the voice together, lining them up properly and giving it a thorough listen. He edited the sound levels at various increments of the song, lowering the sound of his voice and increasing the sound of the tune. He played it through several times. A few minutes turned into a full hour, and Miguel had relaxed on the couch, engrossed in a complicated virtual card game. Buzzing distracted him from his game, and he looked up. Wolf continued tapping on his computer, headphones half on his face as he worked. The buzzing continued. Miguel chewed his bottom lip and dug through the couch, coming up with a cell phone. "Wolf." Miguel glanced at the number on the phone. It was unfamiliar. "Someone's calling you." "Who?" I can't read the name." "Answer it, it's fine," Wolf grunted, sliding the headphones completely on his head. "Okay." Miguel tapped the green button on the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello?" Wolf's phone. "Hello?" An older female voice filled Miguel's ears. "Is this Noah?" "And no, this is Miguel. Wolf's finishing up a project. What can I help you with?" "Oh. Miguel Costa, right?" Her voice warmed, thawing from the previously neutral tone. "Yes. I'm Miguel Costa. How can I help you?" "Oh. My name is Celia Lee. I'm Sella's mother." "Oh. Oh God. Miss Begay. It's nice to sort of meet you. I told Sella to invite you over. I want to meet the man who has him going to events and taking fabulous vacations. I want to meet the woman who created him because he's amazing," Miguel chirped. "Who's on the phone?" Wolf shifted his headphones, glancing back at Miguel. The tips of Miguel's ears burned, his skin tingled. "Why, your mother." Wolf blinked, his easy expression fading. Color draining from his features. "My mother?" "Why, yes. Do you want to talk to her?" Wolf stared at the phone, lip curling. His scathing expression and lack of reply made Miguel keep the phone at his own ear. "It's okay, honey. He's busy. I'll talk to you. Sella's told me all about you, and Ashki loves your movies. He's been following the new one, Finally Furious. He's finishing a track right now. A remix to one of his songs," Miguel offered, heart sinking as he caught the tiny disappointment in Celia Lee's voice. "Forever Furious, yes. I finished it a few months ago. I could get him a movie poster?" "Could you?" "Oh, he'd love you. I called to see if Sella was going to come to the Rama Fair and Rodeo this year." "Rama?" Yep. It's where we live. It's our little place. Rama. You can come too if you want. I've never been to a rodeo before." "Does Wolf participate?" "He used to. He used to dance too. With so much pride." Happiness radiated off her, though sadness wrinkled the edges of her voice. "Rodeo events and dancing." "Sure. He's a big-time music man now, but he can wrestle a steer down. Don't let him fool you." A deep belly chuckle came from Wolf's mother. "No," Wolf sighed. Shaking his head, he abandoned the computer and snatched the phone from Miguel's hands. Shima. He stepped away from Miguel, his cascade of long hair whipping along behind him. The conversation continued in an unfamiliar language, nothing based in medieval Galician, the grandfather of Portuguese. It wasn't based in Latin either. Miguel couldn't pick out any of the words, despite knowing a handful of different languages already, so he sat there. Wolf paced the studio, phone in the crook of his neck as he spoke to his mother. When the call ended, he tossed his phone on the couch. "She's begging me to bring you down there." He turned his surly tone on Miguel. "Good, because I want to go." "No, you don't," Wolf corrected. "Yes. I do." "Where do you think natives live?" "In some beautiful lush oasis with cows grazing and fields of corn we pick and chew raw with no shirts on and feathers in our hair." Wolf's anger crept up, his words accusatory. "I don't know where you live. I have no expectations except your mother seems like a wonderful person, and I want to see the place you grew up, what influences your music." "What if I don't want you there?" "Have you considered that?" "I have." Miguel glanced past Wolf, jaw tightening. "I hoped it wasn't the case. Plus, I promised your mother I would bring a poster for Ashki." "Yeah, he's obsessed with action movies." Wolf squirmed and rolled his shoulders, releasing some of his tension. "You really want to see my family?" When the anger left, insecurity bubbled to the surface. Wolf's eyebrows knit together, his shoulders hunched, and the proud man looked regular. Wolf shifted from the accomplished producer to a man afraid to merge his lives together. "Sella." Miguel moved over to Wolf, petting his fingers through the other man's hair and tucking it behind one ear. Miguel searched his wenge-colored eyes. "I want to go, and I would love to meet your family." Like the first time they met, silence unraveled between them. Miguel sensed the weight of his decision, the difficulty he had making it. The silence spread them apart, an elephant working his way between their bodies and bumping them away from each other. Miguel's throat tightened from seeing Wolf so torn. "Fine," Wolf muttered. "Yes. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow. The event starts Thursday morning, but we don't have to be there for the start." "Thursday? In 4 days?" "Yeah. And it'll take us 2 to get there. 1 if we take turns driving." "You drive, right?" "I can." Miguel's heart leapt in his chest. "I can pack quickly, and we can leave tonight?" "No, tomorrow is fine. Do you want to hear this track? I finished with it." Yes." Miguel was mentally already packing. "How long should we stay?" "We can stay as long as you want, but you probably won't want to stay very long." "So a week?" "I might want to stay. Will you let me make my own decision?" "You're not going to want to stay," Wolf muttered, turning to the computer to play Focus on You with his vocals instead of Zoe's. Miguel's smile returned as the song played through all of Wolf's monitors, giving them a pure sound better than any layman radio speaker. There was no noise, no static, just the music and Wolf's deep baritone voice. Miguel placed his hands on Wolf's shoulders, walking them down his chest as he kissed Wolf's high cheekbone. "I love it," Miguel whispered into the shell of his ear. He teased Wolf's nipples through the thin layer of his t-shirt. "I thought you had to pack." "I do, but I told you I love hearing you sing, and now we're taking a trip to see your family." "Seeing my family is exciting." "No. The concept of knowing you better is exciting. I want to know you. Every part of you, even the dark parts." He kissed Wolf's jawline and his neck. "I feel like there's a sex joke I'm missing." Miguel laughed. "No. I'm serious. I want to know you inside and out. What if when you know me, the mystery is gone?" "Well, luckily, I don't like you because you're mysterious." Miguel guided his hands down Wolf's lean arms, lacing their fingers together. "I like you because you're talented, sweet, fiercely loyal, intelligent." "Should I go on?" "You're being a dork." "Because I'm saying it, or because you're embarrassed to hear it?" Miguel smiled and kissed Wolf again. "How about I run back to my place, pack and talk to my manager, and I'll be back here to spend the night, so we can leave early in the morning." All right. Then, I'm going to get the car ready. What kind of drinks and snacks do you want?" "Water, green tea, and coffee. For snacks, I have been enjoying vegan snacks." "Anything vegan, get it and we can try it." "Vegan snacks." Wolf snorted, mood lifting. "Fine. I'll work on it." He put away the microphone and turned off his electronic equipment. This time when he left the studio, he locked the door. He locked the North Studio's door too, and walked Miguel to his car. "A couple hours." "Yeah." Wolf nodded, squinting down at the ground before back into Miguel's face, unsaid words teasing his lips. "A couple hours," Miguel repeated himself, a verbal promise to Wolf. He slipped in the back of the town car and left the other man standing in the driveway, gangly legs supporting his weight. He watched him from the rearview mirror until they turned a corner, and Wolf faded from his field of vision. Chapter 15. The next morning, Wolf sandwiched the ice chest behind the driver's seat and the bag of snacks behind the passenger seat. He stuffed his duffel bag in the trunk of his hybrid hatchback. He situated Miguel's packed suitcase next to it, once the sleepy movie star had rolled it from the building to the vehicle. Miguel collapsed against the hatchback in lounge shorts and a loose t-shirt, still rubbing sleep from his eyes as the sun peeked over the distant hills. "Why so early?" Miguel groaned. "Because the roads are quieter in the morning, and we have a long way to go. I figured I'd start off, get us out of the city, then you can drive in the middle for as long as you want." "Do you have a map?" "No, it's a pretty straight shot down the highway until you get to New Mexico. Nice and flat land, but not a lot of places to stop." "I'm okay." Miguel trudged around the vehicle, slumping into the passenger seat, forehead resting on the doorframe, as Wolf inspected the exterior of the car. He passed through the lower half of his house again, before locking the door and climbing into the driver's side. Miguel had already fallen asleep. A slow smile snaked its way onto Wolf's face as Miguel shifted his position, propping his feet on the dashboard and burrowing his hands between his thighs. Wolf brushed his fingers through Miguel's brown curls. His thumb smoothed over Miguel's eyebrows, but he was careful not to wake him. The vehicle hummed to life when he turned the key, and he reversed out of his driveway, merging onto the main road. After 15 minutes of slow city driving, streets consolidated into a highway, and Wolf increased his speed, turning on the radio. The generic radio station cycled through the most popular songs, playing Gabriella's latest single, a song from A Dozen Hummingbirds, a song from Pixie Attack, and one of Wolf's songs amongst other new releases. Wolf practiced naming the producers of the songs, his version of a road trip game. Miguel stirred in his seat after each 30-minute song cycle, adjusting to a new, angelic position each time. Miguel didn't wake until after 4 of the song cycles, and the sun had risen. The sun beat down on half of Miguel's face, leaving the rest in a faint orange shadow. As if the morning hadn't happened, Miguel cracked his eyes open and looked around. Raising his arms over his head, he arched his back, then bowed forward, stretching the muscles along his spine. "Better." "What time is it?" "About 7:30. Wolf glanced at Miguel, then back at the open road. "How long did I sleep?" "A little over 2 hours. Wolf rested a hand on Miguel's muscular thigh, petting his tan skin and squeezing his knee. "Ah. So, when are you going to release the remix of Focus on You? When are you going to have another audition?" "I think Sophia had some scheduled for me the end of this week, but I made her rearrange things for this trip. It's okay though, I like a break between filming." "Fair. I like a break between releases. I'm still debating whether to have it compete with the original or release it underground. I still like the idea of releasing it underground. It's edgy, the kind of thing a guy who loves making music would do rather than someone looking to get rich. I'll do it then. When we get back, because I left all of my equipment so I wouldn't work during the trip." Miguel smiled. "So you can focus on me, huh?" "Terrible. I've never been on a trip with someone else." "You take this drive by yourself usually?" Wolf nodded. What do you do then? On a 2-day car trip? I bring my laptop, drive about 8 hours, and get a hotel room to get work done. You don't get bored? Not really. I think about things, I guess, and listen to music. Wolf shrugged. It keeps my mind occupied. You're very in your head. I like it. Miguel reached over and pet Wolf's thick hair. You're always thinking about 100 different things, aren't you? Not quite 100, maybe like 3 or 4 things. What were you thinking about when I was asleep? You being asleep. Seriously. How young you looked asleep. How I can't believe I'm taking you to see my family. My mom will love you. Wolf's skin tingled, body temperature rising a few degrees. When he said it, his hands gripped the wheel and he kept his eyes on the road. How young I look? Yeah. You look, I don't know, innocent. I mean, you're nice anyway, and you look innocent when you're asleep. Thanks. Is it going to stop you from fucking me? Absolutely not. We haven't fucked yet, by the way, but it wouldn't stop me. Good. Does the innocence make you want to be rougher? Should it? Wolf blinked. I don't know. You know I like it rougher. Wolf fell silent. What are you thinking? Don't know, Wolf sighed. Being rough is okay with your permission is all. Yes. Exactly. Miguel smiled. I trust you, so you have my permission. Even with your anger issues. Are you still going to therapy? I am, yeah. We mostly do it on video chat, but I see the guy. Do you feel like it's helping? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Apparently, there's something called intergenial trauma. Yes. It's when the effects of trauma are passed down through generations. It's why minorities have high blood pressure and diabetes. Yeah, exactly. He said the only way to help with it is to deal with the historical trauma, so we've been doing it. It's not exciting. But you've seemed happier. Yeah, I'm trying. Wolf promised. The conversation lapsed into silence, both men content with the soft playing music in the background and the openness between them. Miguel twisted his arm behind Wolf's seat, opening the cooler. They cracked open the chilled coffee first, which resulted in the first bathroom break taken on the roadside and shielded by the open doors of the vehicle. Miguel took a long piss first and Wolf afterwards. I had a thought. Miguel put his chin on Wolf's shoulder. While I was pissing. Yes. It was a dirty thought. While I was pissing, though. Miguel's cheeks bloomed with color. A deep shade of red swept over his face, and he avoided Wolf's eyes. Yes. So it involves me pissing? Well, you know. The name brings up ideas. Wolf. Ha. The music producer tucked himself away and stared at Miguel, eyes growing wide as he pieced together the movie star's desires. Like claim you as mine? Like pee on you? You don't have to, it was a thought. Miguel's ears were red too. You want me to pee on you? Are you going to keep saying it? Yeah. You're the one who wants it, and you're embarrassed if I say it? It's the way you say it. Right. So how would we do it? You stand in the way. No. Miguel laughed, pushing Wolf into the back seat of the vehicle. In the shower or something. So, you get in the way in the shower? I don't get the appeal. Wolf grunted when he was pushed into the car, dragging Miguel on top of him with a strong grip on his arm. I get on my knees and you give me a shower. A piss shower. I still don't get it. It's like the roughness. You pull my hair, you're in control. The piss is the same way. It's a control thing. I mean, I have a demanding job and I have to make decisions and be nice and in control all the time. Sometimes I want to turn it off and let someone else control what happens. So, you want me to piss on you in the shower? Yes. Wolf considered it, coal-black eyes brooding as Miguel's sweet face looked down on him. Whenever I feel like doing it. Yes. If you're into it. I'm willing to try it. Never pissed on someone before. Let's get moving again. Wolf kissed Miguel's cheek and sat up. You want to take over driving for a while? Sure. Miguel inched back, his excitement over the conversation evident in his pants. Wolf's brows knit and he wet his lips. Golden showers, huh? Wolf grinned, fingers stroking the ridge of Miguel's cock. Yes. Don't tease me, it's not nice. Fine. Wolf kissed his neck and slipped past him, grabbing a water from the ice chest and getting into the passenger side. Miguel squirmed in the back seat, letting his arousal fade before moving around to the driver's side. You're going to go straight on this highway for a while. We can stop at a roadside motel in a few more hours. Perfect. Miguel's color returned to normal, and he settled into driving. When their conversation spiraled out, Wolf selected a public radio station. They listened to a program, then turned the radio down and discussed the contents of the program, agreeing on most accounts. Wolf relaxed the more they spoke, the more they got to know each other, the more they agreed on. They agreed on public health care, on government benefits for the less fortunate, on increasing funding for schools. Miguel's impassioned ideals on the expectations of celebrities to promote awareness made Wolf's chest swell with pride. By the time they were rolling into the next major city, Wolf's smile split his face in half. Hey, we should stop for gas. Oh, right. Sure, we should fill it back up, Miguel agreed, glancing at Wolf and mirroring his smile. I'll pump while you get candy? Gummies, sours, and ice cream? Ice cream isn't candy. It's not, but you like ice cream. Wolf pointed to a gas station right off the highway. 2 of the 8 pumps were occupied, and the employees' cars were parked on the side. Everyone had a truck. Here's fine. I'll keep driving after 2. I'm not tired. Well, you shouldn't be. You slept all morning while I drove. Grinning, Wolf jumped out of the vehicle and strolled inside, walking the aisles of the convenience store. He selected every flavor of gummy candy, every type of sour candy, and then walked along the open ice cream selection. He was second in line behind a woman gripping a small boy's hand as he pointed to every red flavor and demanded an ice cream cone. She chided him, allowing him a taste of each flavor but denying him a full scooped cone. Wolf peered outside, watching Miguel stand at the pump, looking model-esque as he propped himself against the vehicle. The heat of the day peeked through Miguel's curls, haloing around his square face. The woman and child shuffled away, and Wolf approached the counter. He your man? An older woman swaggered to the counter, drying her hands on a dingy gray towel. Her name tag read Sally. Yeah. Wolf ducked his head. We're together. Been about half a year. Yeah. Look like you been knowin' him forever. Sometimes it feels like it. Wolf flashed a shy smile, dragging his eyes away from Miguel and focusing on the woman. Can I get a vanilla waffle cone, a butter pecan waffle cone, and all this? He dumped the candy on the counter. He like candy, huh? Yeah. He does. And ice cream. Wolf dug in his pockets for his wallet as the woman scooped ice cream into 2 cones. My first husband looked at me like you're looking at him, she explained. Like the sun shone out of my ass. Thanks? Sally chuckled. I'm sayin' you got love written all over your face. What happened to your first husband? God took him from this messed up world early. She handed Wolf the 2 cones and plucked the $50 bill from his fingers. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm not. The 5 years with him was the best 5 years of my life. Would do it all again if I had a chance. All I'm sayin' is if he don't know you love him, you want to say something before God has the good mercy to take him upstairs. Right. Yeah. Wolf pocketed his change and wiggled his arm through the bagged snacks, carrying the 2 cones outside. When he got to the car, he scowled and offered Miguel his cone. Ice cream. Thank you. Miguel ignored his expression and swirled his tongue around the base of the cone. Better. I don't want to waste a drop. I forgot to buy water. Wolf grunted, licking the sides of his own ice cream cone. We have some in the cooler. Miguel sat back down in the driver's seat as he ate his ice cream. Wolf reorganized their snacks, cramming the varieties of candy in the snack bag along with chips, crackers, and cookies. When he was done, he resumed eating his ice cream, relaxing into the seat. You bought a lot of candy. Yeah, I remembered you like candy. I do. Yeah, gummies and sour candy. And the ice cream. Totally. I know it's terrible for you, but I love it. You work out all the time and drink smoothies for breakfast or whatever, so I think you're okay. I'm okay as long as Logan doesn't find out. If he finds out, he'll fuss for days about how having a good body is daily maintenance, not a one-time accomplishment. Miguel laughed. They got back on the road, eating their ice cream and listening to music. Miguel devoured his first, pearly white teeth biting chunks of ice cream out of his cone while Wolf nursed his for much longer. When Miguel swallowed the last piece of his ice cream, he cast a pleading look at Wolf, glancing at him while watching the road. You could have shared. Miguel popped his bottom lip out. Why? Because mine's gone and you had some left. Yeah, but yours was gone because you ate it all. Wolf popped the tip of the cone in his mouth, crunching the chocolate-lined waffle cone. Miguel's sour face made him smile, and he smiled more as Miguel quietly cycled through return replies. I have nothing, so you win by default. Well, I won already because we had the same size cone, and I don't have to share with you if you ate all of yours. Wolf chuckled. Next time I'll get you 2 scoops and not 1. Better. Miguel watched the road, as the conversation shifted away from the battle of the ice cream cones and returned to deeper debates. They discussed religion, a topic off limits in most relationships of different faith. Miguel explained the ins and outs of Catholicism, the religion he grew up on as a child, how it was to go to a Catholic all-boys school as a gay child. He reminisced over the missed opportunities in gym class while Wolf chuckled and shook his head. Wolf explained animism, the Navajo's religion of believing everything has a spirit essence and is connected. He explained the earthy religion in its simplest terms, and Miguel asked polite but curious questions. Their conversation traveled back to Catholicism, and Wolf explained his views on Christianity, namely the forced conversion of non-Christians. They connected on the topic, and Wolf's heart expanded even more. It grew in his chest until his ribs ached, and there was no space for anything else. He took short, shallow breaths as he stared out the window. The sun had started a slow descent, blinding them as they drove towards it. We should stop soon. It's going to get harder to drive with nothing to block the sun, and I'm getting tired of road snacks, Wolf admitted. Miguel dug for sunglasses. We could. How long have we driven today? About 8 to 10 hours. If you want to go longer, you can. I'm just saying we could stop any time. At this rate, we'll get to the res around dinner time tomorrow. Should we call your mother and let her know? Yeah, when we stop I'll call her. They made the decision on open road, and it was another 20 miles before they saw a familiar green sign promising amenities in the next town. The sign promised fast food, acceptable lodging, and places to refuel. Miguel veered off the highway into the little spit of a town, pulling into a flat brown hotel lined with red doors. The sign flickered neon in contrast to the otherwise barren land, and Wolf hooked his thumbs in his pockets as he strolled inside next to Miguel. The man behind the counter blended into his scenery. He was presentable, but not overdone, and was as tired as the heat-shrunk walls and bunched wallpaper. Y'all want a room? He looked up from his dime novel and between the men. Yes, please, Miguel answered. With 2 twin beds, right? Ah, no. We could do a king or a queen. We don't got king rooms with 2 beds. Miguel blinked. I know. So what you want? A room with 2 twin beds or 2 separate king rooms? Well, I would like 1 key. 1 king room, please? Wolf interjected, placing a hand on Miguel's waist. Oh. Y'all from the city. City gay boys, eh? The man turned the book over and tapped on his antique computer, fingers crashing into the keys with no hint of grace. They exchanged money for a room after another brief discussion of choices, and they split the keys between each other, unloading the ice chest, snacks, and digging out a change of clothes for the next day. They left suitcases in the car. I think I saw a diner down the street, Miguel offered, lugging the ice chest inside the drab hotel room. He thumped the ice chest on the table next to the landline. Do you want to go to dinner with me? Miguel put a hand on Wolf's hip, tipping his head up. You asking me out? Wolf rumbled, voice getting a rough edge to it as he stepped closer to the brawny man. His slender fingers slipped through Miguel's curls, down the column of his thick neck, and over his confident broad shoulders. Yes, I am. Then yeah. I want to go to dinner with you. Wolf's hand traveled back up, resting on the base of Miguel's neck as he pulled him into a kiss. I'm glad you're here with me, he confessed, whispering the words against Miguel's plump lips before he devoured him again. Me too. Miguel's other hand touched Wolf's hip, and both hands slipped under his loose t-shirt, sliding along his lean frame. I'm glad you let me come. After another kiss, Miguel retreated. He tucked a keycard in his pocket and handed the other to Wolf before exiting the room and walking along the access road the 3 blocks backwards to the little diner. The sun faded behind them, a slice of it visible over the plains, and the sky dazzled with soft blue-violet tones. The diner had 2 middle-aged servers, an open kitchen, and a teenage hostess who blinked when Wolf and Miguel walked in. Her pale skin changed to a deep shade of red as the 2 men approached the old wooden stand. Wolf touched Miguel's spine, and Miguel tucked a hand in Wolf's back pocket. 2 please, Wolf rumbled. Yes. How can I okay. Why yes, let me get menus, she stammered. The stack of menus fell to the ground, clattering over the laminate surface. Wolf quirked an eyebrow when the menus fell, and Miguel crouched, helping her pick them up. Thanks. Miguel handed her all but 2 menus. We would prefer a booth, if you don't mind. Anything. She squeaked, scribbling a notation on the podium and leading them through the square place. She directed them to a small booth on the inside. Drinks. Drinks? Water for me, please. Miguel smiled. Beer. Whatever kind. Okay. I'll have the server bring you your drink. I'll get your water though. Still with a red face, she scurried off. She returned with 2 sweaty water glasses and an older woman with similar eyes and a kind round face. Hey there, my name is Gia and I'll be your waitress tonight. You said you wanted a beer, honey? She looked at Wolf, who glanced up from the menu and combed his long hair behind his ear. The hostess rocked on her toes beside the other woman, hands clasped behind her back. Yeah. Whatever you have is fine. We'll get it for ya. Y'all looked at the menu yet? We are now. Miguel sipped his water and beamed up at the woman. What would you suggest? His face changed from neutral to a dazzling performance smile. The country fried steak with mashed potatoes and cornbread. The girl squeaked before covering her mouth with both hands. It's all right, darlin'. The older woman patted the girl's shoulder. You want to talk to them about the menu while I grab his beer? Wolf's features hardened, the opposite of Miguel's expression as he flipped through the menu. He tucked his clenched fist under the table when Miguel scowled at him. I could. The young girl squirmed, clasping her hands together behind her back. What makes a country fried steak? Miguel regarded the girl again. Well, a country fried steak is battered like fried chicken with cornmeal and pan-fried. We do a beer batter here. My papa makes it. Ah, I see. I would like to try it. What are you going to get, Wolf? The girl's eyes bugged and she sucked in her breath. You're Miguel Costa. Not sure yet, Wolf rumbled when the girl named Miguel. I am, and this is my partner Wolf. The music producer, she whispered, finishing Miguel's sentence. Tears sprang to her eyes. Correct. What's your name? Mary Claire. I go by MC. I love y'all. I've been following why your relationship, and y'all are perfect for each other. Here's your beer. Gia dropped the beer next to Wolf's menu, then placed a hand on the back of the booth. So, what'll y'all be havin'? Miguel's gonna have country fried steak with mashed taters, string beans, white gravy, and cornbread. Mary Claire repeated proudly, her chest puffing up. Wolf's still deciding. You ought to try the marinated pork chop with collards, taters, and cornbread. You know what? Sure. I'll try it. Wolf wrinkled his nose at Miguel, who chuckled and closed his menu. Alrighty, let me go put this in for you. I'll be right back. Gia collected their menus. This time Mary Claire followed her mom, hovering at her heels and whispering about Miguel and Wolf. Be nice. Miguel sipped his water. I am. No, really? She's a small-town girl looking for hope. We're probably the only celebrities she's ever seen, so if you're mean, she'll think we're all mean. Fine. What am I supposed to say to her? Talk to her like a normal person. Remind her we bleed the same color she does. Fine. Wolf took a gulp of his beer as the women returned to their table. So where y'all headed to? Gia leaned on the booth again, glancing from Wolf to Miguel. We're headed to Rama, New Mexico. Wolf leaned back in his seat, sipping his beer again. You got family there. Mary Claire didn't ask as much as told Wolf his own information. Her voice trembled, eyes still glossy with moisture. Yeah, I do. We're going to the rodeo and fair. Miguel added. I've never been to a rodeo before. They don't got rodeo in Brazil? Gia quirked an eyebrow at Miguel. Oh, they do, but I have never gone. One of the biggest events is our Barretos Cowboy Festival. And even if I had been, I'm sure this rodeo will be better. Miguel winked at Wolf. Aha. Well, my girl here says y'all famous people. We are. I'm an actor and Wolf is a music producer. Miguel chuckled. Wolf sealed his lips, curving the corners up into a slight smile. Wolf works with everybody. Well, ever since dating Miguel. And Miguel's the most famous gay actor. He recently finished filming. Dear. I bet they know about themselves. Why don't you ask them something interesting? Ask them how they met. Unless they covered it in them magazines, too. Mary Claire stared at her mother. Well, go on. They just humans. Wolf suppressed a grin, tipping his head down. We met at a party. A friend introduced us. Did you know he was the one when y'all first met? Miguel and Gia exchanged a private look as Wolf turned surprisingly kind eyes onto the girl. No. It was the first date. Wolf mused for a moment. The girl held her breath, ready for anything the stoic man had to offer. Wolf drank his beer before he spoke again. When I got angry, and his solution was to buy me ice cream and ice my hand. I knew he was the one then. Mary Claire swooned. Are your songs about him? They are, but I didn't know at first. Listen, one day you'll meet someone, and you'll forget everything you did before they were in your life, and it'll feel like you've known them forever. Soulmates? Sure. Point is, hold out for them. Don't settle for someone else because you're lonely, because it's not the right kind of love is all. You're giving relationship advice. Miguel's eyelashes fluttered. It's some good advice. Find a man or woman who is everything you ain't, and is looking for everything you are. Gia nodded as the kitchen bell dinged. Come on, girlie, let's get 'em food and leave 'em to eat. Wolf gifted Mary Claire a rare smile, and her own features brightened tenfold. She hurried after her mother, grabbing oval plates and carrying them to the table. Country fried steak with string beans mashed with white gravy and cornbread. Gia placed the plate in front of Miguel. Marinated pork chop with collards, mash and gravy, and cornbread. Mary Claire put Wolf's plate in front of him. If y'all need anything, just holler. Beaming, Mary Claire skipped back to the hostess podium. Thanks, boys. Y'all made her year. Gia's work-hardened features softened into a mother's smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners and pale blue eyes catching the light. It's no problem, Miguel replied as Wolf stabbed his pork chop and tasted the mashed potatoes and lumpy white gravy. Gia retreated, and the men tried their food in silence. Miguel picked at his steak, eyes focused on Wolf. Wolf ignored him, picking meat off his pork chop and eating a little of each item with each forkful. He layered it, a little mash, a little greens, meat, and cornbread. A swig of beer washed it down. She reminded me of my sister. Wolf glanced at Miguel through thick eyelashes. Miguel paused, twisting his fork in his hands. How old would she be? Your sister? 21 this year. Her birthday is in December. Wolf stabbed his food, appetite dissolving and the food no longer appealing. You wish you could give her relationship advice. Miguel ventured into uncharted territory, a traveler without a map. He stepped carefully, chewing over his question before letting it pass his lips. Any advice? I wish I could, a knot distended in Wolf's throat and cutting off his words. I get it. Let's just eat. Miguel reached across the table, squeezing Wolf's tight fist. They made it through the meal, without the girl coming back over to them. She was now far too busy bragging to her friends about the brief conversation she had with a celebrity and the expert advice Wolf had given her. Wolf pecked at his food longer before agreeing to a takeaway box, while Miguel ordered cobbler for dessert. Wolf left a hefty tip on the table, and the men left hand in hand, walking back to the hotel room and crashing into the worn king-size mattress. Miguel curled around the thinner man. Wolf was the little spoon. The next day, they repacked the vehicle, nibbled a complimentary muffin and fruit cup each, and got back on the road. Miguel drove through the morning, rubbing sleep from his eyes every 5 miles. After lunch, Wolf drove. The scenery changed from lush, untamed land to desert stretching for miles. Tumbleweeds rolled alongside the vehicle, and the vast amount of wildlife hid in plain sight, blending into the different shades of brown. The roads transformed from high-quality, paved asphalt to cracked asphalt in need of repair to a dirt road traveled far too many times. Wolf knew the route in his bones, and he turned left, then right, taking the path around collections of dry vegetation until they came upon a blue mobile home, bleached pale from the sun, and a tired old truck parked out front. An older woman stood in the doorway, long before they could make out her facial features. Her long gray hair rested on her thick shoulders. She had Wolf's seasoned eyes and his high cheekbones, but her lips and nose were her own. Wolf parked the hatchback next to the truck. Sialia Lee bounced on her feet as Wolf crawled out of the vehicle and ascended the old wooden stairs. She snatched Wolf into a hug, squeezing him around the middle with strong arms while Miguel looked on, a slow smile growing on his face. How was the drive? Relief was rooted in her voice. Good. We took turns. Miguel replied as Wolf's mother stepped away from her son and looked him over. She touched his cheeks, cradling his face as she studied him, notating even his smallest changes. Good. Sialia Lee hugged Wolf again and hugged Miguel afterwards. Where's Ashki? Wolf glanced over the short woman's head, checking the small living room for his brother. Oh, somewhere off with his friends. He should be around in a little while. Come inside. Can I get you guys anything? No, Ma, we're good. Wolf led Miguel inside the house. They walked into the living room with 2 couches lining the walls and a rocking chair in front of a wooden door. The ancient television across from the rocking chair blared the news. You sure? It's a long drive. We have snacks and dry noodles if you want. No, Ma. I said we're good, Wolf warned as Miguel sat on the couch closest to the door. I wouldn't mind a glass of water, actually, Ms. Begay. Hang on. Wolf's mother poured water from a larger jug into a plastic cup with tall sides and presented it to Miguel. Call me Sialia Lee. Sela, Ashki has your room, so you and Miguel can sleep on the couches here, on the fold-out one down in the other room, or down the hallway next to my room. Sialia Lee pointed to the dining room, equipped with a long wooden table and another couch draped in rich patterned blankets and sandwiched between a workout bench, a long filing cabinet, and stacked chairs. Probably down in the other room. I can get you more blankets if you need them. Ma. What? He came all this way, he ought to be comfortable. I appreciate everything. I do. So, what time is the first event in the morning? Miguel steered the conversation in a new direction. The blessing ceremony is at 6 o'clock, then there's a health walk, and the carnival opens in the evening. Sialia Lee sat down in the rocking chair. It creaked under her weight. Blessing ceremony? Indeed. You'll see tomorrow, I don't want to spoil it for you. It's a song welcoming a new day and asking the universe to protect us. Wolf smirked at his mother. And he ruins it. Well, yes, it's a song. It's more than asking the universe to protect you. He simplifies it. It is about staying in the present and not letting the past and the future affect what you are doing now. We start each day with an open heart. Better than the idea of being an unforgivable sinner, no matter what. Indeed, Wolf muttered. You know the song? Miguel looked at Wolf. Yeah, but I'm not going to the blessing ceremony in the morning. Why not? Sialia Lee scowled. Because it's at 6, and we still have to get up early, get dressed and travel. We would have to be up by 4:30. It's important. Sure, and I can do it here at sunrise rather than stress myself and our guests trying to get to town. Wolf shrugged. You can go to the ceremony in the morning. Please go. And if Miguel wants to get up and go with you, he can. I will do my ceremony here. We do it together, for those who don't know the prayer like you do, and to connect with our people. Sialia Lee sighed, fine. As long as you do the prayer, it doesn't matter where you do it. The city brings you back disconnected from the earth. It's because there's barely any earth there. I can't throw corn over my shoulder and sit facing east outside my house without people thinking I'm crazy. Sialia Lee's face screwed up, and she grumbled something about remembering traditions before smiling again, still elated to see her ornery son. Sialia Lee's unfailing happiness brought a smile from Miguel. It stayed on his face as the pair exchanged looks, Wolf's mother still trying to convince him of the ceremony, and Wolf still bent on not going. You will at least come see team roping and dance tomorrow night? Your brother's competing. In the dancing. Wolf slumped into the couch next to Miguel. No, boy. In the roping. Right. It isn't too late for you to sign up. They have bronc riding and bull riding on Friday, and I bet if you spent a little time with your horse, you'd be able to do steer wrestling. Miguel perked up at the mention of Wolf performing rodeo events, and he peered at the man beside him. You've done rodeo events? Yeah, what else is there to do around here? Plus, I don't know. You live in the West, you need to know how to control and drive livestock. It's tradition. It's complicated. Wolf wrinkled his forehead. Oh, okay. Well, I'd enjoy watching you do a rodeo event. Bull riding sounds fun? Miguel bit his lip over a playful grin. He was always good at bull riding. Sialia Lee added, Hoseka was good at barrel racing. I miss watching her fly around the arena. She could have joined the circuit, you know. Went around racing all over the country. Ma. Don't. It's okay to talk about her, you know. Yeah, but Miguel doesn't want to listen to your sad stories of my dead sister. Wolf's neck tickled with warring emotions. Hoseka. I don't mind, Miguel started, but his words cut out when Wolf's gaze landed on him. He clamped his mouth shut, staring past Wolf and studying the contents of his mother's little home. If you let it out, you wouldn't be so angry. It was her time, and when you don't honor her life, you're saying the universe made a mistake. The universe doesn't make mistakes. She was too young. A surge of fire overtook Wolf's veins. His stomach flip-flopped and his heart ached, the dull ache of an injury never quite healed. She wasn't too young. She was finished. Wolf's mother forged on as Wolf's frustrations brewed. His brain scurried to seal himself, working overtime building a fractured wall around his heart. It was a losing battle. Finished with what? What could she have possibly been finished with at 16 fucking years old? Wolf spat. I don't know, Sella. Don't curse at me. Your anger is something I won't have in here. The older woman got to her feet, old bones groaned at the extension. She gripped the wooden armrest until she had her balance, and a strong woman stared at Wolf. She was small in stature, shoulders hitting his waist, but a mother always had the key to her children. "Ma," he challenged, his own hard stare met with the only person who stood a chance at quelling his beast. She was finished. She told you not to be angry with her, either. "Ma. How can I not be fucking angry? You okay this? A child taking her own life? What did I say?" Silia Lee's wisdom radiated through her exhaustion, new gray hairs sprouted from her old ones, and it was clear Wolf contributed to the stress. "You've had years to understand this. She didn't die yesterday, and she did it for you. She was 16. She couldn't do anything for me," he yelled, defiant as she reprimanded him in front of Miguel. His eyes darted around the room, spotting sacred pieces everywhere, irreplaceable family heirlooms treasured generation by generation. Turquoise jewelry his sister wore to school dances and to festivals hung on the wall next to a beautiful picture of her, sporting a proud smile and a handmade dress. Silia Lee didn't speak. Wolf squeezed his fists, tan skin stretching over his knuckles as the color faded from them. His tight muscles quaked, a volcano preparing for eruption. They entered into a staring contest, Silia Lee and her son. Wolf tried to cage his anger, to stuff an inflamed beast back in his holding cell, but his control snapped. He flew into action. He lunged for the neat shrine first, swiping her picture and her jewelry to the ground. The frame clattered, glass breaking and littering the floor in front of the little television. The stone jewelry flew across the room, slapping the wall and landing on the couch, fractured by the force of Wolf's anger. "Wolf!" Miguel gasped. He rushed to the wild man, but Silia Lee grabbed his arm and yanked him out of Wolf's war path. Wolf ripped pictures from the wall, clawing through them, shredding them. He slammed his fists into the mantel, cracking the wood, bruising himself. He gashed his knuckles as he pounded the cheap wood until it barely hung on the wall. Tears streamed down his face in an unending torrent. He didn't notice. His desperation carried him into the kitchen. He bulldozed through the drawers, gripping a knife in his hands. He collapsed on the old tile floor, long hair in one hand and the knife in the other, and he hacked it off in sections, leaving uneven clumps around his face, around his ears. Silia Lee watched over him as he continued his frenzied ritual, turning the knife on his arms and legs. The blade sliced him clean, rich red blood spilling from the surface and dripping onto the floor, staining gray tiles. Wolf layered the cuts over each other, destroying his smooth, russet skin. He tossed the knife when the pain on his body matched the cavernous sadness enveloping his insides. It spun across the floor, leaving a trail of blood and tears in its wake. Wolf covered his face with his hands. Sobs racked his body. Miguel shivered. Silia Lee's grip tightened on his arm. "He's okay," Silia Lee whispered. Her soft voice pierced Wolf's ears. Wolf rocked on his knees until his tears dried, and his eyes adjusted to the mess he'd made. He couldn't prod his anger back into its cage, and he had no apologies. Wild eyes turned to Miguel. What can I do?" "He's mourning. What do you think you should do?" Wolf's mother collected the fallen hair, combing her weathered fingers through it. "Help him clean up," Miguel decided after glancing between them again. He stumbled down the hallway to the bathroom. Suicides aren't accidents. Her spirit is around, even if she lacks a physical body. Silia Lee's voice cooed, slipping into her native language. She chose to leave this body for another form. She robbed herself of a future. Why didn't you stop her? You talked to her the same day, why didn't you? Wolf lapsed into silence, studying the faded blue design on the kitchen tiles. His breath came in pants, tight chest sucking in air and forcing it back out with a groan. His sister's energy swirled around him, her laughter in his ear, the lightness he remembered. His memory searched for a crack, a fissure in her warm smile to justify her actions. "She told me to give you something once you mourned her death." Silia Lee shuffled around the kitchen as Wolf leaned into the laminate counters, as blood clotted over his cuts. "Do you remember when she used to follow you around? From room to room, wherever you were, she was at your heels? I called her your little shadow." Miguel returned with a first aid kit, a wet towel and a dry towel, and he crouched beside Wolf. He cleaned the blood from Wolf's arms, dabbing them gently and washing his wounds with hydrogen peroxide. Wolf winced. "I'm always patching you up," Miguel murmured, kissing Wolf's cheek as Celia Lee returned with a little box. "She always wanted to replace the black ring she gave you with something better." Wolf's mother squatted, placing the box in front of Wolf. "Open it when you're ready, but not right now." The woman looked at Miguel, nodding her approval, then wiped her hands. Wolf's new focus became the box. He stared at it as Miguel cleaned his arms and legs and wrapped gauze bandages around his lanky limbs. His mother clucked her tongue and scrubbed the dried blood from the floor. When Wolf was bandaged, he snatched the box, fingers throbbing around it, and stood to his feet, using the wall as his guide. "Let's lie down. I'll go let the bed out." Miguel squeezed Wolf's shoulder and moved into the dining room, fussing with the sleeper sofa. Ashki didn't speak for 2 years after she passed. Celia Lee pet Wolf's short hair. "When you never came home, he thought you were gone too, but he started following your work, his own way of checking up on you. He has every album you've sent, every magazine you've interviewed in." Her voice faded. She smoothed her son's eyebrows, the backs of her hands trailed down his cheek. "He'll be happy to see his big brother." Wolf tipped his head down, the box weighing 100 pounds in his weak fingers. "Go lie down. I'll bring you juice and a sandwich. Tomorrow we'll fix your hair." Chapter 16. Miguel woke before the sun, uncurling himself from clutching Wolf. He padded through the living room, kitchen, and down the hall to the bathroom, using the wall as his guide. He closed the door to the cramped bathroom and sandwiched himself in the little space between the washing machine and the toilet to piss, eyes drooping as he lifted the porcelain seat and took care of business. Miguel's brain caught up with his body, and he processed the little room. He had dug through the cabinets the previous evening looking for first aid supplies and towels, but this morning he noticed the signs of childhood: notches on the wooden door, a different color for each child, scribbled drawings a foot high Celia Lee had trouble erasing, and worn spots on the floor from frequent travel. He flushed the toilet and sat the seat back down, tiptoeing back to the bed and wrapping his arms around Wolf again. He kissed Wolf's shoulder, but the man didn't stir. His muscles didn't twitch, and his lungs only stole enough air to keep his body functioning. Miguel pressed his face into Wolf's lean back, the whoosh of blood lulling him to sleep. When he woke again, he woke alone, weighed down by thick woven blankets too heavy for the daytime heat. Miguel shot upright and strained his ears for noise. The house was silent, unchanged from the previous evening except for the savory smells of food from the kitchen. He heard the hum of voices outside, so he stepped into lounge shorts and wandered out the front door. The desert sun greeted him, and he squinted. "Hey there." Celia Lee was on the porch with her hands in her lap. "How'd you sleep?" Her roughness from the other evening had evaporated. "Well, it's cold at night. It's the desert." She chuckled. "It wasn't too bad, though." "No. The blankets were great." "Did you weave them?" "Only the thinnest one. The red one was made by my mother, and the blue patterned one by my grandmother. There are more blankets if you need another tonight." "Thanks. Where's Wolf?" "He went with Ashki to fill our water jugs. Used to be his job when he was here. I think his body still remembers the habit." "Water jugs?" "But I flushed the toilet last night." "Yes, but I don't use the water coming through the house for cooking and drinking." "Why not?" "Don't trust it. I grew up with no running water. We went to the hole every few days to get water for the house." Wolf didn't grow up with it either, but as soon as he got a little bit of money, he installed the running water. He says it's better, but I don't trust it. I think it's contaminated." "Oh, okay." The corners of Miguel's lips turned down and his dark eyebrows knit together. "He sends you guys money?" "Every month." Celia Lee smiled. "I save it for Ashki. So he won't have to work so hard to get out of here." Miguel sank into a chair beside the old woman. "You don't want to move too?" "No. This is my home. It's not much, I know. But it's home." I feel the most connected to the earth here. I understand. What are you going to do with Wolf's hair? We burn it. Miguel nodded as the old pickup truck rolled into view. His heart fluttered when Wolf jumped out the driver's side and hopped onto the bed, passing drums of water to a stocky younger man. Thank you for bringing him home. You're welcome. How long has it been? He came home for the funeral, but not again. I'm lucky if he answers my calls. Tell me. Celia Lee pulled her attention from her boys and gazed at Miguel, meeting his eyes. Is he ashamed of who he is? No, I don't think so. I think he's proud of who he is, but I think it hurts. Processing what it means to be who he is. Ah. Celia Lee touched Miguel's shoulder, squeezed it. Good. Should I help them? Miguel tilted his head as Wolf pulled his shirt off and tucked it into his jeans. His lean muscles sparkled in the sunlight, beads of sweat glistening on his skin. No, I think they've got it. Unless you want to show off. I suppose I wouldn't mind. Miguel squinted. I think I'm going to go introduce myself to Ashki. Good idea. Celia Lee grinned, eyes dancing as Miguel strolled off the porch. Starved vegetation crunched under Miguel's shoes as he walked up to the truck. Hey. The Brazilian shielded his eyes, squinting up at Wolf. Can I help? Wolf paused, jug in his arms, and stared at Miguel. Miguel hazarded a glance into Wolf's face, studying his lips and the slope of his nose before peeking at Wolf's chasmal eyes, drowning in the depths of his profound sadness. Nah, I think we got it. Ashki returned to the truck, taking the next jug from Wolf, who was still staring at Miguel. You should get something to eat. Mom cooked breakfast, didn't she? I think so, yes. Miguel watched the stocky boy take the jug to the porch and set it down. Left alone with Wolf again, he held his breath as he turned back to the music producer. Anger and sadness seeped off Wolf, and Miguel soaked it in. I missed you this morning, Miguel muttered. Wolf didn't speak. I was hoping to wake up next to you, and maybe do the morning ritual. Miguel forged on, slipping his hands in the pockets of his lounge shorts and shrugging his shoulders up to his ears. Wolf didn't speak. He looked past Miguel before jumping off the back of the truck and grabbing the last jug of water. The smell of Wolf's sweat filled Miguel's nose. He parted his lips, biting his tongue as he tracked the other man. Wolf had a head start back to the house. Okay. So, you're not going to talk. Miguel followed Wolf inside and into the kitchen where Celia Lee and Ashki were gulping water and eating a canned meat sandwich each, leaving 2 sandwiches on the plate. Wolf bit into the thicker one, and Miguel picked up the last one. Neither Celia Lee nor Ashki were fazed by Wolf's silence. My girlfriend is participating in the Miss Rama Navajo and Princess pageant, so I'm going to go in town tonight to watch the start of it. I think it's a fashion show tonight. You remember when Hoseka participated? Celia Lee asked no one in particular. I made her a beautiful woven dress, and we adorned it with turquoise and silver. Yeah. She would have won if she hadn't cried during the talent show, because she thought Sela had left when he was just behind this big guy. Ashki laughed. By the time she saw him again, her talent time was up, but she didn't care anyway. Wolf paused mid-bite, grinding his teeth. He swallowed what he had in his mouth, but rejected the rest of the sandwich and stalked from the kitchen. The front door opened and swung closed. Too soon? Ashki blinked. It's been 5 years. Miguel chewed the salty sandwich carefully, letting the unpleasant taste and texture of the meat roll over his tongue before he swallowed. He washed the taste out of his mouth and bit into the sandwich again. It takes him longer. Celia Lee sipped her water. I guess. I should go after him. Miguel offered, chewing the inside of his cheek. Oh. Ashki, I brought a poster for you. And I figured, if you wanted, you could work out with me in the morning? Huh. Oh. Ashki's eyes lit up when Miguel addressed him by name. Yeah, I'd love to. Then he looked over Miguel's toned body. His cheeks colored. Don't worry. I'm in between movies, so it's an easy workout. So your movie workout is worse. It can be. For the last movie, my workout schedule was pretty intense. Miguel smiled, saving half of his sandwich for later. And my diet was worse. No snacks, nothing but vegetables and chicken. Sounds boring. It was, but it's part of the job. Everyone has a uniform, right? Mine is this, so I have to look the part. Miguel's friendly smile encouraged a round of questions about his job. Ashki asked them as fast as Miguel could answer, asking how he got into acting, if he liked it, what tips could he give someone starting out. He even asked what kind of compensation Miguel received for acting, but Saili Ali reminded Miguel he didn't have to answer. Miguel snuck away from Wolf's family and joined Wolf in silence outside. They walked along the dirt path, Wolf saying nothing and Miguel mirroring him. Wolf led the way, following a dirt path through the desert, heat bearing down on them, baking them. Their price for endurance was stripes of light skin around tan shoulders and sun-kissed cheeks. They returned to the old trailer when evening came, and rode together to the fairgrounds, a paved area packed with people, vendors, and carnival rides. Saili Ali and Ashki provided conversation, talking around Wolf, as if his silence added to the conversation. They dropped Saili Ali and Ashki at the entrance, allowing them both to find other family members and friends, and Wolf drove around looking for a parking space. With them gone, the only one willing to speak was the vehicle, and its engine hummed. Miguel surveyed the carnival as Wolf drove, drinking in the mix of people, some in native garb with others in t-shirts and tight jeans. Miguel noticed the varying hairstyles, most men sporting cropped styles like Wolf's and women with loose waves down their backs. They all had the same sad smile, happy to be a part of something greater, but a deeper grief they couldn't hide, blue devils hiding in the black depths of their pupils. Wolf parked the vehicle next to a row of worn-looking trucks, between a large off-roading vehicle and a small pickup truck. He killed the engine. "We can stay here if you want." Miguel touched Wolf's shoulder, rubbing a hand from his right side to his left, and kissed his cheek. Wolf's tense muscles loosened under Miguel's touch, the hard lines of his face softening. "I enjoyed watching you work this morning, and I'd love to watch you participate in the rodeo. I like this side of you." Wolf closed his eyes as Miguel's fingers traced his strong jawline, smoothing over his stretched lips and lingering there. Miguel tapped Wolf's velvety skin before kissing him again, a chaste kiss, but energy traveled through them. Sparks exploded behind Miguel's eyelids, and his lips buzzed, tingling as he broke away from the other man. He recognized excitement, but Wolf's dead eyes killed it. "I can't have sex with you while you're grieving. Let's go to carnival. You can win me a stuffed animal." Miguel traced the shell of Wolf's ear. "And I don't want to miss meeting your brother's girlfriend." The two celebrities walked hand in hand to the carnival, following a worn path through a sea of cars to bright lights and the steady rumble of voices. Miguel blended in with his tan skin and dark hair, but he stood out unrecognized by the older residents. The younger people stared at Miguel and Wolf, whispering and pointing at the Brazilian. "I'm like one of those real dolls. I look like I'm one of you, but everyone knows I'm not," Miguel whispered, kissing Wolf's neck. The stoic man rumbled, ducking away from Miguel's kiss. "No public affection. Okay." Wolf squeezed Miguel's hand, leading him through the carnival. They passed a modest Ferris wheel with blinking lights and a carousel with lavishly painted horses. He stopped at a booth and exchanged a few dollars for a handful of darts. The worker explained the rules, firing off the reward exchange and pointing to the different sized prizes. The biggest stuffed animals required the highest number of points, and on down. "I wasn't serious about the stuffed animal. I'm going to have to carry it around." Wolf collected the darts, twirling them in his slender fingers as a shadowy grin touched his face. "Oh, you want me to carry around a big stuffed animal?" Wolf's grin grew, a little flicker of amusement touched his cold eyes. "I hope you miss." Miguel nudged Wolf, nuzzling into the crook of his arm before releasing him. Wolf positioned himself and narrowed his eyes. He slipped into a state of concentration, blocking out the distractions around him as he placed one foot in front of the other. Back straight he practiced, committing the smooth arm movements to muscle memory. The first dart landed a little off from center, but the second two landed square on the bullseye. All right. The cheerful worker congratulated Wolf on a good shot. Pick anything you want. The pink monkey. Miguel laced his fingers with Wolf's again. You're carrying it. The worker handed Wolf the stuffed animal, and the surly native tucked it under his arm, the neck of the monkey inside his elbow and the fuzzy hairs tickling his chin. The monkey's feet skimmed the ground as they met Wolf's family in a sectioned-off area. When they arrived at the South Fairgrounds, a slab of dirt roped off and lined with fold-out chairs, Miguel and Wolf shuffled into the aisle next to his mother and brother. The stuffed animal occupied his own chair. It's huge, Celia Lee complained, tucking the monkey's dangling hands into the chair. I know. So, which one is your girlfriend, Ashki? Miguel sat next to his stuffed monkey, and Wolf sat on the outside next to Miguel, resting an arm on the back of the other man's chair. The one in orange and yellow. Ashki pointed to a regal girl sitting in the middle of a row of 7. 3 older girls sat on the right side and 3 younger on the left. Her long straight hair was adorned with turquoise and silver, small braids framing her round face. When the announcer addressed her, she smiled, showing all her teeth and her youth. She's cute. How long have you two been together? 2 years and 7 months. Ashki straightened his back, pride coming over his face. Oh wow. You commit better than Wolf does. Technically we're not even official, and we've been talking since February. Well yeah. I don't remember him ever having a boyfriend when he lived at home. He had a few friends, he called them. Celia Lee smiled at her eldest son, who looked no less grumpy. Don't know what they did in the back room, but they always had loud music playing. Ah. Okay, gross mom. I sleep there. Ashki's face wrinkled in playful disgust. Miguel's smile grew as he relaxed around Wolf's accepting family. Ashki and Celia Lee opened a new conversation on a different topic while Wolf idly combed Miguel's curls, thumb trailing down the long trapezius muscle of his neck, fingers stroking the base of his hairline. The announcer addressed the last 3 girls, and they all rearranged themselves, sitting in a new order as the announcer's voice boomed over the crowd. After a few awkward jokes, he introduced the young women, taking their hand and presenting them to the crowd. Each girl had a tribe name, a casual name, and a short biography. Ashki jumped to his feet when it was his girlfriend's turn, cheering for her. His tongue trilled over the crowd. She gave him a little wave, fingers wiggling. Once the girls were introduced, they scurried away. While volunteers set up a raised platform where the girls had been sitting, the announcer discussed town business. The local high school was hosting their annual food drive, encouraging people to donate money as well as usable shelf staples. The announcer jokingly reminded the crowd not to unload their unused canned goods as a way to clean their own pantry. If you can't use it, neither can anyone else, he said. Next month, the public library had scheduled another Reading Awareness Week. The announcer begged people to attend, and went through the list of weekend events, including a wine tasting and romance reads for the women, a tea and cookies storybook day for the younger children, and an around-the-world's potluck for all ages. Last, the annual signing of the Peace Treaty event had changed locations. Instead of being hosted at the high school, this year it was going to be hosted at the rodeo arena due to an unforeseen scheduling conflict. After the final announcement, the man strutted from the middle of the area, and white spotlights highlighted the long platform. The oldest Miss Rama Navajo contestant stepped on the stage, wearing a traditional outfit from her tribe. Strategically placed turquoise and silver adorned her free-flowing hair, and an intricate bib rested on her ample chest. Thick, rich-colored cloths draped her form and flowed down her body, the simple geometric patterns on the cloths crossing and connecting with each other. It wasn't the American Indian dress shown in the movies, it was the native dress their ancestors wore, untouched by colonization with the blood of her mother and grandmothers sewn into every stitch. The next girl wore something similar. Beads and stones decorated her hair in a different way, and a different hand-threaded breastplate, this one with small feathers dangling from the ends. The patterns on the second girl's clothing differed from the girl before her, but featured the same natural dyed colors, brick reds, tans, and dark browns from the earth. Each girl stepped out in their ancestors' clothes, their family heirlooms, and held their head high, their necks long as they honored their family before them. Miguel memorized the details of the clothing, the sewn-in motifs, and the breezy way they draped the body. When the last young girl vacated the platform, Miguel glanced at Wolf, whose solemn face was focused straight ahead, unblinking. He glanced at Ashki, whose eyes brimmed with proud tears, his eyes glistening with adoration. Miguel glanced into Sialia Lee's face last, her unreadable expression sending a shiver down his spine. Her eyes blazed with defiance, her jaw was set strong, but she was fragile. Time had worn her down. The second round of the fashion show featured a more modern take on traditional native wear. The girls mixed wrapped blankets and turquoise jewelry with their regular clothes. A couple girls donned jeans with patterned cloths covering their shoulders, the hems coming to a point in the middle of their torso. The others wore skirts made from woven cloth on their bottom half, with fitted shirts under bulky jewelry on their top half. Their hair varied from long and flowing to traditional knotted-up dos, adorned with draped beading. The last round consisted of wholly modern clothes. Despite the clothes being all modernized, they kept pieces of their culture through jewelry and hairstyle. Several of the girls had smaller beaded breastplates over silk button-down shirts. Bracelets cuffed their wrists, and intricate earrings dangled from their ears. Miguel's heart swelled when he saw the prideful smiles on the girls. The older girls paused at the end of the runway, shaking their shoulders and mimicking the models of the present day. The shy younger girls lingered awkwardly at the end of the runway, brushing their hair back from their face and fussing with the older girls in hushed whispers. The crowd rumbled with laughter as they stalked back down the raised platform. The contestants did a last walk, older girls hunched over and holding younger girls' hands. Ashki's girlfriend walked by herself and closed the show, ending with a casual wave and blown kisses. Ashki left the aisles and met his girlfriend on the dry floor of the fairgrounds arena, giving her a hug and kiss while the rest of them caught up. Wolf grabbed the pink monkey around the neck again and followed Sialia Lee and Miguel to Ashki. "Hannah, this is Sela and his partner Miguel Costa. And my mom, of course. Guys, this is Hannah Yazzie." Ashki roped an arm around Hannah's shoulders. "Hi." Hannah greeted them all, a pleasant smile on her face. Her cheeks colored when she looked at Wolf, and Ashki scowled. "What? He's cute," she hissed. "He likes men," Ashki muttered. Wolf ignored Hannah and Ashki's exchange, trailing his hand down Miguel's arm. His warm fingers slid over Miguel's palm, the tips of his fingers sliding in between his knuckles before retreating and skimming over his palm again. Miguel shivered, temperature rising at Wolf's secret tease. He sucked in a quick breath, eyes darting around before landing on the younger couple again. "And I'm with you anyway," Hannah reminded Ashki, planting a kiss on his plump cheeks. "But he's still cute. Are y'all staying for the dance?" "Well," Miguel glanced at Wolf. He read the details of Wolf's face, the way his thick eyebrows quirked, the little dent of frustration on his smooth forehead, the way his thick lips curved down in a neutral frown. Yes. Yes, we'll go." "Perfect. I'm going to get changed. It's going to be held here, but you've got time to find food if you want. You should try Jess's barbecue, it's so good." With another kiss, Hannah joined the Miss Rama Navajo contestants again, and the four of them went for barbecue. They ate at a wooden table, Wolf and Sialia Lee sitting across from Miguel and Ashki, and shared a basket of sticky ribs, French fries, and bread. Miguel and Ashki chatted about movies, while Wolf and his mother ate in silence. The dance extended through the night, starting at 9 o'clock and going on well into the morning. Hannah and Ashki left together, fogging up the back seat of Hannah's compact car, while Miguel, Wolf, and Sialia Lee left in Wolf's hatchback. Miguel and Sialia Lee fell asleep against the walls of the vehicle, as Wolf drove back to the little trailer in the desert darkness. Friday morning, Ashki drove the truck into town before everyone else woke. Sialia Lee and Wolf woke with the sun, and Miguel trudged out of bed when he heard the sizzling of meat on the stove. "Get dressed, sleepyhead, we need to leave or we'll miss Ashki's team roping event." Sialia Lee rubbed Miguel's back when he entered the kitchen. "Sela's outside already." Breakfast?" Miguel purred, peering over Sialia Lee's shoulder. "Barely. Bologna sandwiches." It's all we have right now. Oh, Wolf and I will get groceries before we go. You can make a list for us? Miguel stole a piece of the split bologna. Of course. Now go get dressed or we'll be late. Celia Lee shooed Miguel out of the kitchen. He washed up, rubbing down his skin with a tub of lukewarm water, and dressed in jeans and a loose t-shirt before joining Wolf and his mother outside. Ready. Miguel locked the door from the inside and jammed it shut. Celia Lee gave Miguel a sandwich wrapped in a rough paper towel, and he bit into it, swallowing before kissing Wolf's cheek. Hi there. They piled into the hatchback, and Wolf drove them into town again. Miguel finished his sandwich on the way, eating it under Celia Lee's hard stare. They walked through the carnival to the rodeo arena adjacent to the fairgrounds they sat in the previous night, and they found seats next to Hannah. Oh good, you guys made it. I was getting worried. Hannah hugged Celia Lee and smiled to the two celebrities. It's this one's fault. He doesn't rise early. The older woman patted Miguel's shoulder. I tried. Miguel glanced between them all, voice leaving his lips as a high-pitched protest. He could have woke me, but he didn't. He poked Wolf's side, receiving a grunt in reply. I thought you were going to work out in the morning with Ashki? I was. Damn it, he didn't wake me either. I'm sure he didn't want to be annoying. How long are y'all staying in town? I don't know. We planned on a few days, but our schedules are flexible. Miguel checked Wolf's face for confirmation, but his attention stayed on the rodeo arena. Oh, okay. Well, are you enjoying yourself so far? Yes. Being here is great. Wolf's family is great. I didn't expect to be so easily accepted. Hannah's smile tugged into a grin. Why not? Well, Wolf wasn't exactly friendly when we first met. I guess I assumed his family was the same, but I should have known they'd be different. Miguel squeezed Wolf's thigh. Cella's always been shy. He used to hide in my legs every time we had an event. He grew out of it when Joseka was born because she loved everyone. Celia Lee explained, casting a knowing glance to her son. A mother's love overtook her eyes before she blinked it away. Really? I believe it. Miguel smirked. He made a few friends in high school, the weird music friends of course. Oh, I remember them. Hannah laughed, goths with the black on. They used to smoke between classes behind the school. Figures. When I met him, he was wearing a face full of eyeliner. And it was sexy, of course. Wolf scowled at Miguel, running his fingers through his hair. His fingers gripped Miguel's curls and pulled his head back several imperceptible inches. Oh, I've seen those photos on social media. He was sexy. Hannah confirmed. Miguel's skull tingled and the prickling sensation traveled through his bones, building between his hips. He arched them, keeping his movements calculated, imperceptible under Celia Lee's hawk eyes. His cock strained his jeans, and Miguel was grateful for the covered arena. He wore eyeliner in high school, back when there was only one building for all the students, and they didn't have the art building or the gym. It's too bad he missed the art building. Did they not have creative classes before then? Hannah tilted her round head. Not so much. One class, mostly drawing. Wolf kissed Miguel's lips, and the rest of the conversation faded into the background. The women's voices droned on. They giggled, connecting on some topic Miguel couldn't make out. He'd eaten not even an hour ago, but he was ravenous again, hungry for more than food. A booming voice ended Celia Lee and Hannah's conversation. Wolf's hand left Miguel's hair. This new announcer's voice rolled with a playful grace and a light twang accenting his words. He was clearly Southern, born and bred. The announcer commanded everyone, take a moment of silence for their ancestors. After the moment, a young girl sang a beautiful song in Navajo. Her voice rolled over the words like waves of fog over foothills, leaving everything richer than it was before. Miguel didn't understand the language, but he didn't have to. Emotion was universal, and by the time her impassioned song was over, his head had bowed with respect and water brimmed in his eyes. Miguel was still blinking back tears as the rodeo started. Singles calf roping was first. He watched in awe as various tanned men leapt from saddles, stumbled along the tether created by a successful rope and a strong horse, and tied only 3 legs of the calf. Blinking, Miguel looked at Wolf and opened his mouth. With a huff, he shut it and focused on the arena again, growing frustrated when each man continuously only tied 3 legs. Why only 3 legs? Miguel asked finally, looking back at Wolf. Wolf turned his face before his eyes, his expression unchanging from the stoic one he woke up with, but Miguel's exasperated features earned a little smile, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Should I guess? Wolf shook his head and turned back to the roping. Miguel studied the side of his face. The glimmer of happiness had disappeared, and Wolf had recoiled into sorrow again. Hey, Wolf? I don't want to pressure you, but I miss your voice. Miguel pressed his lips into Wolf's neck. If you don't want to talk, it's okay. I just wanted you to know I'm here, and I miss you. They resumed watching the rodeo after Miguel's soft words, Wolf sliding an arm over the back of Miguel's chair, thumb brushing his shoulder. Team roping followed, and Miguel straightened in his seat, leaning forward. His eyes squinted at the first few rounds. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to ask yes or no questions. Miguel touched Wolf's arm. So, they're trying to rope the calf together. The first guy gets the head and the back guy gets the back legs. Wolf nodded once. Is your brother the first guy? Wolf shook his head. He's the second guy. Does the second guy have the harder job? Wolf nodded, paused, and nodded again. You know, it's sexy how they put the rope in their mouth. Wolf turned to Miguel, and Miguel's heart fluttered under his hard gaze. His brain cycled back to Wolf's little quirks, the way he twisted the black ring on his finger, the little tick in his jaw when his emotions got the better of him, the lazy way he watched others, memorizing their mannerisms. Miguel chewed his bottom lip. His ears burned, and his eyes floated around the area, avoiding Wolf's face. Okay, Miguel murmured, the heat from his ears and cheeks lingering. Are you feeling better since the other night? Wolf nodded, then motioned to the arena as Ashki and his roping partner were announced. Miguel slid to the edge of his seat, eyes straining to catch the nuances of the event. Ashki's partner threw his rope first, it looped around the animal's horns. Ashki threw his open rope to the ground. The calf trotted into it, led in the right direction by the first rider. Ashki pulled the rope tight, his horse stepping backwards until the calf's back legs left the ground. They won't win. Way too slow tonight. Siley Ali smacked her lips, arms folding. Wolf nodded silent agreement. Right? Hannah sighed. What's a good time? Miguel glanced at the 2 women. At least under 5 seconds. Under 5 seconds? The Brazilian's eyes went wide. Yeah. Oh well, you can't win them all. I'm hoping he comes in at least second or third, so he'll be happy the rest of the day. If he comes in fourth, he's going to mope all afternoon. Hannah's features drooped. Anyway, I should go find him. Miguel, you should check out the chili contest and the fry bread. Have Wolf show you. They split apart. Siley Ali and Hannah met Ashki at the back of the arena, and Wolf snagged Miguel's hand, walking alongside him to the carnival. Fry bread and chili, she said. And I wanted to look at the vendors. We could buy something for Zoe and Sophia. Wolf nodded. The fairgrounds divided into 3 sections, the carnival, the vendors, and the food. Having seen the carnival the previous evening, they walked past the carnival to the vendors. The vendors were set up under a stretched tent, shading them from the desert sun. Several jewelry vendors, 2 blanket weavers, a wood carver, and 3 two-dimensional artists piled under the tent in a U-shape, hooking people in rather than letting them walk past. Each jewelry vendor had a theme. The first table was covered with earrings, lightweight necklaces, and sets of the 2. An old Navajo woman sat behind the draped table, hands in her lap and a gray braid down her back. She wore a traditional rug dress, with a split neck in front and layers of old necklaces on her chest. Old silver and turquoise earrings hung from her ears, and she greeted the boys in her native language, smiling at Wolf who nodded. Miguel stumbled through a greeting back, butchering the collection of syllables. Sorry? I'm sorry. I don't know the language. I'm visiting. Oh, her old voice rasped. Where are you visiting from? We came from Texas. I was filming there, but I might stay. Miguel glanced at Wolf, then back at the woman. I moved here from Brazil. Native? Native Brazilian? I'm multiracial. Pardo is what we call it. It's a mixture of European, native, and black to varying degrees. Miguel shifted through the necklaces on the table while Wolf studied Miguel's side profile. Despite Miguel's nerves, the woman's face cleared into a sunny smile. Happy to have you here. Pick something for your mother. I guess. Miguel stumbled again, a frown touching his face at the mention of his mother, but he wiped it away as his fingers stroked the handmade jewelry. He checked the scrawled price as he browsed, picking up a pair of affordable stud earrings. These. She'd like these. He handed the earrings to the older woman. Her wrinkled hands dropped them in a tiny paper bag. Miguel dug out his wallet as she bagged the earrings, and her tired face fell. No. It's a gift from me. Oh. Well, thank you. Miguel stuffed the bag into his pocket, thanking her again before taking Wolf's hand and moving on. I'll give them to Sophia. You should buy one of the big necklaces for Zoe. Passing one blanket weaver, they slowed at the next jewelry table full of modern statement pieces. Miguel inspected them, a pleasant smile on his face, while Wolf stood by. The Brazilian held up a necklace, a large chevron in the colors of the sunset, with beaded fringe dangling from the bottom. How's this one? Wolf shook his head, and Miguel placed the delicate necklace back on the table. What's wrong with it? Color? Wolf nodded, long fingers petting over the necklace beside the red one, blue in color but a starburst instead of a chevron. Pale blue circled a hammered silver center and spread to a deep blue. We should pick something blue for her. Wolf nodded. Except I don't like the starburst shape. I prefer the chevron. Yes. Wolf browsed through the statement necklaces, selecting a rich blue chestplate piece similar to the chevron, except with horizontal lines instead of the V shape. The beaded horizontal lines connected to a silver band and narrowed to a point, feathers and silver tubes dangling from the end, clinking together with gentle movement. The shopkeeper, a squat man with a thick braid, shuffled by as Wolf cradled the necklace. It's pretty. Who's it for? He scrunched half-moon eyes at Wolf. A friend. Miguel answered for him. One of our mutual friends. She'll love it, the shopkeeper smirked, relaying a modest price for the quality of work. Wolf traded crisp bills for a neatly wrapped necklace placed in a recycled plastic bag reading Mini Mart on the front and Thank You in fading red letters on the back. Thank you. I think she will. Miguel smiled as Wolf took the bag. Who else needs something? I feel weird buying Logan a woven blanket, but I don't know what else to get him. Miguel warred with his decision until they came to the wood carver. The woman's table was stuffed to the gills with wood pieces of various shapes and sizes, all with fair, almost low prices. After a light conversation and a money exchange, Miguel ended up with a menagerie of animals: a deep mahogany buffalo, a deer with a white painted belly, an intricately designed owl, and a regal wolf. So the buffalo is for Noah, the deer is for Logan, the owl is for Gabriella, and the wolf is for who? Why did we buy a wolf? Miguel cradled the wooden sculpture. Not waiting for an answer, he tucked the wolf into the bag with the others and moved to the next booths. The two men ended up leaving with 3 small abstract paintings, a small woven rug, and a lightweight layered necklace in addition to everything they had already purchased. Wolf escorted Miguel to the food tents after they deposited their bags in the car, securing them in the trunk. The same MC from the rodeo announced the beginning of the chili cooking contest. The contest spanned 30 minutes, and 5 judges prowled to each food preparation station, making small notations on a clipboard. Those looking for samples prowled the preparation stations too. Each set of cooks made 5 well-prepared plates for the judges, while dividing smaller portions for everyone else. Picking a little from each station, Wolf and Miguel sat at a long plastic table in cushioned fold-out chairs. Miguel squeezed Wolf's thigh as they shared a plate of food, picking small bits of each secret family recipe featuring chilies as one of the main ingredients. Miguel poked at the filling from one of the stuffed tamales. "You know what I'm thinking?" Wolf continued eating. "I'm thinking I might want to go to your mother's place and spend some time just you and I." Miguel finished the meaty stuffing and turned his eyes up at Wolf. "We should get fry bread to go. I'm enjoying the event, but—" Miguel's words cut out as a rush of emotion flooded through him, invisible ropes constricting his chest. Wolf picked at the food, looking up when Miguel stopped talking. "I don't like talking to myself, and you're not happy. So we should go. Please." With a nod, Wolf cleaned up their place settings, dumping the trash and returning to Miguel's side, touching his back and kissing his forehead. After the chilly judging, Wolf walked from the fairgrounds back to the vehicle. "What about the fry bread?" Miguel scurried after Wolf. He sighed when another question went unanswered, and they piled into the car. Wolf tapped on his phone. Miguel glanced at his own phone, spying the weak bars and checking his social media with bored reluctance. As expected, his numbers had climbed since the last check, thousands of new people liking and commenting on his photographs. The video of Wolf and he had another explosion, cycling through the popular social media avenues for the 5th time since its debut. The hatchback revved to life and rocked over the bumpy dirt path. The video of us at the zoo is making another social media cycle. We have our own blog, you know. #Miguel. My name and yours terribly smashed together. Miguel spoke, breaking the silence of the drive. Every stupid paparazzi photo is on this website. One of these photos will break the internet, and we'll have our own reality show soon enough. With no reply from Wolf, the attempt at conversation lapsed into silence, and Miguel closed his eyes for the remainder of the drive, opening them again when the hatchback slowed in front of the trailer. Miguel remained in the car as Wolf climbed out and disappeared inside. The screen door swung closed, but Wolf left the old front door open. Miguel checked his email, not receiving a single new message, and cycled through his social media websites again. 10 new followers there, a new comment here, but nothing substantial since his check less than an hour ago. He exhaled a slow breath and joined Wolf inside. The sizzling of hot cooking oil greeted him. The smell of fresh flour and baking powder filled his nose. Wolf leaned over the small gas stove, a spatula in hand and the other bracing the high-sided pan. A stack of light brown quick bread rested on a towel in a paper plate. Wolf turned another in the pan. "What is this?" Miguel kissed Wolf's bare shoulder and selected a piece of fried bread. He nibbled it, chewing the warm, fluffy dough. He devoured the round piece of bread and ate another, as Wolf piled 2 more steaming servings on the plate. "Fry bread?" Wolf nodded. He turned the stove off and removed the pan from heat, placing it on the eye next to it. He wiped down the counters before he retreated to the dining room, collapsing into the fold-out bed after kicking off his shoes. Miguel followed, finishing his second piece of bread as Wolf squirmed out of his shorts and stretched across the bed. He placed his hands behind his head, lean body sinking into the soft mattress. Miguel chuckled. "Right." He wiped his hands on his jeans before undressing as well, peeling his shirt over his head and stepping out of his pants. He pounced on Wolf. "I didn't know you could cook. All you ever eat is pizza." He kissed the other man's lips and collapsed at his side, head supported by Wolf's shoulder. Miguel pet Wolf's chest, losing himself in the steady beat of Wolf's heart. The empty trailer offered a calmness, a simplicity to their lives, and Miguel cleared his brain, falling into a light sleep beside him. Miguel's fingers traced Wolf's lean muscles, grounding him in the moment and their lazy connection. Their breathing synced, the steady rise and fall of Wolf's chest leading Miguel in a synchronized waltz, controlled with desire bubbling under the surface. Hunger brewed between Miguel's hips, a deep-set itch requiring curled fingers and a steady stroke. "You should let your cuts breathe so they can scab over," Miguel whispered, biting the inside of his cheek. "But not yet. I don't want to move away from you. Ever." Wolf raked his fingers through Miguel's thick hair, nails scraping Miguel's skull. The soft pads of Wolf's fingertips traced over the other man's hairline, down his cheek and along his jaw, thumb brushing his cheekbone, fingers trailing over his face, reading Miguel's features and building an invisible roadmap. Miguel kissed Wolf's fingers when they reached his lips. "Or we can do this." Plush lips moved against Wolf's skin before his hand crept away, cradling his jawline again and guiding Miguel's face up to his own. Wolf kissed him soundly, supporting his chin as he meshed their lips together. His stretched lips parted, and his tongue rolled under Miguel's lips, knocking at pearly white doors. Miguel groaned and granted him access. Wolf's tongue snaked past his teeth and met his tongue. Wolf's tongue stroked along the sides of Miguel's and then under. Wolf tasted of fry bread and spiced chilies, a smoky hint of tobacco and unapologetic passion. Wolf's hand released Miguel's chin and settled at the base of his neck, holding them close, gripping him tight. His nails pierced Miguel's skin, burning pinpricks inspiring goosebumps down his spine, and another groan passed his lips as his eyes fluttered closed. Miguel's heart accelerated, Wolf's rough grip and soft kisses compounding his already growing desires. Wolf sat up, his long torso bowing over Miguel as he pulled him into his lap, one leg on either side of his slender body. He ended the kiss and tipped his head to the side, pressing warm lips into Miguel's stubbled jaw. His steamy breath trickled to his neck, lips sweeping over his skin, puckering for a trail of kisses as he followed his own well-written script. Miguel closed his eyes, breath going ragged when Wolf's lips glided over his collarbone and his teeth marked his shoulder. His hands wrapped around Wolf, walking over the planes of his muscular back, over his winged shoulder blades, and up to his square shoulders, latching onto him. Wolf's soft touches melted together, and the kisses continued from his collarbone, down his chest and over his pale brown shoulders. Wolf's hands roamed over every piece of his bare skin, his touch harsh even as he fought to stay gentle. Miguel sensed his breath slipping from controlled to rough, arousal kicking their body temperatures up. Beads of sweat formed between them, sliding down Miguel's hard muscles and pooling in the massive curls between his legs. He arched into Wolf, wiggling their hips closer, pressing into him. "Fuck me." Miguel rubbed his forehead against Wolf's shoulder, face flushing after the soft question. He hadn't considered how to make it happen, just that he needed to be physically connected to Wolf. When Wolf processed Miguel's request, he growled and ended the game with a final kiss. Wolf left Miguel on the bed as he disconnected their bodies and stalked around the room. "You don't want to." The Brazilian blinked, eyes tracking the silent creature as he dug through their bags. He became very aware of his nakedness, his hardened brown nipples, the pink head of his cock peeking out of his briefs. He piled the blankets into his lap. Wolf returned to the bed with several condoms, a bottle of lubricant, and a towel. Wolf's quiet confidence was agonizing, and Miguel chewed his bottom lip as Wolf laid out the towel and dumped the other necessary supplies next to them. "Ah. Okay." Still flushed, Miguel shifted out of the bed. "I should be right back." Wolf nodded, a slow smirk spreading across his face. "Don't smile. I didn't think about logistics." Wolf smiled more as Miguel strolled by him. Miguel closed himself in the bathroom and fussed with drawing a lukewarm bath from well water. He poured a jug in the tub, then switched to the sink for a quick wash instead. 20 minutes later, with damp hair and drying skin, Miguel returned to their sleeping nook off the dining room. Wolf looked up from his cell phone, eyes darting over Miguel, checking him from head to toe. "No running water," Miguel explained. "But good news is I remember exactly where we left off." He dropped his briefs, the bunched fabric sliding down his muscular thighs and pooling at his feet. His muscles ticked under Wolf's sharp gaze. Miguel took calculated steps towards Wolf, an invisible string connecting them, drawing tighter as the space between them shrank. Wolf leaned forward and Miguel ached for his sacrificed long hair. Wolf dragged Miguel back into his lap. His hands cupped Miguel's face. Their lips met, Wolf's hands dropped away and found a home on Miguel's hips. He forced Miguel's back to slope, their bodies to connect. The first kiss was the entrance fee, and Miguel's head dropped back on his shoulders as Wolf continued. Wolf reviewed his neck and shoulders, lips rushing over already covered territory before he tasted his skin, tongue licking from his square chest over the round ball of Miguel's shoulder. Miguel rubbed his face against Wolf again. His cock pressed into Wolf's belly as he rocked his hips into him, a gentle reminder of his desires. Wolf chuckled. A warm rush of blood traveled from Miguel's cheeks down to his shoulders and chest, and he trembled. Shaking hands urged Wolf on, keeping him impossibly close as his hips rolled again. Wolf's patience tortured him, and when he was no closer to adding condoms and lubricant, Miguel whined and pet down the native's chest. "I need you." Miguel's hands trailed back up to Wolf's shoulders. "I need you to take me." Not wanting to be denied on the grounds of language, Miguel switched up his words, taking a delicate approach to expressing his desires. His legs spread apart further, his itch becoming unbearable as Wolf's soft hands stroked down his corded thighs over his toned ass, fingers splayed as they slid up his sweaty back to the points of his shoulder blades, vibrating like hummingbird wings, muscles jumping under taut skin. Wolf laid him back against the bed and surged over him, bending him in half. His thick cock slipped between the columns of Miguel's thighs, nestling in the twin globes of his ass. His legs curled around Wolf's body, heels digging into the small of his back. Supporting his weight with one hand, Wolf grabbed a condom and suited up, and adding extra lubricant before the blunt head of his cock bumped Miguel's entrance. "Yes," Miguel hissed, squirming under Wolf with anticipation. He stroked himself, hips arcing as Wolf pushed in inch by inch, thrills of pleasure going through him. Miguel's eyes fluttered closed, and he panted lightly, breath shallow as he adjusted to Wolf's casual invasion. Wolf knew his script. He pushed his way in, then instinct took over, hips rolling into Miguel as he built up speed. His hips rocked in circles and side to side, honoring the notes written in the margins, the small details. Miguel fell into a rhythm, responding to his cues, feeding off Wolf. Miguel was used to fast, hard, demanding encounters with demanding men, but every movement from Wolf maximized his pleasure. The way his hips rocked into Miguel's ass, his cock bridging all the way out and all the way back in with each long stroke, the way his lips fixated on uncharted skin. Wolf added alternate options, new read-throughs from the same set of words. He tongued over Miguel's nipples. They'd done this before, but this time Wolf caressed them, coaxing them to blazing like set lights on his chest. A gasping cry floated from Miguel's lips. Wolf's hands worked over sensitive skin, up the backs of Miguel's arms, over his palms to pin his hands overhead. They'd done this before, too. Wolf's fingers rested in between Miguel's, they laced together. Tears leaked into Miguel's eyes as a different type of appetite roared inside him. He craved more affection. He craved Wolf's lips on every part of his body alongside the connection they had. Wolf knew him, and whatever he didn't know, he was bent on figuring it out. He knew the correct combination to Miguel's heart. He'd pressed his ear close to the safe, listened for the soft ticks. "More," Miguel whispered, their emotional connection edging him closer to orgasm than their physical connection. Wolf didn't hit the perfect spot each time, but when he did, sparks burst behind Miguel's eyelids, time froze, his muscles seized. Miguel's mind shut off, his thoughts became simple, primal. At his request, Wolf's speed increased. Miguel's appetite grew. His hips moved with Wolf's, helping him hit the perfect spot. It started as fluttering and grew to a roaring pleasure. Miguel slammed his hips into Wolf's, his cock slapping both of their bellies in Miguel's new desperate need for release. He entered into rising action, the build before the climax. Things fell into place, everyone on set doing their part, making the movie come together. With his body working harmoniously, his brain did other things. Miguel noticed the pattern of the ceiling, strips of tiles running the length of the room, some crisp white and others deep yellow from age. The smell of sweat and his own slight drips of pre-cum hit his nose. Wolf's skin was sticky hot under his gripping fingers, lean muscles strained, and sultry grunts filled his ears. He sought Wolf's lips for another kiss, flushed lips meshing with the other man's, his tongue stumbling into Wolf's mouth, seeking out the taste of spicy chilies and tobacco again. He lacked Wolf's effortless grace, too hungry to care and too aroused to notice. Wolf chuckled into the kiss, and Miguel's cheeks burned. He lost count of times Wolf's easy laughter inspired heat to his cheeks, but this time it also had a direct effect on everything else. His cock throbbed at Wolf's knowing chuckle. He ended the kiss, turning his head. Wolf released one of Miguel's hands, his own slipping between their bodies and tugging Miguel's cock to the side, palming it, rubbing each bead of moisture back into velvety flesh. Miguel's hips leapt off the bed, and he tightened around Wolf. His thighs trembled against his obliques, tight muscles jumping under his skin. Miguel's back arched. He whipped his head to the other side, sweaty hair matting against his skull. Miguel had reached the height of his excitement. The roller coaster had climbed to the peak. He teetered at the top, floating somewhere high in the deep blue desert skies. Wolf held him there, expert stimulation keeping his hips hovering above the blankets, begging for more attention. Wolf's movements slowed. His warm palm circled Miguel's cock, squeezing the mushroom head, twisting and traveling down his thick shaft. His soft lips worshipped Miguel's neck, stacking kisses on every inch of his glowing skin. He slammed into Miguel, hips digging into his ass. One hard thrust, then another. Wolf's hand twisted the head of Miguel's cock. Wolf sighed into his neck. "See coming," Miguel whispered, eyes opening on a moment of clarity before his orgasm captured him. The roller coaster stalled, inched forward, and momentum yanked it back down. Miguel moaned, guttural cries worked past his lips. Every pull of his orgasm was a bump in the ride, shooting him up again. Butterflies exploded in his stomach as he came back down. He replayed Wolf's raspy voice in his mind, his sincere tone murmuring sweet nothings. Miguel rushed to a stop, his physical body melting into the bed while his mind caught up. Wolf crouched over him, chest heaving, muscles twitching. His dark eyes blazed as his rough breath steadied and he moistened his lips. Miguel's thighs quaked, aftershocks teasing his exhausted muscles. He intertwined a leg around Wolf's, wrapping his arms around the other man's neck. "Ah," Miguel grunted. "I vote let's go again in 30 minutes. Wolf relaxed next to Miguel, petting down his spine. He nodded to Miguel's suggestion as his cock slipped out of his ass, and he peeled the used condom off, knotting it and lobbing it into the nearest trash can. Miguel's eyelids grew heavy. Wolf stroked the length of his muscular arms, 3 fingers running up and down his flaming skin. Miguel relaxed more. His eyelids drooped, closing completely for a few long minutes before they fluttered open again. 30 minutes and a nap, Miguel amended, curling into Wolf's side and letting sleep take over. Chapter 17. Miguel Costa sex tape leaked. August 26. Just in. Free Miguel Costa naked photos and wild sex tape. Star of the upcoming movie Forever Furious, Miguel Costa is hot, sexy, and ready for a good time in these steamy photos. If you've ever wondered how this sweet movie star gets it on behind closed doors, you can satisfy your curiosity with this collection. Click through and enjoy them. 107 photos and 1 video in this collection. Scroll down to view. Comments. Zdenko, OMG what a fucking slut. Remy Rama, he sucks dick pro. Born with DSL and a fat dong in his mouth. Calabrese fuck. I want to pound his ass all night. Ma Derricks, why is he a BTM? He's so fit. Ivor_Tomka, sweet dudes always want their ass slapped and being called a whore. You can tell he loves it. Gervasius 1 2 3 figures. Hot though. Martin Martian, love the ones where he's flexin'. I want to lick up and down his body. Semele_Sammy, is it Wolf's cock? Mickey_Moto, no. The date on the photos is 2 years ago. Rolo_Veer_you, woo, kinky AF. I want a man to pound my tight lil asshole and make me call him master and beg to cum. Chapter 18. Miguel woke to the constant ringing of his phone. Burrowed in a pile of woven blankets, he stretched a hand out, feeling for the side table, and grabbed his phone. Ah. Hello? Miguel groaned into the receiver. Miguel? Miguel, where are you? What are you doing? Have you seen the news? Sophia's shrill tone filled his sleepy brain. News? Why? He mumbled, face flat on his pillows. You have a sex tape. And a ton of sexy photos. 100. They're floating around the internet. Miguel grunted, no, I don't. He scoffed, then blinked, popping out of the sheets, his hair a mass of wild curls on his head. What? Someone released nudes of you. And a video. H how? When? Why? He stammered, wide eyes searching the room. Everything was in place, but he was alone. Wolf and his family were nowhere in sight. I don't know, Miguel. You think I watched it? I confirmed the pictures were you, but nothing more. Sophia's voice softened. Is it bad? Like real bad? It's pretty bad. Over 100 photos, and the video is about an hour long. Shit. What are my followers saying? Mixed reviews. You're, unfortunately, breaking the internet in the worst way possible. This could ruin your career, you know. Yes, Miguel hissed. I know. Do you even have enemies? Who would want to ruin your career? I can't talk about this right now. Listen, I have to go, Sophia. A wave of nausea passed over him. Black dots clotted the edges of his eyes. His heart galloped, pumping blood to his muscles and clouding his brain. Hang on. What are we doing about this? I don't know. I'm trying to calm down. I need to think. I'm with Wolf's family and I can't think about this right now. Fine. We'll deal with this when you get back in town, Sophia resigned. The upside is the whole internet is talking about you, but you have to decide how you're going to handle this. Me. Okay. Okay. Miguel ended the call, and his phone dropped from his hands, falling into the bed with a thump. He wrung his fingers together before casting off the blankets and stepping into pants. Rubbing the sleep from his face, he padded into the living room. No Wolf. He went to the kitchen. No Wolf. He peeked out the window over the sink, spying Wolf's hatchback alone out front. The rusty truck was gone. Miguel poured himself a glass of water from the kitchen jug and sipped it as he strolled down the hallway. He peeked in the bathroom. The door was ajar, and the room was empty. He knocked on the mysterious room to the left of the bathroom, receiving no answer, and peeked out the kitchen window again. This time he saw Wolf leaning against his vehicle, a cigarette at his lips, wisps of gray smoke wafting from the tiny red cherry. Miguel's features wrinkled. He gulped the rest of his water and stormed outside. I didn't know you smoke. Miguel stalked up to Wolf, folding his arms. And I hate when you get out of bed before me. Wolf looked up, sucking in a long drag from the cigarette and exhaling smoke from the side of his mouth. He glanced sideways at the cigarette, then looked at Miguel again, before he flicked the cigarette and stamped the cherry. Remember the ex-boyfriend I told you about? I think he released some old photos and a sex tape. Sophia called me. I haven't looked yet, I'm nervous. I just needed you. Miguel threaded his fingers together, then unlaced them, shaking his hands. Wolf tilted his head and pushed off the car, digging his phone out of his pocket. What are you doing? Miguel's eyebrows knit together. Wolf used both hands to tap on the screen and one finger to scroll over the screen. His frown lines grew deeper as he browsed. Are you looking at them? Wolf's expression flipped from frustrated to angry, dual masks changing with a zing. And they're bad. Miguel deduced. He heard his ex-boyfriend's stony voice from the phone when Wolf played the video. The curses and the dark laughter sent ice down his spine, but his body still reacted. Don't watch the video. Miguel grabbed Wolf's phone, but Wolf's grip tightened on it. Wolf. Miguel scowled, clenching the phone tighter. Don't. The native stared at Miguel, and under his cold gaze Miguel's emotions swirled. While his resolve and protest started strong, it dissolved as Wolf watched him. It's bad enough they're out there. I don't want my new partner seeing old pictures and videos of my sex life. You're just going to get angry at seeing me with someone else. Miguel tugged at the phone again to no avail, and Wolf's brooding features didn't change. The silence distressed Miguel. He felt raw under Wolf's hard eyes, naked and laid bare. His mouth went dry, and he licked his lips only to have the moisture evaporate again. His pulse hammered through his veins, throbbing in his ears. Fuck. A knot danced in Miguel's throat. Red splotches patched Miguel's skin. His legs wobbled, threatening to give out under him. He was packed with muscles layered over each other, but weak and emotional, and he hated himself for it. The fear and stress transformed to animosity. An unpleasant taste replaced his dry mouth. His tongue traced the backs of his teeth. Give me the damn phone, Miguel spat. Or fucking say something. Wolf remained unchanged, his strong grip holding the phone between them and his attention on Miguel. His patience enraged Miguel even more. Fucking say something, Miguel demanded, dismissing the phone and shoving Wolf into the body of the hatchback. He hit with a thud. Miguel's fists clenched and released. Daggers shot from his eyes. The seconds ticked by. Miguel glared at Wolf. Wolf stared at him. Say something or I'm leaving. His decision came with storming around to the driver's side of the vehicle, yanking open the door and climbing inside the seat. He buckled the seatbelt and rooted around for the spare key. When he grabbed the door, it didn't budge. He jerked it. It moved but snapped back open. What the fuck? Miguel whipped his head around. Wolf stood between the door and the seat, his strong grip keeping the door from closing. What? Miguel snarled, fire dancing in his eyes as he glared at the other man. His anger grew. I said I love you, Wolf rasped, voice raw from lack of use. Miguel paused, stormy features clearing. What? I love you, Miguel Costa. Wolf's voice was clearer the second time. Miguel stared at him, speechless. And don't leave. I love you too, Miguel breathed, replying once his brain caught up with his heart. Wolf ducked into the vehicle and pressed his lips into Miguel's, the same passion from the previous night threading through their connection. Miguel dropped the keys, resting a hand on Wolf's lean chest. The kiss left Miguel breathless. I don't care about the photos or the video, Wolf whispered. Then why did you look? Because you said you hadn't. Miguel narrowed his eyes at Wolf. Right. Are you mad? Wolf shook his head, handing Miguel the phone. Chewing his bottom lip, Miguel glanced at the backlit screen. His heart throbbed in his chest, aching when he saw his face, his broad shoulders and chest, and the slope of his hips. He was naked in the very first one. Very naked, with the cell phone camera in one hand, and his hand around his cock in the other. Miguel kept scrolling, thumb shakily sliding across the glass cell phone screen. There were pictures of him in various positions, showing off every part of his muscular body. There was a collection of pictures with his ass occupying the majority of the frame, another man's fingers stretching his entrance, a collection with his face painted in semen. It's okay, Wolf rumbled, stroking Miguel's trembling jaw. Is it? His voice shook. This is my personal life. And it's everywhere. It is. How does it make you feel? I'm pissed. I'm not even proud of these, and now everyone has seen them. You're seeing them. Miguel sighed. I am, but I don't care. I feel exposed. My image is ruined. Your image was too perfect. Now you're real. Wolf corrected. What should I do? Address it. When you're ready. And say how you feel. Miguel chewed his bottom lip again. Okay. And if you want, have Sophia look into the legal ramifications. Wolf touched Miguel's curly hair. We're never filming a sex tape. Good. They're not even sexy, Miguel grunted, climbing out of Wolf's hatchback. Can we go back inside? I don't want to think about it anymore. Sure. I'll cook. Wolf kissed Miguel's forehead before moving inside the old mobile home. Chapter 19. Miguel and Wolf stayed in the middle of the New Mexico desert, at Wolf's mother's house, until the dust settled. Their social media exploded with newfound followers from the scandal. Wolf gathered a smattering of new interest in his old collections of songs, a booming wave of purchases to his new works, and a push up to the top of the charts. The social media world published article after article about Miguel's nude photo and sex tape release. First, they confirmed the photos were of him, selecting the raunchiest of them to add to their websites and the interior of their magazines. They slapped the cleaner ones on the covers, photos where Miguel covered his privates with a towel or G-string curved over his sharp hips. After the first wave of articles, higher-end magazines contacted him for statements. He warred with what to say and when to say it, but with Wolf at his side and Sophia's legal research, he spoke out in a brief statement. "Those photos were taken when I was in a committed relationship with another human being. There is nothing scandalous or inappropriate about having a healthy, active sex life with your partner." Tabloids blazed with a new trail, charting the history of Miguel's relationships, speculating who released the photos and video, to no avail. Requests for Wolf's comment to the photos went unanswered as the celebrity bad boy stayed on the back burner of Miguel's scandal. Things never quite went back to normal once the peak of the scandal faded. Miguel was changed. He had a permanent place on the A-list due to his upcoming movie and the nude photo leak, but he was a different person. The Brazilian still appreciated all of his fans, but he understood the fickleness of the industry, how unkind other humans could be to the ones at the top, and how happy their subjects were to see them fall. The boys stayed at Wolf's mother's house for a month, watching hot August shift to a breezy September as they ate fry bread and canned meat. 2 mornings a week were spent lugging heavy jugs of water to and from the watering hole. Miguel reminded the old woman she had running water available for use every chance he got. 1 evening a week was devoted to grocery shopping and spending the day in town. Miguel auditioned for various movie parts through video chat, while Wolf and his family dug out traditional instruments and crooned Navajo songs in lieu of making new music tracks. When Miguel landed a role in an independent film, they returned home, refreshed and ready to deal with the celebrity world again. Miguel insisted on practicing his script in the car, reading his lines while Wolf drove, and then reciting them when he drove while Wolf read lazily from the script. October and most of November was spent finishing projects before the end of the year, with another vacation scheduled in the beginning of December. Miguel arrived at home and boarded a plane 3 days later for New Orleans. He spent nearly 2 full months living in a small apartment in the French Quarter, while they filmed a modestly budgeted coming-of-age story. Wolf finished the post-production on the A Dozen Hummingbirds album and his own co-album with Zoe King. With his released songs still hovering at the top of the charts, the pre-orders of his newest album were soaring. Noah scheduled his album for release during their vacation, so Wolf would be too far away to worry about the details, exactly the way Noah liked it. Their vacation was another hot topic for the tabloids, especially after Miguel's scandal. Whispers of Wolf ending it with Miguel were countless, and Wolf spent more than enough time reminding Miguel he wasn't going anywhere. They visited Brazil for their vacation, since the last trip was to see Wolf's family. Miguel's family canceled every plan they made, but Wolf and Miguel still enjoyed their trip. The first half of their 2-week-long vacation was spent lounging on the beach, Wolf snoozing in the daytime sun while Miguel caught up on his casual reading. They spent the second half sightseeing around the country. They visited numerous Roman Catholic monuments despite Wolf's clear distaste for them. They visited the Royal Portuguese Cabinet of Reading, where Wolf moaned and groaned about the dusty old books. Miguel whizzed around the library, snatching one book after another, amazed by the library's vast collection. They observed the world's largest cashew tree, visited the glowing termite mounds, and rowed a boat to the drowned peak of the old Petrolandia church. They floated by it in respectable awe. They visited as many museums as Brazil had to offer, paid tribute to the botanical gardens full of native Brazilian foliage, and even stopped by the Caxias do Sul dog favela, the dog slums. Moved by what he saw, Wolf scheduled a donation of dog food and simple supplies for the animal rights organization. The end of their visit was spent with each other. Fingers laced and bodies meshed together, they enjoyed each other's company for long nights and sleepy days, demanding room service over putting on clothes. They returned to the States with an extra suitcase and a reluctance to go back to their regular lives, and they were bombarded with news as soon as they slithered into the back seat of the town car with Sophia and Noah. Sophia spoke first, and Miguel rolled his eyes. "So, how was the vacation, boys?" She gave them a knowing smile. "Fine," Miguel sighed. "Did you go anywhere interesting?" "Of course. The beaches, museums," Miguel rattled off the places they visited as Wolf wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "I spent a lot of time inside Miguel. My favorite place to visit." Wolf grinned. Miguel pursed his lips together, heat rising on his cheeks as he looked at the roof of the vehicle. Really, Wolf? Sophia laughed. Yeah. You're ridiculous, Miguel whispered, nosing Wolf's cheek. Ah. You two are gross together. And clearly failing at a business relationship. Sophia snorted. It was your original idea. So go ahead. What are my numbers? Well, the internet absolutely loves you two. Your vacation selfies were a hit as always. Fans liked seeing you boys sightseeing along with relaxing on the beach. Your most popular picture is the one of you two kissing in the ocean. Sophia scrolled through her notes. You've gained another 500,000 followers, and your fans are very responsive. Fantastic. Miguel smirked, glancing sidelong at Wolf. Something is amusing. Sophia lifted her chin and peered down her nose at Miguel and Wolf. No, ma'am, Wolf rumbled. I see. Well. She looked back at Miguel. There's a good chance you'll be cast for this romantic suspense movie planned for theater release in the fall of next year. The director loved your audition tapes and your look. We should hear back at the end of the month. Have you thought about doing theater? No. I don't think I want to do theater. Well, all right then. But you are fine with television roles, correct? Yes. You ask me this every 6 months. I like to make sure your plans are the same. Otherwise, I have nothing else. Logan, however, is going to be pissed. You look like you've put on a few pounds. Oh, thanks, Sophia. And we have the premiere of my movie in a few days. Thanks. I don't think anyone will notice, but it looks unprofessional when you go back and forth with your weight. Right. Thanks, Sophia. I'll be in the gym with Logan tomorrow, I promise. He crossed his fingers, a genuine smile lighting up his face. Good. All right, Wolf. Your turn. Sophia flipped notes on her phone. Woo. You're not my manager. Wolf blinked. I know, however, I pulled your numbers and I wanted to go over them with you. Dear God, why? Because numbers are important. She squinted at Wolf and he squinted back. Wolf doesn't care about social media, sweetheart. Noah touched Sophia's shoulder, brushing the frilly sleeves of her blouse. Sweetheart? When did this develop? Miguel raised his eyebrows, glancing between Noah and Sophia. The prim woman's olive cheeks bloomed with color. When you two were away on your vacation, we spent some time together. It's nothing. Sophia shuffled papers in her lap. If our managers date, does this mean Sophia is sort of my manager too? Wolf frowned. I think yes. Miguel mirrored his expression. Your numbers, Wolf, have also grown. You post significantly less than Miguel. However, he tags you in his photos, which is easily keeping your social media platforms afloat. Ah. Thanks. Indeed. Each day Miguel posts a picture, you have an obvious boost in song downloads, so you should thank him. Wolf winked at Miguel. Later I will. Noah cleared his throat. More importantly, we've got people begging for studio time with you. I had to raise the prices a bit, because you're not going to be able to fit everyone on the schedule. All right. Wolf shrugged. Sounds good to me. Right, well. You've got initial appointments with 2 new bands and 2 solo artists next week. Pixie Attack wants you to produce their next album. And you have your project with Yvonne Gray. She released the first single and it did well, so her manager is very interested in continuing. Cool. Nothing for this week? Nah. I figured you'd be recuperating from your vacation today and tomorrow, and then Saturday you have Miguel's premiere. Wolf grunted, premiere. Right. And the after party, Sophia added, not looking up from her notes. And the after party. Then you two can stop playing house if you want. Yeah, Wolf murmured, sobered when he was reminded of the arrangement. Miguel shared Wolf's somber expression, searching the town car before coming back to the managers. Of course. Oh, we already have your clothes picked out. An up-and-coming designer sent us a custom pair. Wolf, yours is black. Miguel, yours is charcoal gray. Sophia smirked. Aren't those the same color? The music producer quirked an eyebrow. No. Miguel's is lighter and a touch browner. You have bow ties and box-toed loafers too. I what? Wolf quirked the other eyebrow. No eyeliner. Noah gave his usual reminder despite it falling on deaf ears as Wolf kissed Miguel's cheek, and the town car rolled to a stop in front of Miguel's building. See you in a few days. Wolf promised, stealing another kiss to the corner of Miguel's lips. Pick me up, the movie star demanded, lips pressing into Wolf's smooth jawline. And call me later, okay? Miguel followed Sophia out of the town car and disappeared inside. Wolf watched, staring at the door once Miguel had faded from view. What's the plan? Noah asked once they rolled back onto the highway. The plan for what? Wolf glanced down at his phone, grinning when Miguel sent him a photo. The plan for ending it with Miguel. You didn't want this relationship. Once the premiere is over, you can end it, you know. I haven't thought about it. Well, you should think about it. It's been a while, and I guess either you need to make a definitive declaration of your relationship, or it needs to get rocky and end. Up to you guys, of course, but something needs to happen. Yeah, I got you. Wolf drummed his fingers on his thigh, glancing out the window. Suggestions? Well, I can't tell if y'all are pretending or real. Or if pretending made it real, but I like this change. You smiling and being friendly. Makes my job easier. Yeah. But I can't tell you what to do in your personal life. I only control your work life. So I'll say it like this. If you care about him, you're connected to him, you love him, then go for it. It doesn't matter how love starts, just that it does. Do you love Sophia? Well, Noah scratched his chin. We haven't gotten there yet. We're still in the beginning stages of a relationship. She wanted to take it slow, you know. Didn't know, Wolf grunted. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Oh, you took care of the donation to the dog shelter, right? Sure did. I sent them 20 tons of dog food over the course of a few weeks, set the purchase up as a biannual purchase on the dog food retailer's website, and added it to your donation write-offs. What kind of dog rescue needs 20 tons of food for 2 months? The rescue takes all dogs and cats living in the poor parts of Brazil. It's not a typical rescue in trying to rehome them, they just live in slums. It's remarkable and beautiful in its own way. Wolf's eyes drooped. Besides, dogs shouldn't have to live with food insecurities, and it's simple to donate a bag or two of dog food. It's not like you have to buy gourmet. Noah's eyes widened and he shrugged, nodding to Wolf's reasoning. Stay with Miguel. He's a good influence on you. I've never heard you say so many words at once. Yeah. Wolf's cheeks burned. He sucked in a deep breath. Yeah, sure. The conversation lapsed into silence for the remainder of the drive. When they arrived at his place, Wolf threw his bags over his shoulders while Noah walked alongside him. What's the plan for your next album? Don't have one yet. I was thinking of taking some time to focus on producing others until something comes to me. I'll be busy for a while if I'm working on 6 albums. True. And I'm betting you the one you just finished is going to linger on the charts for a while. Especially if you stay with Miguel. People like the concept of a loving, functional relationship. Fair. You hanging out for a while. Yeah, I figured we'd order pizza, invite the girls over, and relax. Sure. Invite the guys from A Dozen Hummingbirds, too. Wolf deposited his bags into his small bedroom. Noah kicked his feet up on the coffee table, text messaging their friends. After a shower and a change of clothes, Wolf toweled off his cropped hair as the pizza arrived, followed by his friends. They brought the drinks and entertainment. Chapter 20. Wolf hated red carpet events, despite them becoming a frequent outing on his calendar since dating Miguel. He'd been to 2, but the real season didn't start until the new year. His short hair was going through an awkward stage where it poked up, no matter how much water and product he combed through it. If he was lucky, his hair would lay flat, combed carefully around his ears and curling at the base of his neck. If he was unlucky, the back would stick up, waving in the wind like naked feather stalks, remembering better days. Saturday night, his hair rejected reasoning and wiggled out of every gooey restraint Wolf tried. Wavy locks rested on his forehead while straighter strains framed his face. He abandoned his hair in favor of donning his custom-fitted suit, sliding the black flat front slacks over his slender legs and tucking his button-down shirt one tail at a time into them. He paced as he tied his bow tie, throwing his jacket over his shoulders as his limousine driver honked outside the front door. Already late, Wolf grabbed styling gel, a comb and a towel. He stuffed his long toes into the box-toed loafers Sophia had chosen. Zoe, Fiona, and Noah were already inside. The girls sat next to each other, Fiona combing Zoe's bleached hair. Zoe sported a feminine tailored suit, while Fiona wore a floor-length dress matching the silver shine of Zoe's eyes. Her tattooed shoulders were on full display. "Hey Wolfie," Zoe teased, an easy smile coming over her face as Wolf collapsed into the limousine seat. "Hey Zoe, Fiona, Noah." He tipped his head to them all, hanging his blazer over the seat next to him and tossing the hair products into the seat. "Ran out of time." Zoe smirked. "Because your hair looks ridiculous. I get why you cut it, but damn. Took me an hour to get it like this. Still won't lay down in the back. You should shave it down the sides and leave the center a few inches longer." Fiona suggested. "It would be cute and edgy." "Cute. Hey. It would look good. If you had a mohawk." "Yeah, thanks. I'll think about it." Wolf grunted, fussing with his hair as they rode to Miguel's apartment. He combed it and matted it and combed it more. When they slowed in front of Miguel's place, he jumped out of the vehicle and walked up the steps to greet them, paparazzi already following their limousine, camera clicks adding to the sounds of the city. Miguel opened the door as Wolf knocked, completely dressed to go. "Nervous," Miguel whispered. "Did Sophia call the paparazzi?" "No. They've been here most of the afternoon waiting for me to come out." And you have to speak when you have a red carpet movie premiere. Me and Yvonne have to introduce the movie." Fear swayed in Miguel's dark eyes. "Let Yvonne speak." Wolf glanced at the paparazzi, then took Miguel's hand, guiding him into view of the cameramen. "What are you doing?" "Giving these damned paparazzi the shots they want." Wolf rumbled, stroking Miguel's chin. He bent forward, lips connecting with the shorter man's. The cameras flashed around them. Wolf saw the bright pops of light through his closed eyelids. When the initial burst of shutter clicks died down, Wolf recoiled. "What about what I want?" Miguel purred, broad shoulders curling into Wolf's slender body. "What do you want?" "You. Later tonight." "Insatiable," Wolf whispered, nuzzling Miguel's neck. "We have the premiere and the after-party. Then, I can give you what you want." "What if I want to skip the after-party?" "No. We're going. You'll just have to wait for my cock." Wolf kissed Miguel's jawline. "A few hours is nothing." "It's been a few days," the actor groaned, roping muscular arms around Wolf's neck. Cameras snapped all around them. "So it has." Wolf smirked. "Later. But after the party." Another kiss, another round of candid photos, and Wolf walked alongside Miguel to the limousine, opening the door for him. "Damn. About time." "Hey Miguel." Zoe grumbled. "Sorry. Paparazzi photos." Right. I forgot we're in the presence of a true movie star now, aren't we?" Giggling, Zoe kissed Miguel's cheeks. "The left and then the right." "You are." Miguel beamed, setting Wolf's hair products aside as he settled next to the man. "You should either shave it shorter or wear hats for the next month." Noah snorted, laughing into his pre-party beer. "If Miguel says it, you know it's bad." Fiona giggled. "Right." Zoe laughed. "I'll think about it." Wolf massaged Miguel's skull. They picked up Sophia and Logan from another apartment building. Sophia sat next to Noah while Logan remained dateless. When they arrived at the event, they went their separate ways. Logan met up with a collection of other people, leaving Miguel and Wolf to their date. Zoe and Fiona quickly found their other recording friends, and after being tackled by the paparazzi, they filed inside to claim their assigned seats. Noah and Sophia avoided the crowd. Being unimportant, the paparazzi ignored their presence, and reporters granted them safe passage down the carpet and inside the cinema. Wolf and Miguel were the most interesting couple on the red carpet by far. The paparazzi and professional photographers followed their path from the limousine to the red carpet, their smallest movements earning an explosion of photographs. Each private whisper and secret kiss was captured by men desperate to make a living. "This is ridiculous," Miguel rumbled as he posed next to Wolf. Wolf's jaw ticked and he exhaled through his nose. "It is. We can move on soon. 2 interviews, and we'll decline everyone else. I promise." "Fine. And only one more round of posing," Wolf spoke through slightly parted lips, not letting their quiet conversation interrupt the paparazzi's photographs. "And then we'll stand in line with the rest of the celebrities as everyone finds their seats." "Pretty much. Why do you like these things?" "Connections. The same ones keeping your schedule booked solid, and you in the media for something other than your anger. How is your anger, by the way?" "Fine. Chances of you punching someone tonight?" "Slim to none, as long as your ex-boyfriend isn't lurking in the shadows." The corners of Wolf's full lips curved into a mischievous smile. "You're hoping he shows up?" "Maybe. You should get into a sport. A sport where it's okay to punch people. I'll have Sophia sign you up for something." "Sophia isn't my manager." "You think Noah would disagree?" Wolf grunted, and a triumphant smile spread over Miguel's face. They inched along the red carpet, each reporter taking turns with the people before them. Yvonne and her unknown date were up ahead. There were several different couples between Miguel's co-star and him, the movie director and his third wife, the costume designer and his boyfriend, the various stunt doubles and their significant others. When the reporters finally reached Wolf and Miguel, they gave Wolf mixed looks. Some were excited to be in his presence, others kept their distance in case the unpredictable man was in a negative mood. A blonde Wolf recognized from the last event approached them with a smile. "Hi guys. I'm from Celebrity News Weekly, and I wanted to ask you a few questions." The portable microphone covered her lips. "Miguel, I understand it's your first red carpet film. How does it feel?" She thrust the microphone into Miguel's face. "It feels amazing. I want to say I've waited my whole life for this, but truth is I never thought it would happen. It's more than a dream come true." Miguel's eloquence seeped out with his words. His dark eyes caught the light, and the camera flashes glowed around him, diffused by the massive curls on his head. The interviewer asked more questions, but Wolf focused on Miguel's little moments. Miguel tilted his head a few degrees to the left, exposing his neck to Wolf and the reporter. His features animated with his words. He smiled on cue, his free hand accented his words. When she asked the next question, Miguel hesitated, chewing over his words. He glanced at the ground before turning his attention back to the girl, watching her as if she were the only person on the planet who could command his full attention. Her cheeks colored. Miguel smiled more, dimples touching the hollows of his cheeks. His lips moved, words flowing from him with the humble grace of modern royalty. The interviewer screeched with laughter at his charming reply, shuffling beside him to give her camera crew a good shot of the three of them together. Wolf smiled, Miguel beamed, and the reporter grinned. She asked Miguel a few more questions, tearing him away from Wolf for them. Polite photographers snapped pictures of the lone music producer, but he stayed by himself until Miguel returned to his side. Wolf kissed his temple when he returned. They advanced on the red carpet, moving forward 10 feet before pausing again. With the seal broken, reporters were no longer shy about their approach. Many more popped up next to the men. They snapped an obligatory photograph before the questioning started. As the evening wore on, the questions became more creative. One person asked Miguel his favorite color. Miguel replied with gray. The reporter asked Wolf the same question, and he replied blue. A reporter hung at the bottom of the steps leading inside the cinema. Dressed in a sleek suit, the slender man stopped every celebrity for a quick interview. He was the entrance fee. "You're going to let me answer all the questions tonight?" Miguel squeezed Wolf's hand. "Yeah. Yours and mine." "Have they asked questions about me?" "Yes. About your albums, about next year's projects. The only question you answered was your favorite color, which I'm sure was a lie." Miguel smiled. Well, you're good at this." "I know, but so are you. You've gotten better." Wolf rumbled at Miguel's encouragement. "Do the last one. The one before we walk inside." "I'm not going to open my mouth at all." "All right." Wolf stole a kiss to Miguel's cheek. "Then you're going to go on stage with the cast and introduce the movie, right?" "Yes." "Don't remind me." Miguel shivered. With them both anxious, the line moved faster. Every few seconds, the distance between the last reporter and the boys lessened. The reporter asked a variety of questions, from serious to playful. When they were close enough, Wolf listened to the other interviews. The couple in front of them passed with minimal questioning, and the reporter smiled at Wolf and Miguel. "Hey guys. I'm with Metropolitan, and I wanted to ask you a few questions. You guys got a minute?" The reporter looked at Miguel. He presented the microphone to the actor. "Sure," Wolf replied. The reporter twitched, cutting his eyes towards the music producer. A flicker of panic touched his green eyes, and his face creaked towards Wolf, staying straight on his shoulders. "Well." A broad grin spread over the older man's lips. "Wolf. How are you this evening?" "Great, you?" "I'm wonderful now. There's so many things America wants to know about you, but I guess I can't ask everything, can I?" A low chuckle. "You finished recording with a dozen hummingbirds, and your album is set to release in a few weeks. How does it feel to finish your third official studio album?" "It feels wonderful. This album in particular is really close to my heart." Wolf pulled Miguel closer to him, wrapping an arm around his toned waist. "What plans do you have for next year?" I'm not sure yet. Right now, I'm enjoying where I am in my career and in my life, and I want to ride this wave as long as I can." "Yeah, I hear ya. Okay, I have to ask. Don't hurt the messenger. What's going on between you two?" "Between me and who?" "Between you and Miguel Costa. The guy right there." The interviewer chuckled again, nervousness seeping through his words. Wolf glanced at Miguel, temporarily losing himself in the smile resting on his full lips, drowning in his kind eyes. He looked back at the reporter, leaning into the microphone. "Oh. We're together. He's my partner." Miguel's smile faltered, lips parting as the color drained from his tanned features. He turned to Wolf, whites circling his dark mahogany eyes. "We are?" "Yeah." Wolf kissed him. The paparazzi erupted again. Cheers and camera flashes drowned out other interviews. When the color came back to Miguel's face, his cheeks flushed deep red, spilling down his neck and under the white collar of his suit. Wolf completed the kiss with another to Miguel's burning cheeks. "Love you," Wolf purred. The reporter presented the microphone to Miguel, who stood there, stunned into silence. He parted his lips, but only air met the microphone. The older gentleman gave him a second chance. "Ah," Miguel managed, blinking several times. The reporter snatched the microphone back. "Well. Congratulations. On your new relationship, your album, and your movie." "Thank you." Wolf answered, sincere voice filling the microphone. He stepped away from the interviewer and led Miguel inside the cinema. A year later. Wolf connected their high-definition web camera to his studio computer while Miguel buzzed around behind him. His hair had grown to kiss his lean shoulders, and the firm lines of sorrow had faded from his face. "Sella," We have 30 minutes to get it working right, and I'm starting to get nervous. You promise it's going to work? Have you tested it before? Miguel rubbed his hands down the line of his dark jeans. No, but I know it'll work. Wolf dragged Miguel close to him, thumb and first finger stroking his chin. I got this, and I'm glad you're home. How was filming? Pacified by Wolf's touch, Miguel sat on the arm of Wolf's old leather chair. Fine. How were things here? The computer did its job, searching the internet for the proper combination of drivers and installing factory settings on the web camera. Wolf watched the process out the corner of his eye, attention mostly on Miguel. I missed you, but otherwise fine. Ashki moved in about a month ago, and he's enjoying school. Ma stayed for a few weeks to make sure he settled in. We need to get some more furniture, but I figured you wanted to shop for it. I do. If I let you, we'll have guitars all over the walls and nothing for people to sit in. They can stand. Wolf tapped the computer keyboard, and a window spiraled onto the screen. The red light on the web camera turned green, and the blank window showed Wolf's new studio. It was laid out like the North Studio, just bigger and with substantial equipment upgrades. You promise you're ready for this? We're going to let fans ask us anything they want. Remember, you don't have to answer everything, but you can't punch your computer either, Miguel warned. I'm fine. I promise. I appreciate your concern, though. Wolf kissed Miguel's shoulder. He finished setting up their fan interview, selecting a web browser and logging into the video streaming website. Miguel dragged a second chair in front of the web camera, sinking down in it and leaning towards Wolf. They went live early, having 15 minutes to spare, and Miguel chatted with those already waiting for them. The chat room filled with rapid-fire comments, and Miguel greeted each anonymous person by their username. Wolf removed the negative posters. Miguel avoided answering questions before the start time, promising answers as soon as they were ready. The room swelled to thousands of people in the last 5 minutes before they went live. The website's server slowed, chat responses delayed for a few seconds before they got back up to speed. Okay guys. Miguel announced in a cheerful voice. He glanced at the stoic music producer and then back at the webcam, not the chat room screen. Welcome to Wolf and Miguel's Ask Me Anything. I want to thank you all for joining, and I look forward to answering your questions. Hey guys. Wolf quirked an eyebrow and offered a lazy wave, inspiring a rush of comments to his sexiness. His cheeks burned, and he shifted closer to Miguel, who chuckled. So, I'm going to do my best to answer most of your questions. Obviously, I won't give Wolf or my personal information. I won't answer anything otherwise invasive either. First question. Wolf spun in his seat, head staying erect on his shoulders. How much money did your latest movie make in opening weekend? Wolf's surly voice read the question. It made a little over $50 million opening weekend and $127 million for its time in the theater, which is a pretty damn good amount for my first major film. Miguel smiled. How does it feel to see yourself on a movie screen? Very weird. All the flaws you think you have get magnified. And your voice sounds funny too. What are you working on now? Oh, I just got back from filming another major film. Last year I finished an independent coming-of-age movie, but I'm not sure when it's releasing. I'll keep you guys posted. What's your favorite role to play? Honestly, I actually enjoy action movies. I know it's probably weird, but I like them. I like how the movie transforms from the set to the big screen. Have you ever considered doing theater? Oh my God. My manager asks me the same question every 6 months. I haven't, only because it seems overwhelming to memorize a full script. And there's more work, I feel like, because performing and also touring. Is being famous what you expected it to be like? I had no expectations, no desires to be famous, so I can't say what I expected it to be like. I can say it's amazing. It has its downsides, but overall it's amazing, and I wouldn't change anything about my life. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Well, I'm hoping I age very gracefully and my career gets better as time goes on. I also want to be alongside this guy. Miguel squeezed Wolf's hand. Forever. Are you two planning to get married? Ah, no. Marriage isn't important. And finally, a question for Wolfie. How long has your latest album been on the top charts? My album spent 10 weeks on the #1 spot, and it's still on the charts now. So, 52 weeks on the chart. Yeah, sounds right? Wolf's lips twitched in a smirk. If you could make a career out of just your music, would you stop producing other people's music? No, I actually like the behind-the-scenes work. I enjoy helping people create the sound they want. Plus, there's an insane amount of pressure around constantly creating music, and being a producer supplements my income. Because you need supplemental income? Miguel shook his head. Yeah. Wolf's eyes sparkled. Next question. What's your favorite piece of equipment? My computer. It's custom built, and I have a computer guy who keeps it in top shape for me. If you could give one piece of advice to new musical artists, what would it be? Find your voice before you look for your audience. If you don't know what you're saying, you have nothing to market. So, figure out what you want to talk about and who you want to be and go forward with it. How did you get into playing music? It's cultural, I guess? I mean, not electronica, but music and expressing yourself through song is. What was your first thought when you met Miguel? Me. What was your first thought when you met me? Miguel chuckled at himself, looking away from the computer screen. My first thought was, this guy is too happy. My second thought was, I like it. I was nervous, so I tried to seem bubblier. This next one is for both of us. When did you come out to your parents, and how did they take it? Miguel turned his eyes up to Wolf. Do you want to answer first? Sure. He brushed his lips over Miguel's forehead. In my culture, an alternative lifestyle isn't a big deal. It's normal. It's actually celebrated, so my mom didn't care about me being gay. I think she always knew, so I never had a moment where I officially came out to her. Oh, I'm sure she did. According to your mother, you weren't always making music in your bedroom. Miguel chuckled. He picked at his nails when it became his turn, exhaling in a slow trickle of breath. I didn't come out as much as I was thrown out. Of the closet and of my parents' house. The gay, they were willing to begrudgingly accept, but me choosing to be happy and live my life as a gay man, they weren't okay with. So we parted ways. Do I regret coming out to my parents? No. Not at all. Who's the top in y'all's relationship? Wolf wrinkled his forehead. We flip a coin every morning. Next question. What's the most embarrassing thing you've done since being famous? Well, the first time I performed on stage, I was so nervous. I puked. Everywhere. On stage. It was terrible. Wolf scrubbed his jaw. You. Not including my sex tape scandal, I've fallen on a runway before. There's nothing like falling on a runway to remind you how human you are. I didn't do the sex tape scandal, but I did the sex, so I suppose it counts? Next question, Wolf rumbled. Right. Wolf, did you ever have anything going on with Zoe, or are you guys just good friends? Good friends. Zoe's with Fiona from Pixie Attack. There's never been anything between us but a close friendship. What's your favorite food? I really like pizza. He does. Miguel rolled his eyes. For every meal. Cold, warm, 2 days old. He'll eat pizza any way it comes. I don't have a favorite food, but I love candy and sweets. Cookies, ice cream. All of it. What kind of grades did you make in school? Mostly A's, except always a B in math. Wolf shrugged. Of course you're smart. Miguel wrinkled his nose. What? What grades did you make? I had to try hard just for B's. I usually had a few A's, mostly B's, and 1 C science usually. Oh. Well. You're cute though. Wolf kissed Miguel's head and scanned the screen for the next question. If you could master one instrument, what would it be? I'd like to master the saxophone. The sound is rich and I've always loved it. I'm not answering this one. How do you guys de-stress? I usually go to the studio. Or Miguel's personal trainer drags me for a jog. I work out, yeah. Miguel chewed his lip, glancing at Wolf before reading the next question. Have you ever taken drugs or had a drug problem? I've taken drugs, yeah. Who hasn't? With the exception of marijuana occasionally, I steer clear of other drugs. Addiction would affect my music, my voice, my ability to work. I've never done drugs. Not even weed. Miguel shook his head, hands sliding between his legs. Weird. I'll have Zoe drop some by. Have you ever dealt with, or are you dealing with a mental illness? No. I was depressed when I was younger, around when I was kicked out of my parents' house. And anxiety, of course, but now I am okay. All right. Last question is, Miguel's eyes scanned the screen. Wolf, what's the ring you always wear? Oh shit, you don't have to answer. It's okay. This ring. He twisted the ring on his middle finger. It was black with a clear center of gray particles. My sister gave me this ring. A little over 6 years ago, she took her own life, and she wanted me to have it. Blood pumped in Wolf's ears as he spoke. The chat room overflowed with more questions. Wolf looked over them, dark eyes dancing back and forth as he surveyed them. Why? I don't know why she took her life. Was I close to her? Yeah, I basically raised her. Is suicide bad in your culture? No. It's seen as a sacrifice. People sacrifice themselves for many reasons not related to depression or anxiety. My sister and I were very close, and she passed within a year of me moving away from home. You don't have to talk about it, Miguel reminded Wolf, kissing his trembling jawline. I know, it's okay. I got it. Wolf studied the ring on his finger, twisting it with his thumb. Listen. Society tells you suicide isn't the answer. The thing is, suicide is complicated. If you're enveloped in sadness, anger, or even indifference, you should talk to someone. And if you know someone who's considering taking their own life, you have to understand it's their life to take. I miss my sister with everything I have, but she did what she thought was best. Wolf twisted the ring again, wetting his lips. Miguel rubbed his back. The chat room received Wolf's message in different ways. Some of the responses were negative, disagreeing with Wolf's advice. The other half of the responses were overwhelmingly positive from people who had gone through depression themselves, or people who knew someone who had taken their lives. They thanked Wolf for being candid and honest, for opening up about his grieving process. They let him know he wasn't alone, and some told their own struggles with mental illness and grieving the loss of a loved one in 200 words or less. The movie star read the comments aloud, soothing Wolf's raw nerves with the positive responses. The replies died down enough, and finally Miguel said goodbyes for both of them. He blew their fans kisses while Wolf sat in his leather chair, features brooding as he processed his sister's death again. When Miguel ended the chat room and the web camera, he looked at Wolf. You did well. Miguel slithered into Wolf's lap, raking his fingers through his thick hair. He arched into him, one leg on either side, their hips meeting each other. And I love you. He bent over him, planting a soft kiss on Wolf's full lips. I love you too, Wolf purred, hands traveling up Miguel's thighs over his bunched jeans and under his shirt. His hands slid up Miguel's sides, his nails dented Miguel's tan skin. Maybe you should show me. His lips quirked. Another feathery kiss. I can. Wolf grinned.